They're talking about a 5-week mini primary culminating in ranked choice voting by the delegates at the convention. It's just one idea at this point, but it shows you, Joe, some of the brainstorming that's going on.
That would put it past the deadline for the Ohio ballot, right? If that happens, because the
Ohio, that's right. That's been the risk of not doing that virtual nominating process around late July or early August. Ohio had changed its law. There's still, Democrats are worried about a loophole that could potentially change it back. That's the big concern. But if they could get maybe further commitments from Ohio, that might be something enough to reassure some Democrats, since they have already changed the law in question.
If the Democratic Party thinks they can pass over a sitting vice president, I'm just going to start buying the popcorn. I'm going to buy a popcorn maker, because I'm going to have to see that. That's going to be worth sitting back in a lounge chair. Yeah, to watch that, to try and bypass Vice President Harris. Yeah, I'm going to have to pull up a lounge chair and some popcorn to see it. The Democratic Party, the party of people that would never ever do that. So this is really going to be something to behold. And then there's an election. Isn't the
That's why they would have to do it in a snap election, like she's talking about, a blitz, because otherwise you're completely overruling the rule.
You cannot do it.
Already voted.
The uproar will be heard around the world. It's impossible. You cannot do it. But go ahead. If you want to try, we'll watch.
All right, when we come back, we're going to take a look at this week's Squawk Planner, including inflation data and the kickoff of earnings season. We'll get you ready for that right after this. Then Texas Governor Greg Abbott is monitoring Hurricane Beryl from his economic development mission to Asia. He will join us live in just a few minutes. Squawk Box will be right back.
got this.
I hope so.
On this week's Squawk Planner, inflation data in focus. We'll be getting the latest consumer price index reading on Thursday. That will be followed by producer prices on Friday. And earnings season kicks off this week. On Thursday, we'll be hearing from PepsiCo and Delta Airlines. Then on Friday, you've got JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, and Citigroup. So buckle up, get ready. Our next guest says that investors are increasingly concerned about volatility amid political turmoil. We want to bring in Amy Wu Silverman. She's the head of derivative strategy at RBC Capital Markets.
Whoa.
And Amy, concern
Amy.
about political volatility. So far, we haven't seen it.
It's true. The markets have been remarkably sanguine. And one of the questions we continue to get from investors is, one, will this change? And two, how has this looked in the past? And I can just tell you using headline VIX, which is sub 13 handle right now, we're kind of 10 full volatility points below what is normal and below what we've seen in past cycles. And I think the French election, Becky, is actually an interesting example because you did get a lot of volatility in terms of we got that win from the right, you got what happened with the left, but it kind of canceled each other out in terms of the gridlock you see on top. And that's a little bit what is happening in the market. That's why we kind of call it a paddling duck market.
You think that there's risk associated with that, though? The idea that we are, as you mentioned, too sanguine looking at all of this.
Yeah, I think I'll give you one interesting stat. So prior to the presidential election, you had volatility on that November election day actually, starting to bump up a little. After the presidential debate, it actually compressed. So what was the market trying to tell you? I think it was sort of saying, okay, if you get on the Democratic side enough of a volatility that essentially it's going to put Trump ahead, maybe that makes the election more decisive, not less, which is one of the explanations we've seen investors say why you'd see volatility compress. I think it's a little misguided in the sense that a lot can happen. We just know we have a long runway before November elections begins, and you've seen in past cycles that it's just not that clean cut, and that's why I think there's expectation of volatility that isn't quite there yet will start to rise.
Volatility, the VIX has been incredibly low for a long time. Why do you think that is?
There are a couple reasons, a couple conspiracy theories, I would say. The rise of zero-data expiry trading, the massive volatility selling ETFs, the growth you've seen notionally on that, but also just economically things are better than investors have expected, and that's certainly part of it. But I think the most important thing is we've now gotten to a point where a lot of investors are concerned that the actual implied correlation volatility in the markets are so low that we've almost reached a lower bound. And the issue is when that happens in history, it only has more asymmetric room to go up. And that's the
there's
concern.
nowhere to go but up in that situation.
Correct. That's the concern that I hear from investors who are focused on risk in these markets.
How do you protect yourself from a situation like that?
I mean, the protection is easy in the sense that because volatility is so low, by definition, protection is low.
Yeah.
The issue is, you could have said that 4 months ago and would have been true, and what would have happened? You would have burned up your premium. And so there is this cycle of boy or girl who cries wolf. If that happens enough times, people don't want to play musical chairs. And then, that's usually when you get some sort of exogenous shock that people are not prepared for.
It's weird that with the geopolitical situation around the globe, what we've been facing, none of that has managed to really shock markets.
Yeah, look, I was a financial engineer in college, and I can tell you in some ways it's just math, meaning it's just the weights of the market right now are these handful of stocks, right? Because when you look at S&P versus S&P equal weight, they do diverge. You do see a massive divergence in performance, but as long as we continue to benchmark to S&P or Dow and it's being driven by a couple of stocks that are doing incredibly well, you are putting all your eggs in those baskets, and you better hope that those eggs don't crack.
What interests you beyond this, beyond the volatility factor? What else are you following at the moment?
I think, what is interesting to me is the cross-asset application of this. So one thing we have seen is when you get these political events or when you get these geopolitical events, things are happening in the cross-asset markets, meaning you are seeing energy markets move, or you're seeing US dollar move, or you're seeing sovereign credit move. The really interesting thing is none of that has fed back into equities. It hasn't fed back into equities, and it hasn't fed back into equity volatility. And so a big question we hear from our cross-asset investors is, well, is this going to be a catch-up, or is everyone else wrong? Historically, it's not everyone else who's wrong. And so I think as we head into another earnings season where valuations are full, this is the question that are on investors' minds and why I think they continue to ask about the history around it.
You know, people keep saying, oh, it's this handful of stocks that are leading and nobody else has caught up. But maybe it's just those handful of stocks have gotten further and further ahead because of what's happening with artificial intelligence and the money that's being plowed into that.
And that's certainly, look.
And it's not like the other stocks are falling. They're just not catching up quite as rapidly.
There's actually this issue it creates, which we've started calling benchmark FOMO, meaning, you know, if that wasn't your initial thesis, it has to be now, because if you're someone who is benchmarking to S&P and you don't have that massive overweight to these stocks, you do have to play the catch up. But the interesting thing is when we sit down face to face with these investors, there is a reluctance about the fact that they have to play this benchmark FOMO. So you see this artifice around it that I think if you get any sort of indication that the fundamentals aren't there, that we're not going to get this secular or exponential growth, I just don't think they're as embedded or all in as, you know, the sentiment would tell you right now.
The other thing, though, people will say is there's so much money on the sidelines. And if you've been sitting out waiting and waiting, you keep missing that, and maybe the FOMO keeps building from that, wherever you want to find it.
So one thing we do with options is we kind of look at how much positioning has already happened. And I can tell you that was true at the beginning of this year. That started to peak in March in terms of that call demand and that put demand. That isn't really true now. Meaning the people who wanted to get long, you would see that in the outweighing of call options. And that essentially has happened, but we haven't seen it incrementally happen from here.
So the risk is to the downside, you think?
Correct.
Amy, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, we're going to talk to Phil LeBeau about Boeing's guilty plea and its search for a CEO, a new one. That's next.
now.
Boeing reaching a deal to plead guilty in a case related to the crashes of 737 MAX planes 5 years ago. Phil LeBeau joins us right now. He's got more of the details on that. Phil, good morning.
Becky, this was a filing late last night, and it is a guilty plea by Boeing. So let me go over what the terms are of this plea agreement between Boeing and the Department of Justice. And again, they jointly filed this with the court last night. The charge is conspiring to defraud the government. By the way, that is a felony charge. We'll talk about the significance in just a little bit of it being a felony. The fine that Boeing will agree to pay is $243.6 million. In addition, it will invest at least $455 million in making sure that its safety and compliance programs meet the standards that they're supposed to meet over the next 3 years. And an independent corporate monitor will be hired and approved by the judge, who will make sure that Boeing is doing what it should be doing when it comes to safety and compliance. The focus for that monitor will be quality control. This has been at the heart of the problems for Boeing, and it's what triggered the DOJ to say, wait a second, you violated the deferred prosecution agreement revolving around two 737 MAX crashes in 2018 and 2019. Boeing has declined to comment on the details of the plea agreement, simply saying that it had reached an agreement. This does not sit well with the relatives of the 737 MAX family. We knew that they would not be happy with this agreement. Javier DeLuis issued this statement overnight. The penalties and conditions imposed on Boeing as a result of this plea deal are not substantively different than those that failed to change Boeing's safety culture and that resulted in the Alaska Air door blowout. This further complicates, or is at least another factor that Boeing Chairman Steve Mollenkopf will have to keep in mind as he looks for the next chairman, or the next CEO, of Boeing. And whoever the candidate is, who he is having discussions with, or maybe having discussions with in the future, they knew that this was coming. But it is another factor that whoever is hired will have to consider because of things like bidding on defense and space contracts. I mentioned that it's a guilty plea for a fraud charge. That factors into future bids on defense contracts that the next CEO will have to keep in mind. Boeing believes that you can get a waiver, let's say from the Defense Department, Becky, if there is a charge, or if there's a program that they bid on. And let's say Boeing has the best bid, they believe that the Department of Defense will be able to issue a waiver, because right now, if you have a guilty plea to a felony conviction, in many ways you're not supposed to be able to win a government contract. But according to those who have talked with at Boeing, they believe that there's some wiggle room there, and that if it's the right contract and Boeing is the right bid, they could receive a waiver from the department that is overseeing the program that is being bid on.
Phil, it's such a strange thing to say that this is a felony agreement, that Boeing's a felon,
Yes.
but no individual really is responsible anywhere for anything.
Right. Well, remember,
understand why the
there
families
was a
would be upset.
trial. There was a trial, and there was an individual from Boeing who was put on trial for charges related to the 737 MAX program as it was being designed. And they could not get a conviction. Department of Justice could not get a conviction. And the belief is this is the strongest charge that they could make stick against Boeing. And that if you, let's say, the families, I'll give you an example. The families would like to see the former CEO of Boeing, Dennis Bolenberg, charged and brought to court. The DOJ does not believe that they're going to be able to get a conviction on that. In order for that to stick, you would have to really, you're going through a very high bar. And the DOJ believes this is the strongest conviction that it could get Boeing to agree to, that it could get Boeing, it could make stick with Boeing. So I understand the frustration. Lord knows the families of the 737 MAX victims, they have every right in the world to be furious because they believe that Boeing has not paid a high enough price. But from the DOJ's perspective, they believe this is the strongest they can make stick against Boeing.
Phil, thank you.
You bet.
When we come back, we have much more on the political drama in Washington. We will talk about what we expect to hear from lawmakers with Congress back in session today for the first time since that debate. And later, the chairman and CEO of Corning will join us live. It's the first time Wendell Weeks has been on CNBC, I believe, in a couple of years. This is an exclusive interview. He'll be sitting down with us on set. Squawk Box will be right back.
Good Monday morning, and welcome back. Hey, every day's great, right?
It is.
Every day's great.
Great
Welcome
to be
back,
live.
right? Welcome back to Squawk Box, live from the Nasdaq market site in Times Square, checking the futures. A little bit of red so far in the morning. It's the market feels like everybody does on Monday. Treasuries.
Monday after our long holiday.
Yeah,
weekend for a
well,
lot of
yeah,
people.
not
For me.
yeah, it was disjointed. I was, out, I was in, back. I'm, trying to sleep. Then at 3:30 go,
Fireworks.
the
Going
really
red.
scary thing, and you'll realize someday, the alarm clock never goes off.
Because you wake up before it.
I'm already awake.
I wake up
3:30.
before it too.
It's not right. Bitcoin has rebounded sharply from some of the lows we saw earlier today, and it went through 60 on the way down like a hot butter through a knife. Yes, I know. Got all the way down to 54 or
You
so.
intentionally mix your metaphors.
I do.
Just for
I like
people who are
mixing them
playing
just so
along at home.
people that are watching and
Make sure you're paying attention.
like. What's coming
A
up?
walk in the cake.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one.
That's one of your favorites.
A walk in the cake.
Instead of a walk in the park or a cakewalk.
It was working and they just pulled the bubble. Just popped the cord. Coming up, Congress is back in session today, and we expect to hear from more Democrat lawmakers about their support or lack of support for President Biden's re-election bid. Politico's Mike Allen will tell us what he's hearing next. And a reminder, you can get the best of Squawk Box in our daily podcast. Follow Squawk Pod on your favorite podcast app and listen anytime. We'll be right back.
I mean, if the Lord Almighty came out and said, Joe, get out of the race, I'll get out of the race, the Lord Almighty's not coming down.
Whoa.
That was President Biden in an interview on ABC that aired Friday. Joining us now to discuss the 2024 presidential race and increasing calls for Biden to quit his re-election campaign is Axios co-founder Mike Allen. There was a clinic, 22 minutes of how to ask the question, when are you leaving? Not one immigration question, not one question about anything other than you are too old and you need to leave. And a different poor President Biden had to answer it in 22 different ways when it was all said and done. Was that a probing interview for you, Mike?
No.
Well, Joe, I can tell you the donors that we talked to, lawmakers we talked to, say that how many questions there were, how many answers there were, they weren't sufficient. They were not satisfied with what President Biden had to say. Like Joe, the sort of stages that we've heard donors and lawmakers go through, they were sort of shocked as they watched that interview, and they were sad as it soaked in what was really going on with President Biden, who many of them have known back to his days as a senator, a chairman, a vice president, and now they're kind of mad. They feel that he is not acting on the signals he's getting. So, Joe, however bad the public conversation is for President Biden, I can tell you the behind the scenes, it's worse.
I didn't think he was that different in that interview than he has been in any of the interviews for the past year or two. That's why they should be mad at themselves, I think. The one guy who, when he said it, I knew it was true probably, Mike, was when Carville said, "That which can't continue won't." And that's a Herbstein quote. It's not a Ben Stein quote. Bueller. It's a different guy. This is a Herbstein quote. But I've always thought that, but watching it play out is painful. It's taken a while. Every day that it takes is a day that they're not talking about the insurrection or the felonies or the end of democracy as we know it. It's all about Joe Biden. And they're not going to let that continue much longer.
Yeah, that's a great point, Joe. Two things about that. One, for a long time, both Republicans and Democrats have said if this race is about Trump, he loses. If it's about Biden, he has a better chance to win. This race has been all about Biden. The Trump people have just been enjoying the week of coverage of that. And there's another time imperative here, Joe. So just a week from today, the Republican convention starts. The month after that, the Democratic convention starts. And so if Democrats are going to make a change in their nominee, and I can tell you that lots of donors that we talk to, senators, members of the House, expect that will happen. The way one top operative said it to us is every day that goes by is a disaster. That we expect that if it's not President Biden, we expect it would be Vice President Harris, and getting that in place, getting that going will take time. But the White House is playing for time. So they've announced a Thursday news conference at the end of a NATO summit, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday here in D.C. And then for next week, something that's very unusual, Joe, is they've announced the president's schedule 10 days out, which 10 days out, very unusual. The presidents could be in Texas and Nevada during the Republican convention, talking about civil rights, talking about unity in America. So the White House sending every external signal they can, full speed ahead.
Yes. I will say it's just watching it play out, Mike. The first couple of Congress, I guess it was both of them were congressmen, but they were, they are in Congress, but it wasn't like a leading, Nadler's they got now, I guess, but there's Hakeem, Speaker, has seemed relatively, or not Speaker, a minority leader, has seemed sort of open. He hasn't condemned them, nothing from Schumer or Pelosi or any of the real, and then Mark Warner. Right. So it became public. So he really, once it becomes public, he really can't continue to meet with other senators to see what to do. They're that feckless about facing the elephant in the room.
Yeah, Mike, well, the one thing I'll say is you hear people say publicly one thing, they say privately something else.
Very much so. Very much so, Becky. The way that one House Democrat said it to me is the SH will hit the fan today. So the members they were home for the 4th of July recess. So this has all been on text messages. Beginning today, for both the House and the Senate, it's in person. And that will be a very different chemistry, very different dynamic as they talk about their own races. They talk about Democrats hoping to keep the Senate, hoping to flip the House, and Democrats who are worried about the possibility that this is, for the reasons that you guys talked about at the top, giving Trump an edge, giving Trump a better chance. And so that's why things could move very quickly this week. That's why the White House is setting out those tent poles, saying, like, we're engaged, we have this important work to do. But those members who, you're right, all the leaders have been very cautious. So everybody's going to be looking for signals from them in the hours ahead.
For a while, I really thought I could feel it, that, that they were headed that way, and then, looking into the abyss of what would happen, and then seeing Vice President Harris and really coming to grips with what that would mean. What if it became clear, and I think probably a living, breathing individual, any living, breathing individual might be better for Democrats. I hate to say that, but it might be. But then again, they are going to be stuck with the realities of what a Vice President Harris is at the top of the ticket, they're going to be stuck with what that would mean. And I'm wondering when they suddenly say, oh my God, we're getting what we wish for. Are we sure we want this?
I talked to a Harris supporter who talked me through a very specific plan for her to run. So she, of course, was a prosecutor, elected DA in San Francisco, was the attorney general in my native state, California. So they would use a frame of prosecutor versus convict, Harris versus Trump. And she helps the Democratic ticket with young voters. She helps with the women voters who are swing voters. So there is a plan to show her strengths if she goes to the top of the ticket.
Exactly. I know I can see it building, and I can see how they're going to frame it and everything else. I'm just not sure whether that's going to be widely adopted among voters, whether it's a widely
Joe,
adopted.
I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say you're not the target audience.
I'm not the what? The
Target audience for that message.
For that message.
And another point they make is that with her at the top of the ticket, also Roe instantly goes to the center of the conversation,
Sneeze.
which is something that Democrats have been pushing for the way behind the scenes. The second gentleman, her husband, Doug Emhoff, has put it, is Dobbs and democracy. The Supreme Court decision.
Right. But you figure it will be her. There's no way to go around her, even with whatever they're talking about.
So Joe, that's super interesting, and that's another sign of the weakness of President Biden. Is a lot of the big donors that I've been talking to, a lot of your viewers, frankly, they're already moved ahead, and they're debating whether it's better for President Biden to endorse Vice President Harris at the top, or whether there should be some kind of a process in the race before the Democratic convention starts in Chicago on August 19th. So one idea that's out there that's been talked about at the highest levels of Congress is, could you have some regional debates, mini primaries, a term has been out there, where delegates, the Democratic delegates from the Southwest, the Northeast, the West, the Mountain West, get together and basically audition really quick the governors that would want to run, the senators that would want to run Vice President Harris. And of course, a big problem with that plan is A, there's literally no time. But B, like, how do you figure out who's on that stage?
I don't recommend they try to go around her. I really do not. And especially the high-minded Democrats, the high-minded woke Democrats. Good luck with that. But I said I'm going to buy a popcorn machine.
Axios, Vice President Harris's epic advantage for the exact reasons we're talking about.
Exactly. If they try and do that, like I said, I'm not just buying some popcorn, I'm buying a popcorn machine, because I'm going to just sit back and watch that, because they're going to eat them from the inside out. They'll eat themselves alive. Thank you, Mike. Good to see you.
Have a great week. Thank you, Joe.
You too.
All right, when we come back, a big weekend at the box office for the Minions. We will show you the early numbers for Despicable Me 4. That's next.
Eli Lilly is buying Morphic Therapeutics for $3.2 billion in cash. Morphic develops oral treatments for inflammatory bowel diseases like Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis. The deal is expected to close in the third quarter of the year. Be nice to have oral delivery for the weight loss drug.
Yeah, although there are some who have raised the questions about whether an oral delivery system would raise the risk of side effects because it has to go through the gut first, and does that either raise some of the risks or does it lower effectiveness in different things? So.
We got Gottlieb on last week.
Gottlieb.
The rare but raised risk of going blind from taking Ozempic.
Wow.
That would, for me, that would be like,
No thanks.
yeah, I think I'd just stop eating.
Look, again, this is a situation where it's a drug that's very important for people who actually really need it, but not for sort of a vanity play if you're looking to lose 10
You
pounds.
microdose it, that's what you're gonna. Everybody's
They
gonna
haven't
want
done-
it. People are doing it already. People
Yeah.
already want it. Except
it
it's
is
a
huge
needle.
off-label.
A needle might stick it in your leg. Is
Gottlieb.
ideal.
Yeah. All right, let's get to the weekend box office. Universal's Despicable Me 4 brought in $75 million during its debut weekend. If you include the July 4th holiday, the domestic total reached $122.6 million. With the overseas ticket sales, the total haul for the movie so far is nearly $230 million.
Woo!
Coming up, surprising results in the French elections over the weekend. Expected result in gridlock for the foreseeable future. We're going to talk to Richard Haas after a quick break.
now.
Now.
Overnight in France, the leftists beat the far right in the country's snap parliamentary election. Joining us right now with more on global elections, including those in the UK and Iran, is the Council on Foreign Relations President Emeritus, Richard Haas. He's a senior counselor at Centerview Partners. And Richard, let's talk this through. In some ways, it looks like Macron's bet played off to go ahead and say we're not going to have the far right one, but they took a huge number of seats, and Marine Le Pen has said they're going to be back and have far more next time around.
I mean, the good news is the far right lost. The bad news is the far left won. And for Macron, either way, it's not good. It's a real anti-incumbent vote. It's not he can't be happy with the outcome. And now he's going to have to try to rule France without a government.
And the far left has said, by the way, we're not really necessarily interested in going along with the centrist on anything.
Right. Now, the far left is an amalgam of like 4 or 5 parties. So I think what Macron's going to try to do is split them apart and get rid of the farthest of the far left. Jean-Luc Mélenchon, who's, among other things, not just crazy left, but was also just many would say, just a raging anti-Semite, truly anti-Zionist. So the question is, can Macron do it? He's got to somehow figure out how to get through this for a year, because you can't have new parliamentary elections for a year. So my guess is he's got a year to try to make something work. I'm not sure he can. And then if he can, you have new parliamentary elections a year. If that still doesn't produce a government, then I think pressure is going to grow against Macron for new presidential elections.
You immediately said anti-incumbent, and that's what I've been seeing too. The UK and France. So I've also seen people say, "Wow, the left won again," and they're comparing it to the 2022. That it was not a red wave; it wasn't even a red trickle. And so they're already comparing it that the left. You know, they thought the right was going to win, and that the idea that the right is ahead here in this country. Now they're grasping at this, saying that the left came over. On the other hand, it's anti-incumbency, which would be against.
Yeah, I think that's the much bigger theme. Also, think about the Indian elections. Prime Minister Modi didn't do nearly as well. Yeah. Think about South Africa. For the first time in post-apartheid history, the ANC didn't get a majority. So clearly that's what's out there. And again, if you're Joe Biden, if you're the Democrats, you've got to be worried. Because it's both left and right. It's just basically for change. It's against the status quo.
Yeah,
and that's
some anti-incumbency in his own party. That might be the real problem.
There is that as well.
Yeah.
The markets are a little relieved by this result because they didn't want the far left or the far right to really take over. Both of them plan to spend a lot more than Macron.
Yeah, their agendas, both sides, were pretty radical. Markets, yeah, I was surprised a little bit that the markets in France were as positive as they were. I think it's more what they avoided, more than what they have. And then the question is, can you govern? Can you really get an agenda going? And I think that's a real issue. In Britain, you've also got issues with that. I mean, the main thing is there's not a lot of money to be spent. Taxes are already high. Also in Britain, you had the interesting thing where you had an anti-incumbent Labour Party run and win without much of an agenda. In a funny sort of way, they had to be so reassuring that they couldn't have an agenda, so that as a result, they don't have much in the way of a mandate. So again, it's a little bit hard to know what they're actually going to be able to do.
When it comes to Iran, the turnout there was very high, too. The other thing is that all of these elections have seen incredibly high turnout.
Yeah, and then Iran was, that's interesting. The candidate who won was not the one who was favored by the regime. The real question there is, what power does he have? You've got, the supreme leader. You've got the IRGC, who are essentially running a lot of the foreign policy. So he might have some control.
Revolutionary Guard.
Yeah, he might have control over domestic issues. For example, he's already signaled a little bit more freedom for women, that sort of thing. He obviously would love to get out from under some of the economic sanctions, but in order to do that, you're going to have to influence Iranian foreign policy and Iranian nuclear policy. And that's what nobody knows. Will he really be able to do that? Also, very early on in his watch, you could quite possibly have the death of the supreme leader. And that would be ultimately a much more significant transition in Iran. So a lot going on there.
Ultimately, though, you think when you start looking at these elections around the globe that, for the most part, they're not going to be able to do as much. We're leading to more gridlock everywhere?
Exactly. You don't have a consensus on what needs to be. Again, you have much more consensus against what there is. Not much on where to go. That said, there are some trends in the West, Becky. Clearly, if you look at what the Brits are doing, they're looking at emulating the Biden administration, things like the CHIPS Act, the IRA. I think we've seen a change in the economic model in a lot of the West towards larger government roles, more protectionist. I think
Is there
that'll
more
continue.
protectionism, the potential for tariffs, no matter who comes up on it?
Absolutely. So I think the old paradigm has shifted, and we're just seeing a more intrusive government in many aspects of economic policy.
Most of the time, the markets like gridlock, at least here in the United States. Is there a point where if it's too gridlocked and nothing gets done for decades, it starts to create a problem?
Well, look at
Think of
this
things like
country.
immigration or
Yeah, you can't meet your basic challenges, or if you can't, in this
getting a budget together.
Hunters, that was going to be my example. I mean, just there's a thin line between gridlock, between avoiding bad things and dysfunctionality. It's almost the negative side of gridlock that you can't address either immediate or long-term challenges. So I think markets initially like it, over time grow a little bit disaffected.
Richard, thank you.
It's like the first clue, isn't it? If you got something called a supreme leader, you got probably a troublesome country, I think, for us.
Actually, the bigger signal is anytime a country has the word democratic in its title, you know it's not. Look for that.
What are the two? North Korea and Iran.
Or the People's Party, that's not
I mean, great gig if you can get it, to actually be.
As the old president for life.
Whoa, frightening. What passes for government around the world. Thanks. And we need you to figure it all out, I guess.
Then we're really in trouble.
Can you sleep?
Well, thank you.
Really? Because what are you going to do? It's like, yeah.
Thanks, Richard.
Good to see you.
It is just after 7 a.m. on the East Coast, and you are watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan. Andrew is off today. Among our top stories this morning, it is a busy week for the economy, with Fed Chair Jay Powell set to testify before the Senate and the House on Tuesday and Wednesday. That's followed by the June CPI reading on Thursday, and then we get the PPI numbers on Friday. Skydance Media and Paramount Global reaching a deal to merge. This deal, which was approved by a special committee of Paramount board members, will see Skydance buying Paramount's controlling shareholder, National Amusements. It will then merge Skydance with Paramount. And the Minions delivering fireworks at the box office this holiday season. ComScore says Despicable Me 4 brought in more than $122 million since its opening on Wednesday.
Look at the futures this morning, slightly red so far. Got the Dow down 16, NASDAQ down about 12 points or so. Let's get to Dom, too, with a look at this morning's pre-market movers. What's going on, Dom?
All right, good morning, Joe. Good morning, Becky. We're starting with the big headlines out of Dow Component Boeing. Those shares right now are just about up fractionally, about 0.5% over 10,000 shares of pre-market trading volume. The aerospace and defense giant has agreed to plead guilty to a conspiracy fraud charge linked to 2 deadly crashes involving Boeing Model 737 MAX jets. Now, under terms of the deal, Boeing has agreed to pay $243.5 million in fines, also invest at least $455 million in safety and compliance programs. It will also be subject to oversight by an independent third-party compliance monitor. That plea deal still needs the approval of a federal judge before taking effect, but still some maybe clarity there, helping Boeing shares to the upside. We're also watching shares of NVIDIA, the world's biggest computer chip company by market value, has been moving between modest gains and losses pre-market. Right now up about 0.25%, over 1 million shares of volume. A couple of analyst teams are out with price target revisions. UBS ups its target price to $150 from $120 and reiterates a buy rating. They're citing things like robust demand for NVIDIA's next-gen artificial intelligence chips. Wolf Research also ups its target to $150 from $125, citing similar themes with regard to channel checks showing strong demand for chips. So NVIDIA is up about 0.25%. And we'll cap things off with a check on shares of ServiceNow, which are lower by roughly 3%, just around 5,000 shares of volume. The provider of cloud-based corporate workflow solutions is getting downgraded by analysts at Guggenheim to a sell rating from a prior neutral. A new target price gets established at $640. That's about 21% below where it closed on Friday. They're citing, amongst other things, a delay in realizing the full benefits of their generative AI offerings until at least next year. Now, for more on those and other top analyst calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribers there get full access to detailed analysis of those analyst notes. Joe, I'll send things back over to you and Becky.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
You got it.
When we come back, Texas Governor Greg Abbott will join us to talk about Hurricane Beryl, which just hit ground in Texas earlier this morning. We'll also talk about his economic development trip to Asia and the political drama in Washington, D.C. Squawk Box will be right back.
You got this.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is on an economic development trip in Asia with members of the Texas business community. He was in Taiwan over the weekend. He's in South Korea today, and we'll wrap up in Japan. Joining us now from Seoul, Texas Governor Greg Abbott. We'll start with some issues at home, though. Governor, it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us. The hurricane Beryl expected or has hit. Kind of interesting between Galveston and Corpus Christi. And when I hear Galveston and hurricane, I can't help but think of the 8, 10, 12,000 people that died way back in 1900. But at least at this point, with satellites and everything else, we have early warning. What were the preparations this time for Beryl?
So listen, they are always extensive. Texas has probably the top division of emergency management in the country. And I just got off the phone with the chief of that division, and they had prepared days in advance with supplies, with support, with response, in a massive triangle, looking where you are on the map there, where the hurricane eye came across, stretching all the way almost over to Louisiana, then stretching up where the map just showed right there, just on the Texas side of Shreveport. Listen, there's going to continue to be a massive rain event all the way from the Gulf Coast up to northeast Texas. So we're concerned about a rain and heavy rain challenge that we're going to see in the state of Texas, as well as the winds that continue to whip through the greater Houston area and will continue a high wind event all the way up through central East Texas.
And we wish, everybody's in our thoughts, wishing for the best possible outcome we can have down there, Governor. But you are in a different part of the world right now, an economic development mission to Taiwan. And we can remember some previous time when politicians visit Taiwan, sometimes it doesn't please the mainland. I don't think you'd think about that. In fact, you might think about it, but actually enjoy it a little bit.
Well, so let me tell you what happened. Texas only has, before now, one business office in another country, and that's Mexico. This past session, the Texas legislature actually passed a law establishing an office in Taiwan because we support Taiwan both as a country but also economically. Trade is already robust between Texas and Taiwan, and what we've done over the past few days in Taiwan just strengthens that and will embolden it even more. So I met with, there's a picture of a meeting with the president of Taiwan. We entered into an economic development agreement with Taiwan, and we officially opened the Texas Economic Office in Taiwan.
Yeah, and everybody knows you don't mess with Texas. I just wonder, what kind of signal that's in. It's a very important area for technology, and we can, we're hurrying as quickly as we can to onshore a lot of that stuff. But how many years are we going to need Taiwan, and does it remaining independent? Is that part of what we need to ensure?
Well, listen, I think the globe needs it. The globe needs peace and prosperity across the entire area. Also, as you point out, as far as technology is concerned, Taiwan plays a pivotal role. TSMC is the prolific chip maker. It's just one of many companies that play such a very powerful role. That said, one thing that we found both in Taiwan and now in Korea, and that is what we'll call a nearshoring or onshoring back into the United States, and especially back into the state of Texas, especially as it concerns high-tech and semiconductors. One quick example here in Korea, and that is Samsung has developed a massive semiconductor facility in the state of Texas. Texas is the #1 semiconductor producer in the country. Here's the deal. We've met with a lot of companies in Korea now that are interested in trying to set up operations near Samsung, just outside of Austin, Texas. That's what you see happen once you have a large company establish a large presence in a state like Samsung has established in Texas.
Governor, switching gears, do you expect President Biden to last the week as the presumed presidential nominee for 2024?
That's anybody's guess. You got to ask him about it. You hear one story one day, another story another day, and it's obviously the biggest guessing game in the United States right now. But Anybody who seems to try to make a prediction seems to turn out wrong.
Who would you, if you, obviously you support President Trump, who do you think his team would rather face? President Biden, Vice President Harris, or, I don't know, take your pick, somebody else?
So I'll give you the answer that you don't want to hear, or you may not like, and that is, listen, when you look at the issues that Americans are confronting right now, and they're both concerned and angry, concerned about inflation hitting their pocketbook, and I know y'all talk about interest rates and inflation rate coming down, but listen, the average American is still paying way too much at the grocery store, paying too much for gasoline and things like that. Inflation is still taking a bite out of fellow Americans, and they need results, not rhetoric about that. And then the other main issue in the United States is illegal immigration. Not legal immigration, but illegal immigration. It's caused chaos and death in the state of Texas, in New York, and other states across the country. And so those are issues where it doesn't matter which Democrat is going to be on the ballot. They're going to be tied to those issues that will ensure that Donald Trump is going to be elected president this November.
The Journal has a piece today. What is imperative is that former President Trump, in the vice president selection, pick someone that, maybe they're implying that the Democrats made a mistake by not picking someone necessarily that's ready to be president immediately, and they're saying that that's really important. Do you know who would your pick be for President Trump?
So I'll give you an interesting observation. My memory goes back to the Eisenhower presidency all the way through the Biden presidency. Every single one of those presidents had as a vice president a former member of Congress. There's a reason for that. If you want to get your agenda passed, you got to get it through Congress, and you need somebody with the experience in Congress to make sure it can get done. There are several people on the list for vice president who qualify under that, and I think all of them would be terrific, as well as some who have not served in Congress.
And other people say a governor is more important as an executive. So I'm trying to think that not all the governors that are in the running served in Congress, did they?
Well, so no, the governors who are in consideration for this did not serve in Congress. I mean, there's maybe one governor who did, but some who did not. But listen, the reality is Donald Trump is going to have top quality candidates available for him who will help him run the office, more importantly before that, help win the election, but most importantly, serve the American people. And we are going to ensure that the concerns that average Americans are facing every day are going to be addressed. And that starts with containing inflation and instilling safety in our communities and our country and across the entire country, so that we don't have illegal immigration causing the problems that it's causing right now.
Byron Donalds, is he too far right, you think, for your taste? Some people think they got to bring it back a little bit with, I don't know, dilute the MAGA perception of a all MAGA take. Like J.D. Vance might not be great, according to some people.
Yeah. Also, on Donalds, isn't he a member of Congress from Florida?
Yes.
And so that gets into a situation where you can't have both the president and vice president.
I know. Same with Rubio, though. Same with Rubio, the senator. Yeah.
And what do you think the chances are you're going to see Rubio resign his office and create an open seat for this? I don't know.
It's just wishful thinking. I guess, maybe. I think he's pretty good. Both those guys. So we'll see. Anyway, Governor, good luck. No delay. We have delays from people that we talked to across the river in New Jersey, but not to where you are, but not to Korea. It's amazing. It's technology. Thanks a lot. We'll see you.
Good to see you, Joe.
Safe travels. Okay.
Still to come this morning, we will talk Bitcoin and technicals with Katie Stockton. And later, Corning CEO Wendell Weeks will join us in a rare and exclusive interview. His company just raised second quarter guidance. It's being driven by strong adoption of its new optical connectivity products for generative AI. These are the fiber that they need so much of, the connective fiber. That stock right now up by 7.5%, and Wendell will be sitting down with us right here on the Squawk set coming up in less than half an hour's time. Squawk Box will be right back.
now.
Let's take a look at Bitcoin. The cryptocurrency fell under 55,000 for the first time since February after Mt. Gox said it began making repayments about a decade after it collapsed into bankruptcy. Joining us now is Katie Stockton, Fairlead Strategies founder and managing partner, also a CNBC and NBC pro contributor. I don't think we've ever started with Bitcoin when we have.
Not recently, at least.
But I don't think it's necessarily starting with the tail in the dog. I mean, there are times when Bitcoin can actually be an indicator of what to expect in the NASDAQ or just the risk on trade. Yeah.
Correlations have been pretty high too recently with the NASDAQ 100 and Bitcoin. And then you start to think about them all as these risk assets, right, more broadly. But, of course, the NASDAQ just keeps going and going and going, and Bitcoin has broken some support. So the 60,000 level is what we were watching, and it's not a major support level, but it resolves a trading range to the downside that suggests that we'll see more corrective price action. Next support for Bitcoin is roughly 51,500. So still some downside from here, but still within a long-term uptrend. We're big believers of just having a small percentage of a portfolio in Bitcoin, almost regardless of the price action. We still want the long-term trend on our side, but almost as a call option to take advantage of the upside long-term.
You think 51 doesn't hold? You think the 40s is,
Well, that would suggest there's something structural sort of amiss for Bitcoin from a technical perspective. It would jeopardize that long-term uptrend to some degree. We would expect that we see oversold conditions return close to that level, though.
Well, the S&P and the NASDAQ are so NVIDIA heavy.
It's really wild.
Is that not troubling yet? It's still not troubling?
NVIDIA has consolidated recently.
Yeah, and the NASDAQ
yet
is
now,
still...
go ahead, look at Apple, look at Meta, look at Tesla last week. These are short-term breakouts, and they've driven a short-term breakout from what we call a flag pattern. Flag patterns do show positive short-term momentum. The hard part is, of course, it suggests that we're still going to see more of this narrow leadership. It's not especially narrow breadth, it's the leadership. So you're not getting outperformance anywhere else outside of these mega caps, really.
Why aren't any of these underlying things troubling for the bull, the state of the bull?
I've stopped relying on negative divergences to get bearish because they do resolve ultimately, and they would show maybe a less healthy tape, but that doesn't mean it can't sustain an uptrend. Our thought is that for the second half of this year, we'll see more volatility. The uptrend will maintain itself, but we'll see more corrective phases. And ideally, we'll see that breadth kick in. Some of the cyclical sectors will finally show some relative performance.
Do you factor in money on the sidelines for your work? Or
just more anecdotally. We don't measure it ourselves. We have conversations, of course, with our clients about it. We sense that there is still that, right? So we have people that want to put money to work, but the frustrations are running very, very high with the narrow, concentrated leadership. So people don't know what to do with that. I feel like there's a lot of opportunities out there. The overbought conditions are not that widespread considering how the major indices look. So you can look farther than the large cap technology sector and find some really interesting technical setups. Even in now the commodity related stocks, which have had a pretty good phase of underperformance of late. But now with energy, if you look at crude oil, it seems like it's pushing out of a long-term triangle formation. It might be worth revisiting some of those stocks. Even some of the materials stocks, copper started to show some signs of downside exhaustion too.
And just the NASDAQ just blows me. Do you remember when we built?
Yes,
we built
the new building in Inglewood Cliffs,
we spent
moving
lots
from
of money
Fort
on that.
Lee, and it was supposed to be the NASDAQ.
We call it the
Nice
NASDAQ. We call it the NASDAQ 5,000
5,000.
building because we were at 3,000 or 2,500 on
Right.
the NASDAQ, and like we built it at the top, and it was the NASDAQ.
Look at the
The NASDAQ is at 18. The NASDAQ's at 18,000.
Isn't that wild? Yeah, it's really remarkable. We can arrive at from these flag patterns pretty impressive upside targets. That all said, for the S&P 500, I don't remember the number for the NASDAQ, but it's about 57, 55, which, listen, we want to be on the right side of these trends, whether it's narrow or not, and the market is telling us it can still go higher.
Yeah, and the pandemic wasn't that long ago. I still got mass lying around like in my glove
Find
box
some
and stuff.
symptoms too.
Time to talk.
I found an old bag that had them. I was like, what?
The S&P, I got like tests. The S&P was 2,300.
Isn't that wild?
2,300.
It feels like
And
a
hell was
history.
coming, according to some people. As
Big-
they were
big
covering,
buying
as
opportunity,
they were covering
right?
their shorts. Yeah, all right, Katie, thank you.
Of course.
When we come back, President Biden doubling down on staying in the presidential race despite a number of Democrats calling for him to step aside. The latest from Washington and reaction from former Senator Judd Gregg will be next. Squawk Box will be right back.
Download the app.
As President Biden fights for his political future, members of Congress are returning to Capitol Hill as Democrats weigh whether Biden should stay in the race. Emily Wilkins joins us right now with more. And Emily, we've heard that there is going to be much more direct talk at this point with Congress back in town.
Absolutely, Becky. I mean, more Democrats called for Biden to step down over the weekend, and we are expecting even more Democrats to raise concerns publicly once Congress gets back into town this evening, and then they actually have some of their first meetings tomorrow. So now we have 5 Democrats that have now publicly said that Biden should step down. They include Angie Craig, a House Democrat facing a difficult re-election, who said in a statement that she no longer believes that Biden can effectively campaign against Trump. She said that there's simply too much at stake to risk a second Donald Trump presidency. That's why I respectfully call on President Biden to step aside as the Democratic nominee for a second term as president and allow for a new generation of leaders to step forward. Now, during a call with House Democratic leaders last night, at least 4 of the top Democrats on committees said they wanted to see Biden step down, according to NBC. Congressman Adam Schiff, who is running for the California Senate seat, told Meet the Press that there are concerns with the impact that Biden could have on down-ballot races if he doesn't perform well.
At present, our down-ballot candidates in the Senate and House are doing well. They're all ahead. They are running well ahead of the president. But you can only run so far ahead of the president.
Many members and staffers I've spoken with said they have deep concerns about Biden's ability to continue in the race, but most have been waiting for this week when lawmakers will finally be able to discuss the issue in person. Congress returns to D.C. after July 4th recess this evening. And Becky, they're also keeping an eye out for how Biden's going to do in NATO. They're keeping an eye out for poll numbers. So I think a lot of them, they have these concerns, but they're still waiting for more information before making a final decision.
Emily, thank you. Joining us right now with more on the party's next step is former Republican Senator and former New Hampshire Governor Judd Gregg. And Judd, welcome. Thank you very much. You sent Joe and I a note last week and talked a little bit about how these things work. You've seen it happen before. You were a close confidant and you worked with Senate Majority Leader Trent Lott. How do these things usually come about? What's happening behind the scenes just from your years of political experience?
Well, this is one of the most extraordinary periods we've experienced in our structure as a country and a constitutional democracy. You're about to see the President of the United States, who is the nominee of the Democratic Party, be asked to step aside. And that's going to happen. Why is it going to happen? Well, it's going to happen because of fear. Fear of losing the presidency, the House, and the Senate. The Democrats do not want to have that happen. They see it happening if Joe Biden is the nominee, because you've got 70% of the American people, more than 70% of the American people now, saying he shouldn't be president because he's frail, to be quite blunt. And you only need 51% to win an election. So Donald Trump is in a unique position. If he remains quiet, as he has, he's going to be probably the only one who wants to keep Biden on the ticket. And it happens very quickly. That was my experience. I was stunned by how quickly it happened with Senator Lott, who was a great guy, good friend. But once the critical mass is reached, once you have that momentum where you've got a lot of people who are senior in your party saying, this isn't going to work, and our party needs to adjust, or else we're going to take a terrible defeat. And remember, you're talking about in the House, everybody's personal election, which is their own personal experience, which really creates fear, then action occurs. And I think that's going to happen fairly quickly.
Senator Adam Schiff is welcome, Congressman, as a senator, but Joe Biden's not welcome. That's the state of the current Democratic Party, Joe. Where's Mrs. Gregg? You sent me that note, and I said, put Mrs. Gregg on the email chain, please. That rhino Judd Gregg out of here. You're trying to railroad poor Joe Biden out of here.
He's trying to speak what he's seen before.
Well, sometimes you can't speak what you actually feel or mean, Judd.
Well, let me tell you what Kathy Gregg says. She says that Jill Biden should say to Joe, "Time to go home."
She says he's got to go too.
The interesting thing is you're talking about somebody
he
who
won
is
all
running.
those delegates. They knew him. What? They didn't know. They didn't know the debate. Of course they knew. Well, he won them all fair and square. He won them all fair and square.
The last election he was able to run by staying in his cellar because of COVID. Now he's not able to hide. And the more he goes out, the more it becomes apparent. I mean, the interview with Stephanopoulos, which should have been a home run for him, was really quite more than weak. It showed a frailty, a mental and physical frailty. And that you can't have a president who's going to be 82, 83, 84, 85, and 86. I mean, the common sense of American people is extraordinary, and they see that, and they understand that. And the Democratic Party understands it now. And what they fear is loss. And they don't want to lose the White House, the House, and the Senate. And so something will happen here, and in the end, people...
Judd, the reason I wanted to have you on is because, for the most part, everybody you talk to is saying one thing privately, and then they'll say something else on television. You're not afraid to speak. You're not in the race right now. You're from a different party.
Republican.
So you can speak pretty clearly about what's happening from your own experience right now. What's happening behind the scenes? How quickly do you think something gets decided? Because it may not matter at this point if he steps down. The ability to decide on someone else, is that going to be Vice President Kamala Harris? Is it going to be somebody else? It seems like it's awfully late in the process for any of it.
It is extremely late, and every day it becomes exponentially more difficult. What I think will happen is that senior leadership, not committee chairman, but senior leadership, Pelosi, Jeffries, and maybe even Schumer, although I don't know, will go to him and say, game's up, you've got to step aside. And at that point, he may or may not agree, but at some point he'll have to agree. And when that happens, I think it's fairly clear that Kamala Harris will be the nominee. Who she picks for vice president is going to be a critical decision. Actually, who Trump picks for vice president is going to be a critical decision. This will be one of the first elections I can remember where the two vice presidential candidates are going to be really important to how people view the nominee. But in the end, Kamala Harris will be the nominee, and it'll be an election between Harris and Trump.
Dealbook has a new piece that says some major donors are debating Biden's futures. How big of a role do the donors play in this? Somebody pointed out that we keep using donor class, which is pretty obnoxious. How big of a say do they have?
Some of them have a very big say, but not many. The people who have the real say are the people who are either up for election or whose position in the government is going to be directly threatened by having an annihilation of the Democratic Party, which is what will occur if Biden is at the top of the ticket, in my opinion, in November. And those are the folks who are fearful, and they're getting more and more fearful. And people like Pelosi and Jeffries and Schumer are going to start hearing very aggressively from the people that they represent in their houses that we got to do something, we got to do it fast. And that's why I will be surprised if something doesn't happen by the end of the week.
Wow. John, thank you. And again, thank you for saying what lots of other people are saying but won't say on air. We always appreciate your candor.
Thank you for covering me.
It's the Democrats that
Very good people do.
Yeah, but most of the Republicans won't say it either.
Well, that's because they want Biden.
They want Biden. Exactly.
I know. Well, and that's why I'm surprised Mrs. Gray went that way.
This is what
Judd. I thought we could count on her. You should have a united front. Joe already won all the delegates. I mean, it's not fair. You're pulling the rug right out from under him. It's not fair.
Is this why you hear?
Position.
Is this why you hear, though, that the president is being, not taking a lot of calls? They don't want him hearing some of these things necessarily.
Well, I think he hears it. I think he probably understands it completely. But the president of the United States, he got a certain amount of hubris. The simple fact is, he does not want to depart. But in this business, when your time's up, your time's up, and it's pretty much it's as Franklin Roosevelt said, if you want a friend in Washington, get a dog. That's the way this is coming down.
Yeah, that business and many others too. Doug Gregg, thank you, Senator.
You only have 3 dogs. Did I need
3 friends? I got a cat. I'm out of luck. When we come back, Goldman Sachs Vice Chair and former Dallas Fed President Robert Kaplan will join us. Squawk will be right back.
Now.
Big week for inflation data. Let's bring in Rob Kaplan, former Dallas Fed president and a current vice chairman at Goldman Sachs. Will we get to 2 soon? Is that really doable in their favored way of looking at a PCE?
It's going to be slow to get from 3 to 2, and the issue will be services. Economy is cooling. We're moving in that direction, but I think the last mile will be more challenging, and there's a few reasons for that. Globalization has become deglobalization. We've got substantial fiscal spending and deficits that are actually still stimulating the economy. You've got a number of other issues. So I think the challenge for the Fed is this last bit will be slower, and they're very aware of that, I think.
But the jobs market at this point, which is maybe starting to show some signs of weakening, are we close enough there? And can the Fed say we're on our way to 2, so we're in a position where we can ease a little?
I think if I were sitting in my former seat, I'd be getting ready to cut the rates in September. I wouldn't make any commitments between now and then, but I think they're positioning to cut rates in September, and they'll take it then one meeting at a time. But there's enough cross currents that I think the smart thing to do is be short on prognostications and long on risk management, and I think risk management will dictate a rate cut in September.
And you wouldn't have a problem with that. It's not moving the goalposts per se of inflation.
I think as long as they see continued progress, I think you've seen enough cooling in the economy that I think they could justify a cut in September. But again, they'll wait right up until game time to make that decision.
For us to be able to afford the debt service on the national debt, what do we want? Do we want lower rates because it's easier to pay, or do we want a stronger economy for tax revenue?
I mean, I think the challenge looking beyond the next few months is in an aging society that's highly leveraged, where interest expense is going to be $1 trillion next year, we've got to find ways to grow faster with lower costs. So what are examples of ways to grow faster? Legal immigration reform. Maybe a regulatory review, cost-benefit analysis across the economy that looks at ways to unleash more growth and still have strong enough regulation. I think this trend toward deglobalization and tariffs probably is going in the wrong direction, and I would guess there's going to be more review of appropriate trade policy. And then this fiscal spending probably it's creating growth, but is it organic growth or it is a little bit more artificial? I think we've got to get back to ways to grow the workforce and improve productivity, and that's still the most important issue for managing the debt.
If we all got along in this world, we'd still have some offshoring, wouldn't we?
Yes. There are examples of things that are done for lower costs around the world that strategically are not that important for us to do, and trade is a strategic asset. And one of the big issues that's a sensitive one is we're building 20 or 25 battery plants in the United States where China makes those lithium batteries for a third to half the cost. We're building them. We're creating several 100,000 jobs related to those, but will they be globally competitive without tariffs? Or will the next generation leapfrog those? Those are the kinds of issues we're going to probably have to come to grips with.
Like the onshoring, which we all want. We want the jobs here, but that almost paves the way for tariffs, which are inflationary.
Yeah, we're going to have to find ways to create more organic growth, sustainable
AI,
organic growth.
Don't worry about it. AI is going to do all that.
And so even on AI, we're going to have to improve early childhood literacy, secondary education, skills training to allow people to make the shift. If your job gets eliminated because of AI, the economy benefits if your next job, you continue to improve your productivity. So there's got to be more focus on education. And so these longer term structural issues aren't as exciting as talking about the Fed funds rate, but they're essential.
Robert Kaplan, thank you.
Good to talk. You
live in Texas, though, right?
I do.
Oh, my exes live in Texas. Where in Texas? I don't know.
In Dallas.
In Dallas.
Yes.
Okay. We're thinking about Texas, but I think it's category 1 at this point, right?
It'll dissipate by the time it gets inland, but yeah, it's strong on the along the.
I just hear Galveston.
Houston.
Yeah.
I just can't, remember that as many as 12,000 people died, and they had no idea. In 1900, it was like, whoa,
Didn't know it was coming.
It's cloudy out
Cuba
there.
did. Cuba's weather service knew.
Right.
So as you heard from the governor, Texas is well prepared for this and been through this many times before, and I think they'll manage this well.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, good to talk to you.
When we come back, Corning CEO Wendell Weeks on the company's updated guidance and the global economy. Raising guidance that stock up sharply. We'll talk all about it when Squawk Box comes right back.
You got this.
Coming up, Corning CEO Wendell Weeks joins us. Then later, How to Build a Happy Life podcast host and AEI President Emeritus Arthur Brooks is our special guest. His take on the future of the president's political career and much more. We'll be right back.
now.
Welcome back, everybody. Materials supplier Corning raising its second quarter guidance this morning. It now says it's expecting core sales of $3.6 billion. That compares to a previous guidance of $3.4 billion. It's also expecting core EPS at the high end or slightly above management's guided range of 42 to 46 cents. And it's largely driven by acceleration in AI. Joining us right now to explain is Wendell Weeks. He's the chairman and CEO of Corning. And Wendell, thank you for coming in.
Always a pleasure, Becky.
So this is big news, and you can see the stock up by more than 7% this morning. In fact, if it opens here, it'll be the highest level that we've seen Corning shares in close to 2.5 years. What's happening in AI? Because I'm not sure everyone understands the connection between Corning Glass and AI.
So generative AI needs a second back-end network in data centers. And in this network, each GPU is connected to every other GPU in the cluster. This creates the so-called neural network that you hear about. It happens to be that requires about 10 times the number of fiber connections in this network versus a traditional data center.
Because AI needs so much more computing power, so many more processes that have to take
And
place.
most importantly, so many more connections, because that's how you create the neural network. Each GPU is connected to each other, all with fiber. And so this not only creates more volume for us, which is great, but it also creates the opportunity for more innovation, because we're seeking to fit 10 times the amount of connections in the same space. And that's what we've done. We've invented new fibers, new cables, new connectors, and new custom integrated optical solutions to dramatically reduce installation costs, reduce overall time, reduce space, and reduce carbon footprint. And it is the rapid adoption of these new innovations that drove our outperformance.
Who do you work with? You work with the data centers, you work with NVIDIA. How do you kind of have those customer connections?
So all of the above depends on the time frame. The major cloud operators and data center operators, of course, but also other major players in the ecosystem, because we're the connectivity that brings the hardware to life.
What have you seen that led you to raise guidance? What's happening specifically?
Well, we put together a plan we call our springboard plan, which shows that we have both cyclical and secular trends converging that should add around $3 billion in annualized sales within the next 3 years to Corning. Because we already have the production capacity in place and the technical capabilities, and those costs are already in our financials, we should generate really powerful profit and cash flow on that revenue growth. This springboard plan is happening as we speak. Quarter one was our low, and our preliminary guidance and our preliminary update shows our revenue growing 10% and our EPS growing more than 20% sequentially. So we're off to a terrific start.
How much of that is AI? How much of that is other cyclical issues?
Well, AI drove the outperformance. We're also seeing strong secular trends in our other market access platforms, be it in other pieces of optical communications, in display, in
Gorilla
auto,
Glass. Yeah,
right,
things
and the like.
So a strong global economy that took off. Last year was a rougher year for Corning, and part of that was, I believe, the supply chain issues that had caught up. Explain what was happening then and what has since changed.
Well, our revenues were down because our markets were down. Our markets were down largely because of supply chain corrections, different behavior sets driven by the pandemic, as well as macroeconomic factors. And what we're seeing now is we're seeing a beginning of a reversal of those cyclical trends. But more important for us are the secular trends. We don't count on people buying more stuff. We count on people buying more Corning in the products they buy. Auto's a great example. Since 2017, the amount of vehicles being sold in the auto market are down about 5%. Our revenues are up 70% as car companies adopt our new innovations to help support cars that are more connected, that are cleaner, that are more autonomous.
What about things like we can try and read into, let's say, iPhone sales with Gorilla Glass?
So the overall phone market has been relatively flattish over the last few years. Of course, generative AI offers the opportunity to cause a significant refresh cycle in hardware. That's how we'll all interface one way or the other with generative AI. So we would expect that to come back.
What's the biggest challenge you face right now, Wendell?
For us right now, it has been that we were patiently investing, for instance, almost 4 years in these new generative AI products. And when the macroeconomics aren't great, it always is harder to sustain that commitment. And so that's what we've done. So it's delightful to be here today and actually see when innovations work out.
And you expect that this is going to be 3 years in the make? You're 1 year into a 3-year plan?
Yes, we're sort of 1 quarter into a 3-year plan, and we expect our strength to only grow.
Well, the stock today up by 7.3%. Wendell, I know you don't speak very frequently, but we appreciate your coming into Squawk Box today and spending some time with us.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
It is just after 8 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. The futures right now have been improving a little bit, still small moves, but at least the Dow Jones and NASDAQ are now indicated higher. Let's get to Mike Santoli with a look at the markets. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Joe. Yeah, we're hovering right near the highs. Last week, you know, the market kind of lived up to the reputation of the early part of July being pretty strong, at least at the index level. We got some round numbers. 5,500 were surmounted on the S&P 500, as well as 20,000 in the NASDAQ 100, which I look at pretty closely as well. You know, the market keeps out racing the consensus to some degree. The sell side either is raising targets or kind of surrendering to the index in various numbers. But the median year-end target is still right around here, 5,600 by Wall Street. So it's not as if people have tremendously bullish expectations at the moment, although arguably you've kind of built in a pretty optimistic scenario at the index level, again, for the growth stocks as well as a potential soft landing. Take a look here at the way the S&P has outpaced not just the rest of the world, but also the average S&P 500 stock. I find it interesting that the equal-weighted S&P looks exactly like the all-country world index, excluding the United States indexes. So basically, the median stock around the world looks very similar over the last year. And of course, it's the secular growth part of the U.S. market that has accounted for a tremendous amount of upside and wealth creation. On the bond market side, obviously, we had the inflation numbers coming following that somewhat softish under the surface jobs report on Friday. And it looks like the 10-year yield, I mean, has kind of rolled over once again. A series of kind of lower highs that you see out there. 4.3% is a level we were at, you know, last August and didn't really present that much of an issue. So obviously this is also registering some of the downside surprises in the economic numbers we've seen in recent weeks, but also solidifying expectations that the Fed might find some clearance to start cutting pretty soon, guys.
All right, Mike, thanks for more on the markets and this week's key inflation data. We're joined by Ed Yardeni, who's president of Yardeni Research. Ed, it's good to see you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Ed, just overall, looking at 30,000 feet, seems like the labor market might be starting to ease a little bit, which would be probably friendly for the Fed's proposed action. Inflation also under control. How are you feeling? Sanguine about all these things?
I am actually. I kind of view what's going on in the labor market as normalization. I think everybody's looking at the data and saying it's getting weaker. It's only getting weaker relative to some of the pandemic-related data points that we had a year or two ago. The fact of the matter is most of the indicators suggest that we're back to a fairly normal labor market where jobs increased by 150 to 200,000 per month. Wages continue to go up, beat consumer price inflation, and the consumer has the purchasing power to continue to spend, which is what drives the economy.
Any eyebrows raised for you when you see the NASDAQ just almost, it looks like a stilt almost, and not necessarily seeing that across the board? Any trouble signs there?
Well, we've both been doing this for a while, and I think we both lived through the 1990s experience. So there's a bit of deja vu all over again when we look at the market and compare it to what happened in the late 1990s. I think the way I would describe things is we're in a slow motion melt-up. The market just, for the past few weeks, has just continued to march higher to new record highs, and it's done it on disappointing economic indicators because I think investors have concluded that let's not worry too much about the economy slowing or even a recession, because if that were to even become a significant risk, the Fed will move pretty quickly to lower interest rates. I don't think the Fed needs to lower interest rates, but the Fed looks like they're ready to lower them if necessary.
In terms, I think we're going to get earnings starting at the end of this week, and then we'll be, immersed for the next couple of weeks. What do you have an S&P earnings estimate for the next 12 months or so? And what type of multiple would you need to get where we are in the S&P?
Yeah, I think we're going to do $250 a share this year. That's up from $225 a share last year. I think next year we're going to do $270 a share, then $300 a share. By the end of the decade, I think we could be looking at $400 a share. Look, I think Becky just did a really excellent interview with the head there of Corning, and that just demonstrated that the AI story is legitimate. There's a lot of companies that are benefiting from AI. Not all of it's going to turn out to be as magic as being touted, but a lot of it will in fact be so. And I'm looking in during the second quarter for a lot of companies to give us some specific examples of how AI is starting to make a difference in their productivity and cost cutting.
All that said, Ed, do you spend any time losing sleep over how much money we owe, the federal government owes at this point?
I worry about it during the day. At night, I tend to sleep pretty well.
You get melatonin?
Look, we've been doing, again, you and I have been doing it for a while, and anybody who's been doing it for a while can recall that the deficit issue has been a day of reckoning issue for a very long time, and the day of reckoning just keeps getting postponed. So I'm still in that camp that it's a problem. I tend to be an optimist, but I can't put lipstick on that pig. And I guess my thinking is that the day of reckoning will come, and when the day of reckoning does come, there will be a political solution. It's a man and woman made problem. It's not as though we can't at some point come up with a program that over a 10-year period reduces outlays, or the growth rate of outlays relative to taxation, and that taxation has increased somewhat. But for now, Janet Yellen's figured out a very simple way to calm the bond vigilantes down, and that is anytime they worry about too much supply of bonds and notes, she just says, okay, so we'll do more of it in bills, and that calms the bond market down. In addition, the inflation numbers have been great, and I think they're coming down to 2% here pretty quickly, and that too, I think, will placate the bond market.
Yeah, I think we need higher inflation to make the future debt payments less.
That's a really interesting point. They just keep doing more in bills when they can't get the notes.
Right.
That's right.
We've been doing that for a while. Yeah. That's right. All right, Ed Yardeni, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
When we come back, the American Enterprise Institute's Arthur Brooks joins us on the state of the presidential race. But next, a new chapter for one of Hollywood's oldest studios. We will bring you the very latest on the drama surrounding Paramount. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC. The future of Paramount Global is finally settled. We think it is merging with Skydance. That's the word today. Julia Borston joins us with all the details. Hi, Julia.
Well, Becky, the deal is finally done. Paramount Global's special committee of the board of directors announcing late last night that it has unanimously approved a two-part deal in which Skydance Media will acquire National Amusements. Then subsequently, Skydance and Paramount Global will merge into what they're calling New Paramount. Now, as we previously reported, the Ellison family and Redbird Capital Partners will invest roughly $7 billion to acquire controlling shareholder National Amusements. Class A stockholders, including Sherry Redstone, will receive $23 per share in cash stock election, while Class B stockholders will receive $15 per share. And Skydance will invest over $1 billion in the new combined business. The new chairman and CEO of the combined company will be David Ellison, and Jeff Shell, formerly CEO of NBC Universal, will be its president. Skydance saying in its release that the new company will be positioned to improve profitability. That is a nod to its recent struggles, especially as it works to drive profitability in streaming. And in a letter from Sherry Redstone to Paramount employees, Redstone notes that the deal is expected to be completed in the first half of 2025, and that Paramount's current 3 CEO structure, or the co-CEOs, will remain in place until then. Now, this agreement includes a 45-day go shop period in which Paramount's board's special committee can solicit alternative proposals. But given the fact that less than a month ago the board rejected the Skydance deal and drew interest from Barry Diller and others, the deal has effectively already been shopped around at least a bit. Now, the company is hosting an investor presentation at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. That's in about 15 minutes. So I will be listening in for more details. Becky?
So, Julia, the idea here was that what happened were 2 key things. First of all, they raised the price for National Amusements a bit so the Redstone family gets a little more money. Second of all, they agreed to legal considerations. What's that mean? If there are shareholder lawsuits that follow, that a lot of people think will come, that all of that goes to Skydance, all of the risk on that?
Yeah, so effectively, this was a key thing that happened last week that enabled this deal to be finally closed after much back and forth, really since the beginning of this year. And one thing that Skydance and Redbird agreed to do, in addition to making sure that Sherry Redstone was paid a little bit more than the revised deal, the prior deal that she had rejected, was saying that they will cover the shareholder liability for the lawsuits. I believe it's $100 million. And there is a lot of concern about shareholder lawsuits, and there have been multiple steps taken to try to mitigate that. One was about a month and a half ago, Skydance and Redbird sort of sweetened the deal for Class B shareholders, and then most recently, the reassurance to Sherry Redstone that they would cover those legal costs.
You mentioned that it's already been shopped around a lot. That's probably why they were able to get them to sweeten the deal to some extent. But 45 days, I guess that's tells everybody, put up your best offer or else.
Yeah, look, the go shop, this go shop period is very common. This is something that's typically done for these kinds of deals. What's happened up until now, I would say, is maybe a little less common in that, it was several months ago that Apollo and Sony were looking at a potential offer and were interested in the Paramount Global assets and perhaps splitting them up. Then there was, of course, interest from various other billionaires, and then more recently from IAC and Barry Diller. So it's not like this is a deal that hasn't been out there and that people have already been looking at, but now this is the official go shop period where the question is, could any of those other offers best this specific deal that now we have all the terms for?
Okay, Julia, thank you. Great to see you.
Coming up, a top name from CoinDesk helps us make sense of the renewed volatility in crypto. But next, should investors expect Tesla to keep running hot after a monster week for the stock? Bernstein's Tony Sacconaghi will join us on that. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. The EU's sweeping tech regulations have only been in full effect for a few months, but many of the largest tech companies are already in regulators' crosshairs. We keep hearing different company every day, Steve.
Yeah, it's just this cascade of litigation and warnings coming at these. And look, these laws are called the Digital Markets and Digital Services Act, and they were designed basically to target the biggest companies in the world and do things like forcing Apple to allow third-party app stores or stricter content moderation guidelines for social media companies like Meta. And even though these companies have had years to figure out how to comply, well, the European Commission, which is enforcing these laws, says they're not doing enough, and violators, by the way, risk being fined up to 10% of global annual sales if they don't make the changes the EC's asking for. And right from the start, when these laws went into effect, the EC started investigating companies on compliance, and Apple seems to be getting the most scrutiny. There's been a flurry of pushback, though, from the EC in recent weeks. Just last month, Commission told Apple preliminary findings show Apple is violating part of the DMA that forces Apple to let apps work outside the App Store payment system. And on top of that, they're opening up a new inquiry into extra fees they are charging apps outside of the App Store. Meantime, Meta got a similar warning last week. The Commission said Meta's plan to charge users to avoid being tracked for advertising also violates the DMA. And then just on Friday, the EC asked Amazon for more information on its compliance with the DSA and how it recommends products on its platform. By the way, the DSA says companies like Amazon or Google can't favor their own products over third parties. And finally, we heard this on Friday. X is expected to get a formal notice soon that it's been violating content moderation rules under the DSA. That was according to a Bloomberg report. And look, it doesn't stop with these two big laws separate from the DMA and DSA. In late June, the EC told Microsoft it was being, quote, abusive by bundling the Teams app with other productivity apps it sells like Outlook and Word. And then Reuters reported just last week, French regulators are preparing to charge NVIDIA for antitrust violations related to the chips it makes for graphics processing and, of course, all that AI training. And when it comes to the next wave of tech, these rules are already having a chilling effect. Both Apple and Meta have said they're withholding launches of AI products until they're confident they can comply with the new laws, guys.
This drives me crazy.
I know. No, I just saw something earlier today, and I was just looking forward to see where it was, but how there's a difference. There's statism over there, and there's innovation, which is here. But you know what? You don't really need innovation if you can sort of just...
That's one of the biggest criticisms of these laws is here's the EU is behind in protecting companies like Spotify, for example, and maybe even Epic Games, at the expense of the biggest, most profitable companies in the United States.
Why develop your own tech industry if you can just glom on and just...
But keep in mind, these are not new ideas, Joe. In fact, I mean, we haven't passed here in the United States similar legislation or anything even coming close to that. There's some antitrust cases working their way through the DOJ and FTC, but these ideas are not unique. It's just that the EU did it.
Like, you're going to do something and complain about fees here or there that add up, and you're worried about the competition on it. If you're really worried about something, why don't you do something about protecting children online? Nobody's doing that. If you're going to, like, you're not going to do anything to lift a finger to protect children online, but you're going to go after ridiculously stupid stuff like this and say that they're being abusive by bundling
Teams with Word.
You've got to be kidding.
And Becky, I agree. And that's not just a criticism for the EU. That's a criticism for our lawmakers
here
all
too.
The
wrong stuff.
We can't even pass protecting little girls online from feeling suicidal, and yet we talk so much about
little boys and little girls from adult predators.
That's also a problem.
We don't care about anything that actually matters. We care about the stupid stuff that only hurts innovation.
And by the way, the tech companies have very little incentive to do anything about it. We've seen that over and over again of the decisions they made behind the scenes not to make the changes to protect them. By the way, you know what Meta says now about the protection and stuff? They say that's Apple's problem and Google's problem. They run the app stores. We just run Instagram. We can't really do this ourselves. We need legislation.
Instagram's the biggest problem with teen girls feeling bad.
And then they ask for legislation. Every time legislation comes up, they try to water it down or kill it. So I don't take them seriously on that either. But this is a whole other thing. This is very real going on in the EU. And it's forcing Apple, which has been able to resist changes like this for so long. They're actually, just on Friday, Becky, Epic Games, the Fortnite company, they were trying to get their app store in the EU. They were denied twice for something kind of minor and petty, like their buttons look too similar to the buttons in the app store. And usually Apple would just block them and take that. Epic Games went public and Apple reversed course right away. So it is kind of forcing some changes from Apple. Whether or not you think that's right or appropriate is up for debate, but it is making Apple change its tune and these other companies, because in Apple's case, they could have $40 billion or
At
more.
least Apple protects my privacy.
That's the way a lot of people look at it too. But you know, this affects Google, this affects Amazon, this affects Meta. X any day now is going to get that warning. So it's really hitting all these companies hard.
All right, thank you, Mr. GQ.
Mr. GQ.
Well, I mean, every day it's another. You've never worn the same thing twice.
Oh, of course I have. You just don't
Yeah.
notice.
I notice. Who notices more than me?
That's true. You comment almost every day I'm here.
I certainly do.
Yeah.
I certainly do.
But GQ, I'll take that.
Yeah, Mr. GQ.
It's the first time anyone's ever said that to me. I love that.
Now that kind of makes me sad. No one's
Why?
ever said that to you, Steve?
Mr. GQ?
Your whole life never.
I'm not a fashionable person until they started dressing me. That's part of my job.
Yeah, okay.
I just do whatever they
It
tell me to
works.
wear.
It works. Thanks, Steve. All right, we're going to get into big tech with our next guest, but let's start with Tesla. Shares shot up by 27% last week and wiped out losses for all of 2024. Our next guest, though, said in a recent note that he expects Tesla to face many of the same challenges next year that it's facing right now, and just with more competition. Joining us right now is Tony Sacconaghi. He is Bernstein's senior research analyst. He actually rates Tesla underperform with a $120 per share price target. Tony, I'm looking at it. Tesla is almost at 150 or 250. That is so far above your price target. What do you do at this point?
Good morning, Becky. Look, Tesla's had a great run, as you mentioned, up, I think, 25% in the last week, almost 40% in the last couple of weeks. It's clearly riding momentum of better than feared results, but this is a company whose deliveries were down 5% this quarter. They were down 9% last quarter. It's trading at 125 times earnings. There's anticipation that things may get a little better, but they're still not good. And there's anticipation about a robo-taxi event in early August. And so we could continue to see some momentum in the stock, but this is meme-like, quite frankly. The valuation is disconnected from the fundamentals. The company was supposed to earn $7 in earnings this year. Consensus estimates are now $2, and the stock price is really not that different. And it's really about enthusiasm that things may get better and that Tesla may say something really exciting at its robo-taxi announcement. But at the end of the day, stocks get measured on cash flows and future cash flows, and we just see a disconnect between what that earnings and cash flow power is and the company's current share price.
Tony, I hear your point, but that is the same argument that the shorts have been making against Tesla for a very, very long time, to their great dismay. I just wonder, do you keep your $120 price target, or is there a point where you have to say, okay, forget it, we're back to earlier valuations of Tesla, and I'm not going to stick to it, or do you?
Well, look, I mean, of course, any investor has to be open-minded about what a company may or may not do. And so if we did see a path where Tesla could be a leader in autonomous vehicles, or Tesla could build a very sizable business of building humanoid robots, of course, we would have to adjust our outlook and our future estimates and accordingly our price target. But at this point, we don't see that. We believe that autonomy is a ways out, and we don't believe that Tesla will uniquely solve that problem. Waymo has been working at this. They've been doing trials since 2012 on self-driving. Tesla has not done any public trials. Not to say that Tesla won't do well in full self-driving. It's just not something that it necessarily will be able to exclusively do, and you have to almost believe that to get to the types of valuations that Tesla stock is currently trading at.
All right, let's shift gears and talk about Apple. We just heard, I'm guessing you heard the report that we just went through about what the EU is doing, focusing on some of these big companies, and Apple in particular. Does it worry you about the EU's influence on this? What do you think of the big run that we've seen in Apple shares over the last several months? And I should point out, you were right on that. You did have an upgrade in late April when the stock was at 170. It's now at 227. So what do you think happens from here?
Yeah, so look, regulation has been a threat to Apple for the last several years, both in the US and in Europe. The DMA ruling is really around the App Store. The App Store in Europe is less than 0.5% of Apple's total revenues. And so even if regulation did force Apple to make concessions and that business was compromised, it's pretty immaterial. But I do think Apple has a very strong consumer value proposition. Becky, I think you were talking about that earlier. Consumers enjoy the App Store. It's easy to use. Apple, makes sure every app is approved and there's no pornography or anything else that's inappropriate in the App Store. And so I do think Apple does a really good job, and ultimately any legislation is not likely to either be material in terms of the size of that business, and I think it's going to take a long time to play out. I think in terms of the stock, investor sentiment has shifted. Apple was perceived potentially as being a laggard in AI. I think the belief now is Apple can be a leader in AI. We think earnings next year could be close to $8. At 30 or 32 times, you see a stock price at 240 or 250. We certainly think that's achievable.
Okay. Tony Sacconaghi. Tony, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Becky.
When we come back, the American Enterprise Institute's Arthur Brooks joins us for an extended conversation on the state of the presidential race and how it's got the American public feeling. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC. Nearly a dozen Democrats in Congress have now called on President Biden to reconsider his bid for re-election. But the president has vowed to fight on. Joining us right now to talk about leadership, the oftentimes difficult act of giving up the reins, is Arthur Brooks. He is American Enterprise Institute's president emeritus and a professor at Harvard. And Arthur, watching all of this, what are the lessons you're kind of taking away?
Well, I mean, obviously, it was pretty disturbing what we saw last week, and a lot of people are questioning President Biden's capacity to lead for another 4 years. But beyond that, what he's doing is acting incredibly defensively toward the people who care about him the most. And this brings up an important point for pretty much everybody who watches Squawk Box. Leaders watch this program, and the question is, are you writing the end to your own story? I mean, leaders have to do this. If you want to be remembered in a good way and leave your organization in a good place, you can't just write your story as you go along and hope it ends well. You have to write the end to your own book as well. What is the end of your career? Plan it out. If you don't, it's going to be some form of what we've been seeing in politics for the past 2 weeks.
You know, you say the people who care about him most, but his wife, his family, they're standing around him and saying, yes, we want him to continue running. At least that's the narrative we've heard.
Who knows what's really going on? I mean, it's one of the things that we know right now is that you can have an administration that's insulating itself to such an extent that not even the media, let alone the American public, know what's going on. By the way, that's very disturbing. This is of great national importance to all of us, and the fact that we didn't know any of this suggests to us that that the government is willing to gaslight us to a very large extent. So who knows what the interior conversations going on are, but the people who love us as leaders should be telling us the truth, and we should be in charge of what's going on with the end of our own careers as well.
Joe's made the valid point that this is someone who has already gone through the primary, the Democratic primary, and has won all of those votes from those who will be at the convention to be nominating.
And everybody was fine with it, Arthur. And don't tell me they didn't know, because we all knew, sort of. Can I write my own exit? It is taking me out on a slab. Is that okay to have that as the end of my? Can I plan that for the way I'm going to go? Or is that
don't do that. Yeah,
why?
I don't recommend that, Joe. Well, part of the reason is because you will be remembered as somebody who went out kicking and screaming.
That's fine. I'll be here till then.
But here's the
Who cares
point.
what they say after you're gone, right?
Yeah. Well, also you want to leave an organization that's in good shape. You want to leave a country or a family that's in good shape. And that's what leadership is really all about. Look, great leadership is measured by what happens after you finish, because you're responsible for what happens after you finish. You know, one of the founders of Carlyle, a close friend of mine, Dan Daniello, one time told me, I asked him when I was leaving AEI, I said, how do you know when it's time to leave a CEO job, Dan? And Dan said, because he's seen the beginning and end of hundreds of CEOs' careers as one of the founders of the private equity world. And he said, look, there's only two choices. You can leave before you're ready, or you can leave on somebody else's terms. Choose wisely. Leave a little in the tank. Leave before it's the very end. Don't go out kicking and screaming around the people who really are saying, come on, Dad, give me the keys. Nobody wants this.
I guess. Okay, let me put it in another analogy. What about somebody like Tom Brady, who was basically told he had to leave the New England Patriots? They were sorry about that decision.
Yeah, they were, and it came time when it was time for him to leave his career, and he did, and I'm sure it was a struggle for him. He knew a little bit better than they did that he had a little bit more in the tank, a lot more in the tank, as a matter of fact, but he did leave, and we know it was hard for him because he really enjoyed playing football, and it was his entire identity. By the way, there's one more point about this. For leaders who are watching us right now and they have nothing else but their own careers, that's the problem. Because retiring means dying. Retiring means non-existing. And what you need to do is to start cultivating your spiritual life, your family life, your friendships, the love relationships in your life before it's time to go, so you have something to go to.
Is that what you did when you left AEI?
Yeah, I really did, and part of it was because the advice that I got from Dan Daniello and many other trusted leaders whom I asked, including political leaders who had left gracefully and not with this kind of force and not with this sort of resistance. And so I got ready. I announced 16 months in advance. I worked very hard to get a great successor, somebody who's going to be better than me running the organization, and I doubled and tripled down on all the things that I wanted to do in the subsequent areas of my life professionally and the love relationships and my faith life, which was so important to me.
You know, Arthur, you talk to a lot of people all the time. You're always asking these sort of questions, and I just wonder what you think is happening behind the scenes and what you think the future is for the country on this point, because we're not just talking about a CEO position, we're talking about the head of a country.
Yeah,
How
no,
is
I
this
think that there's.
reflecting on?
I think it's a huge mess behind the scenes, to be sure, because nobody knows quite what to do, given the fact that you have the leader of the free world who's resistant to leaving, and many people around the country and around the world who thinks it's time for him to go, and they don't exactly know how to do that, because we have a system that lends itself to seniority, it lends itself to loyalty, it doesn't lend itself to merit. And look, the greatest country in the world should be a meritocracy and not a gerontocracy based on loyalty and tenure. That's a big problem on its face. But here's the point of all this. After all this is said and done, America's going to be fine. Why is America going to be fine? Because the democracy is actually stronger than these ridiculous things that we're seeing going on right now, the drama that we're seeing, which is kind of political entertainment to a certain extent. And also we notice that what really governs the stability of our country is the free enterprise system and capitalism. And that continues apace. That's the reason that despite all this craziness, people still watch Squawk Box and not just the political shows.
I mean, ever since Clyburn decided Biden would be better than Sanders, the Democrats have been whipping this horse and riding it until Thursday night of that debate. So I have no compassion or pity whatsoever for the position that they've put themselves in knowingly, Arthur. They got Dean Phillips had no chance, RFK, nobody else had a chance. And they didn't care that as long as Joe Biden was president and they could control what was going on, they were only too happy to dupe the entire country that this guy was sharp as a tack, and the media was complicit in the entire exercise. So I have no pity whatsoever in
It's
this.
very disturbing. Look, Joe, it's very disturbing that we have an administration that cares more about staying in power than they care about honesty with the American people, about what's best for the country. I share your concern about that completely. But sooner or later, the truth comes out. And now it does, and the American system will be able to handle it. Let's just see what happens. That's all I have to say. It's gonna be a wild ride, to be sure.
Arthur, you're making an argument for a new generation of leaders, younger all the way across. I mean, just the idea of meritocracy, not loyalty.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is incredibly important. And part of the problem that we have in our system right now is that the two-party system is, it's governed by these private organizations that are gatekeepers to who can actually get ahead in the political system. We have democracy sort of at the general election level, but anything before that is actually not very democratic, and that's the biggest problem. That's the reason that we see a political class that's getting older and older and older, and younger people, a lot of whom are trying to get into business and want to be successful leaders. They're watching us right now. They say, why would I get into politics? Why would I get into politics where I have to wait until I'm 75 years old to have a shot at these in important positions in leadership? And by the way, why would I do it when all I'm going to have is members of the media pawing through my trash and having to explain something I did in college to my kids? Why do I need that? That's exactly what's going on with our political system, and it's got to change if we're going to be excellent.
Arthur Brooks, as always, we appreciate it, Arthur. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Thanks, Joe.
All right, see you, Arthur. We'll live. You're right. Coming up, the second half of the year hasn't been great for Bitcoin so far. What should investors expect in the months ahead? We're going to speak with a top official from CoinDesk as we head to break. Take a look at JP Morgan Bank reporting earnings later this week. And ahead of that, Wolf Research downgraded the stock to peer perform from outperform, noting some valuation and buyback concerns. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC.
Welcome back to Squawk Box, everybody. The futures are higher this morning. We didn't start out here. We were down, not by a lot, but at this point, you're looking at the Dow futures up by close to 50 points. S&P futures up by 2. The NASDAQ indicated up by close to 5. And then if you've been watching the Treasury markets, you'll see that the 10-year is yielding 428, 2 years at 462, and we'll continue to keep an eye on it.
Bitcoin coming off a nearly 10% down week. It fell on Friday as investors focused on a $9 billion payout from a collapsed cryptocurrency exchange. Join us now, Andy Baer, CoinDesk Indices head of products. Is it that's part of it, you think, Andy?
That's definitely part of it. I mean, we care about two things. We care about adoption in the long term, but we have to look at flows in the short term. So 2024 has been a sort of a two-act play. The first quarter was really a strong uptrend. We unlocked so much demand with Bitcoin spot ETFs. No one wanted to get in front of that rally. The demand worked, the market structure worked, the ETFs worked flawlessly. In Q2, that rally just fizzled. We've kind of been wandering since then, but now it's all about the supply from Mt. Gox and from the governments that have seized Bitcoin.
How long will that last?
Well, the best news is it's finite, right? A lot of this is cleanup from 10-year-old problems. And, we spent a lot of 2023 cleaning up a lot of the dirty dishes from 2022. That was successful. So the best news is there's not enough positive flows to really overcome the supply that the market sees over the next couple of months, but it's finite. And once it's done, then we're free to go up from there.
I mean, you go back 15 years and you can see pullbacks like this, even much more significant than this, again and again and again, always just to see higher highs and higher lows.
Totally agree. The finiteness, and it just can't emphasize enough, this is taking care of old business. It's finite. This isn't stuff that we would expect to return in the future. So we are in a downtrend right now. Our trend indicators have been pointing down since mid-June. Investors who are looking short term, look at the trends, and when they reestablish themselves, we'll be in better shape.
Can you, I mean, I don't know if I would if I were you, but can you venture a guess what the low would be, and can you venture a guess what the next high would be within the next 2 years?
Yeah, we focus more on the shape of the trends than actual price predictions. We want people to think about this as a store of value over the long term, and to really, the best thing you can do is maintain your confidence. Right now, we're in a downtrend both for Bitcoin and Ether. So this may be a time to sort of watch and keep eyes on your fiat currency. When the uptrend starts to reemerge, that's, I think, our strongest conviction about when to get back in with conviction.
Because when it was at 20 and it went to 4, how do you stay convicted?
It is hard for some, and we actually have trend products to help people kind of survive those periods to have a sense of what's going on. But zoom out long enough, and you'll see that it's been a great asset to hold on to. And
I think it went from 65 to 17 or 15, didn't it?
We've had tremendous tests of faith in this 15-year network effect, finite supply currency. One thing I think that will help a lot of investors is breadth, right? Once we get a little bit broader, we get outside of Bitcoin, we get it outside of Bitcoin and Ether, which right now make up 75% of the market cap of all crypto. And I mean, when the paint was drying on this very studio 25 years ago, the QQQ came out to help people access the top 100 names in the future of finance. So our CoinDesk 20 index helps people do the same thing with the future of crypto. That's trading overseas in the billions. There are funds here, SMAs here. So breadth and diversification will help sort of cushion the blows for some of those really faith testing moments.
So are you looking at it as digital gold or as a functional payment mechanism for
store value for Bitcoin? Ether is where stable coins, tokenization, and smart contract platforms are all going to clear. And then you have 23,000 other assets, some of which are going to do well, some of which aren't. Buy the index, get a hold of the whole asset class. The winners will find their way into there, and you can take it from there. Bitcoin will always be separate. It's the oldest, it's the purest investment case. So I think people really want to look at that separately. After that,
what percentage of gold's market cap should Bitcoin have? What within 5 years.
You know, think about it this way. When you look at the price of Bitcoin, look at the denominator, look at USD. So I'd rather really think about the USD part of Bitcoin over USD than comparing it to gold, because
when you look at what gold's valued at, it's over USD. So it's the same.
it's the same idea. It's just I think when think about what you think about the dollar and think about what you want to replace it with. Gold in its physical form is hard to move around.
That's what I mean. Bitcoin should at least, there's no reason it shouldn't be just 10% or 20% or 30% of gold.
Right.
It should be, and you know, poor Senator Menendez, I mean, you know, he's like walking around with these gold bars. It's like, whoa. I mean, if he had Bitcoin, it would have been right on his.
I think they were hidden. I don't think he was carrying.
Oh, he wasn't actually carrying them. Or it would have been a lot easier. He'd probably still be, you know, sailing, no problem.
That's right.
Right?
And actually cleaning up a lot of these old cases about Silk Road and Mt. Gox, I think will help. Like that helps just sort of cleanse us all of these kind of old sins, and we can move on with a clearer idea of Bitcoin as being a store of value. And a lot of the ETF holders, I think, feel that way. Also, you know, diversified returns. So the whole asset class presents a lot of opportunities.
So you're a stacker, and you think people ought to keep stacking.
I think people should really consider with their advisors to add 2 to 5% of Bitcoin. And I think as more breadth becomes available, especially in the United States where breadth is hard, we're sort of in this hourglass environment where there's so much value, there's so little bandwidth, and there's so much demand. The more we can, you know, increase the neck of that hourglass, the better for investors.
Andy, thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, up next, some top stocks to watch as we head toward the opening bell on Wall Street. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, it's a little more than a half hour to go until the opening bell on Wall Street. Dom Chu is here. He's got a look at some of this morning's top pre-market movers. Hi, Dom.
All right, so Becky, we'll start things off with a check on one of the most important computer chip companies in the world that's not NVIDIA, and that's Taiwan Semiconductor. Manufacturing, the stock is up over 3% right now. The U.S. listed shares on just around 700,000 shares of volume. That was following a record high in Taiwan trading overnight. Now, analysts at Morgan Stanley upped their target price on the stock by about 9% ahead of its earnings report next week. Taiwan Semi, by the way, is closing in on a market value of $1 trillion at this point, so watch TSM shares. Now let's mention NVIDIA, of course, because that stock is up about 0.75%, over 4 million shares of volume. This is the world's biggest computer chip company by market value. It's getting a couple of price target hikes. Analysts and teams at UBS and Wolf Research have both upped their respective target prices to $150 a share. They're both citing, amongst other things, expected robust demand for NVIDIA's next-gen artificial intelligence chips. And we'll end with a check on Gilead Sciences, which is up just about 2.5%, 35,000 shares of volume. The biopharma company, known for its HIV, hepatitis, and cancer treatments, is getting upgraded by analysts at Raymond James to an outperform rating from a prior market perform with a new $93 target price. They're citing optimism over pipeline drugs targeting HIV and a rare liver inflammatory disease. So those shares up on that call. Now, for more on those calls and others, subscribers can head over to cnbc.com/pro and get a bigger picture and story on some of those calls. Becky, I'll send things back over to you guys.
Thanks, Tom.
You
It's
got
good
it.
to see you.
Good to see you.
All right, let's take a very quick final check on the markets this morning. Futures are higher. We've picked up steam all through the morning, especially with the Dow, which is now indicated up by just over 70 points above fair value. S&P futures are up by 3, the NASDAQ up by 3 as well. And remember, both the S&P and the NASDAQ closed at record highs last Friday. So we'll see what this week brings. Great to see you this morning. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Right now it's time for Squawk on the Street.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. The band is back. Carl Quintanilla, Jim Cramer, David Faber together again at post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Futures pretty steady. S&P coming off its best week since April, and that record closed Friday. Big week. Powell on the Hill, CPI, and the start of earnings season. Our roadmap begins with the market's record run, helped by 5 of the Mag 7, hitting all-time highs on Friday.
Also ahead, Paramount has reached a deal to merge with Skydance and everything else that goes along with that. And Boeing agrees to plead guilty to a criminal charge stemming from those deadly crashes involving its 737 MAX jets.
Let's begin with this busy week for the street. S&P, NASDAQ at record highs, but Jim, it's nice to have all three of us here.
Yeah,
First time in a
really
few
is.
weeks.
And it's funny. I did a lot of work for the Investing Club on Friday. And Friday was one of these days, I have to tell you, I can't recall, maybe in the 90s, maybe even in the 80s, where you have these stocks, like Meta was up $29. You know, it was rallied in the close. Amazon, $2.40. Google up $4.78. Microsoft up $6.79. Apple up $4.79. I mean, these are very, very big moves. And it tells me, David, welcome back to you. Where's the sellers? Why are the sellers not lower? Why are the sellers holding out for 20 and getting it? Holding for 25 and getting it? What is going on?
I mean, I'll come right back at you and ask you, Jim, because you may be in a better position to tell me. It is somewhat, I mean, people will start to make that connection.
Have to.
To the 90s. Now, the question, of course, is it 95? Is it 98? You know, where are we in this cycle in terms of a new, incredibly seminal technological event, if you want to call it, and its development? And there are obviously, the bulls are arguing very, very early,
right?
Or if you want to make the real analogy, 95, not 99.
Right. Well, I mean, Mr. Weeks was on. Lionel Weeks was on. A fabulous interview by Squawk Box, the CEO of Corning. We had recommended people buy Corning 2 weeks ago. So we said we think that they could be very much involved in AI. Well, I mean, the numbers are so much better than expected. And I think the difference here is that, remember, Corning is not based in Silicon Valley. Corning is based in Corning, New York, which, David, I'm sure you spent a lot of time with, like I have. And there's, you know, it's cow pastures and it's AI. Well, I mean, they both have
Wendell Weeks been running that company for a long time.
He sure has, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It's just like Mr. Houghton. I don't know.
You mentioned Corning. Look at that, up 34%
Well, no, I think
this year.
that's
Right, to your point, it's
a
getting
real
little
company.
AI. We're going
Right?
to talk about Larry Ellison in a bit, but take a look at, I mean, even it's not just those things. Oracle's a $400 billion company. Why? Same reason.
AI. So, I don't know. I mean, we've got this is a proof of concept named Corning, because now some will say, wait a second, Corning was one of the great performers of the year 2000. Yeah, that's not fair because a lot of the orders were from companies. They were laying fiber everywhere. This is like we're trying to meet demand, okay? But the companies that need it are companies like NVIDIA. And NVIDIA, knowing we have two people saying today that the new iteration they announced at their conference, Blackwell, they can't meet demand. It's incredible.
UBS takes NVIDIA to 150, prior 120. Jim, TSM, all-time high. The stocks up every day last week.
TSM was struggling in the 140s because people felt that it was one and done. And then look at this run. I know that you could say, well, listen, that's NVIDIA's up 150%, but this is something because this is a foundry company that makes this stuff, and everyone had been worried about China and the possibility of some sort of invasion at a discount. I don't think anything's changed to make people feel that China might do something, but the discount is rapidly closing.
The one thing we haven't mentioned, Jim, was weaker ISM.
Yeah.
ISM services down 5, unemployment to 4.1. And then Powell speaks tomorrow and Wednesday. Are we folding in a Fed put on this stuff?
If we have a CPI number that's good later this week, then I think we're going to start talking about the 3 good ones that you have to have in a row. Have to have 3 good ones before you set the table. Now, I thought Friday's number was extraordinary because the biggest job growth was government. You know, you take out government, which has nothing to do with the economy. You didn't have much job growth at all.
No, I mean, hospitality, healthcare and education, I believe, were the other areas that showed some strength. But generally, the reception to the number was a positive one in the sense of because of the weakening. Even though it was a strong number, 206,000, unemployment rate going to 4.1%, nonetheless, there was some weakness underneath that encouraged those who already believe we will get a cut in September.
Well, what's amazing to me is that we still don't see any companies that are going bankrupt. We don't see any companies, like I keep saying, well, when is Rite Aid going to close? I mean, when are they going to close all the Walgreens? When are they going to close all the CVSs? I mean,
well, you got to start somewhere, and they certainly are starting at Walgreens.
Yes, they are. But I look at these companies, and I think, usually at this point in the cycle of a Fed tightening, we would be like thinking about the mall and how many stores would close, the industrials, and how many would be in trouble. Instead, I think Ford's breaking out here. Ford.
Real estate is the one area. Commercial, and we've talked endlessly about commercial real estate, not just because of higher rates, but because of a significant change in terms of occupancy trends overall. That's the one area, Jim,
right,
that we still have to, as much as it's a slow-moving train, seemingly, it's one we have to keep an eye on. There are still banks that are certainly under some pressure in terms of their portfolios.
Negative piece about Key today, which I think does matter.
Although upgrades for Schwab
and PNC.
And PNC, yeah.
I know. I mean, look, we're going to have some truth telling at the end of the week.
Yeah.
It's a really crowded week. I think between now and then, we're just going to be just making book on what Powell's going to do. But I come back and I say,
the end of the week, by the way, when we get the bank earnings,
Friday was seminal because we have seen one stock become the great stock of this period, and it's not Tesla, which we can get.
I was going to say
it's
Tesla.
not Tesla. It's Apple. I mean, Apple was bad at 165. It was bad. People told you to sell it. There were more downgrades between 165 and 175 than I can ever recall, right before one of the great runs.
Yeah. Wedbush today, signs of stabilization in phones.
Yes.
This great B of A note, Jim, on Apple Pay and how ubiquitous it's become. And it's only 1% of revenue.
Oh, and when you talk with them, they've got a lot of things in mind for finance. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if they didn't be involved with stocks directly, maybe even programming. I mean, these guys they sit around and they think about what they want to do, and then they want to dominate. I mean, they just like to be last and best.
Right. They are not worried about being first.
No.
And when you have an installed base that they do, you can not worry about that, I guess, because ultimately it's what you decide that makes that leads the herd, so to speak.
Right, and what's so exciting is you get the situation where people say, oh, well, everyone wants the enterprise. And meanwhile, OpenAI says, listen, can we please partner with the greatest consumer product of all time? And I know that our friend Ben Righteous has another piece about AI laggards, and those are connected with Apple. And, you know, I just come back and I say, this is the most missed Apple move, except for a fellow who was on this morning. I'm going to give him. Tony told, you know, he's talking about an $8 earnings power, making the stock cheap. Tony Sagan.
I know who you're talking about, yeah. No, I'm aware. I'm aware of who he is.
He doesn't like Tesla.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been quite a move. I do wonder, what's gonna change this whole narrative? Are we getting a little frothy just listening to you talk about this?
I mean,
seeing what you just have to wonder.
Well, these companies are great.
Or is it going to be years? Is it going to be years that we sit here and keep talking about this?
Well, I mean, maybe what happens is somebody, Lilly buys this Morphix. Next, maybe they can break into the $1 trillion club. What's the matter? It's irritable bowel.
We'll do the Lilly deal.
Irritable bowel and Crohn's
No,
disease.
it's a $3 billion deal. We'll talk about it in a bit. Big premium is often.
I feel it's his M&A sweet spot. Like I haven't been with him in a long time, but I know he's got that beat.
Yeah, it's like a racehorse in the gate, right?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Secretary
Monday, and we got a big deal. It's a deal we haven't heard anything about at all. It's
Holy
a
cow.
new name in M&A. It's called Paramount. Never talked about it. I haven't been talking about this at all. We got our deal, as we told you we would, of course, late last week when the special committee of the board of directors of Paramount started its work, but we knew it would be relatively quick. They did work long into the day and into the early evening on West Coast time before they got this press release out yesterday. Let's give you some of the details of a deal that we have talked endlessly about that is quite complex. First of all, Skydance. Remember, this is what David Ellison runs. This is the future of media. If you listen to the conference call that continues right now, and they're getting quite a nice value there. The owners of Skydance are Redbird, the private equity firm that, of course, is a partner in the Skydance investor group that's buying Paramount. The Ellison family, led by Larry Ellison, and KKR. Interestingly, KKR is not an investor in the new transaction, in the additional transaction that follows that valuation. By the way, you value it at $4.75 billion, and so what do you do if you're Paramount? You issue 317 million new shares. So 317 million new shares go to Redbird, Ellison's, KKR, and then you turn around and you're the Skydance Investor Group. You're not just buying NAI for $2.4 billion. That does include debt. It's about 1.75 billion they're paying for the equity. You're also turning around and buying 48% of the B shares at $15 a share, or at least giving the opportunity to shareholders to sell that to you. That costs you $4.5 billion. Then you're putting $1.5 billion on the balance sheet as well to help de-lever overall the company. The hope is as well when you add Skydance in, that will help with the de-levering a bit. There's no debt on Skydance. What do you end up with? Well, the new owners, and I'll get to them in a moment, they own all the A shares, because they're not just tendering, by the way, for the Bs at 15, they're also tendering for the other As, that is the other A's that aren't owned by NAI at 23. So you basically control the company. You leave out a 30% stub of the B shares. You want to participate with these guys in this turnaround that they're going into great detail in. By the way, kudos to them. The slides are serious.
They good slides?
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, good slides, Carl.
Jim, I think you give them I'd be curious to get your mark.
Well,
but
just
they go into
why
real.
do I want the B? I mean, I've dealt with this with Constellation Brands, the A and B. and
Because
it's
you're
so
a
darn
believer in
painful.
David Ellison. You're a believer in our old boss, Jeff Shell, is now the president, as we've been telling you he would be. You're a believer in Larry Ellison. These are the owners, by the way, as well, of this company. And to turn to that for a moment, just to put it in perspective, there's David Ellison. Jeff Shell, by the way, giving him quite a shout out on the conference call, talking about he is, in Shell's opinion, the right person at the right time to
What did he say?
lead the new media.
If you went to a lab looking for an entertainment...
Exactly.
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 Really.
This is what you come up with, that combination of technology savvy and media savvy, that hybrid, going from a table read to being able to code is what he was talking about. It's a name we're going to be hearing a lot more. That is David Ellison. But the other name here, of course, that has to be mentioned is Larry Ellison, one of the world's wealthiest individuals.
Competitive.
An incredibly
Competitive
competitive 79-year-old father of David Ellison. When it comes to the capital that is the new capital that's being put up here, right? You're talking a little over $8 billion, let's call it. My understanding is roughly $2 billion of that is coming from Redbird. Huge bet there. A huge bet they're making. As a not one of the giants in private equity. So if this deal doesn't go well for them, they got trouble. $6 billion's coming roughly from LarryEllison, or the Ellison family.
They have unlimited. Okay, so
Now-
David, this is
now,
linear.
That's
and this is sports.
In one day
This
on the Oracle earnings, I think his net worth went up by $14 billion.
Well,
He's probably worth close to $200 billion. You can't just take the 41% stake in Oracle. He's got so much other stuff out there. But that's your name. That's who now is going to control and own CBS and obviously this entire media company with these plans, Carl, to have a major turnaround that also will see them saving as much as $2 billion in costs, 50% of which they believe they can actually realize within 1 year of close.
I see goals of investment grade by 2026, and the Go Shop will come and go?
Go Shop, 45 days, hard to imagine. You know, sometimes when a potential buyer sees something in print, they get excited. But the only two other, I mean, I talked about Sony, Apollo, that's not there. You've got to work a deal for NAI that is to the satisfaction of the control shareholder, as we know. They've done that here, not without some difficulty. Hard to imagine somebody else comes up who can really do this. You know, yes, Warner Brothers Discovery would have enormous synergies. It would take a very long time to close them. By the time they closed, half those synergies would be gone. And our parent company, the likelihood is much more that you get some sort of rationalization on the direct-to-consumer businesses that are combined somehow with others.
Any hope that this is connected at all with the new NVIDIA video product, where they own a ton of video? And by the way, who knows AI, honestly, better than Safra Catz and Larry Ellison? Not many.
No, not many. And they are talking a lot, Jim, here about cloud, about AI,
It's the
about
combination's a
the
winner.
combination of what they can do in terms of the new Paramount plan. And I'm just looking through the slides here because I want to make sure they sort of have some of this there. Evaluate DTC investment as well with a focus on profitability and partnerships. Studio in the cloud. They're talking about animation, building studio in the cloud in partnership with Oracle. And of course, utilizing AI tools to enhance creativity while driving production efficiencies. Meanwhile, this thing may not get done until the first half of next year.
And it could be a so-called Trump stock. We haven't talked like that on the show. But if you have a different FTC, a different Justice Department, then maybe there's some room.
Maybe it moves quicker, maybe not. Always hard to say.
Or put something
They're
together.
on both sides of the political divide, I think. David goes one way and his father seems to go a bit of, well, at least in terms of their giving. At least in terms of their
But this great reporting, and of course you killed the bid. You know that. The bid was up, and you killed the bid.
Why did I kill the
Welcome
bid?
back, David.
Why did I kill the bees?
With your comments.
The numbers are the numbers.
Well, the forecast is the forecast.
Yes.
Doesn't matter. You killed the bee. The
just
bee
love
was up.
saying it.
You started talking. You killed the bee. Welcome back.
Well, you're
man.
not going to get your $15 for a long time, so you got to figure out how long it's going to be till
a lot of people
close.
thought they were on the verge of the 15 until David came roaring back. Or at least us together.
It lives. It doesn't die.
Yeah,
it's
watch.
not
It's
dead.
probably
it's
down
alive.
now. It was up 50 cents. I bet you if you put up the B, it's already down. Because you killed it there.
When we come back, we will get to Boeing this morning agreeing to plead guilty to a criminal fraud charge tied to those fatal 737 MAX crashes. Meantime, watch futures as we come off record highs. We'll get to Disney, Tesla, Love, Lilly, Devon when we come back. get you some pre-market gainers here this morning. We mentioned the upside pre-announce out of Corning. We will get to Intel and some solid action for the semis today. Also, this upgrade of Gilead over at Ray J. We'll get Kramer's Mad Dash countdown to the opening bell. A lot more Squawk on the Street when we return.
Now.
Welcome back. Very excited to do a standing Mad Dash with Jim as we are all finally back together. See, get a little applause for us back together.
There you go.
You want to talk a little service now and a downgrade?
This is heresy, David. One of the great performing enterprise software companies of our lives is, well, ServiceNow since Bill McDermott got in. David, this Guggenheim piece suggests in itself, get this, that the generative AI monetization is not happening en masse, not likely to materialize this year. They are thinking that you're not going to get the big Gen AI push from ServiceNow. And David, this is worrisome. I'll tell you why. Because the stock has had one of the great comebacks. This was actually a decent quarter. Bill came on. We know that.
Yeah, right.
But it fell because enterprise software was so bad. I mean, almost every enterprise software. Remember, Salesforce missed the number. And then, boom, it's come all the way back. And this analyst, John DiFucci, really has timed this thing very well because it's so overextended technically that you can see this thing get hit. Now, what do I think? I think that Bill McDermott is money. He's beaten. He's said over and over again that they're actually making money off of AI. I'm not going to disagree with him. This analyst had a hold on it. It's been a winner. So I don't know. I mean, yeah, the stock's had a big run right here, and a lot of people think it's just multiple expansion. And
right.
you know, that's going to be something we're going to be having to talk about a lot of time. A lot. Multiple expansion means paying a little bit more for the same amount of earnings. I saw a piece today about Meta that's like that. Well, ServiceNow's been a little like that, and I tell you, David, that's the real worry, is that suddenly people say, you know what, I'm going to pay more for what the guy paid last week, because you know what that's called? The greater fool
Yeah, fear. And as we move into earnings season, we'll start getting at least some initial answers.
Right.
And you'll be obviously
It's such a big week.
listening to those conference calls every single night or reading them.
Yeah, because it starts. I mean,
You and ChatGPT.
Earnings season never ends
ChatGPT
anymore.
reads your
I love
conference
it.
calls.
I think ChatGPT. I was on it 5 times. So. Yes, it's so great.
You got to get best practices on that. We got an opening bell right ahead for you 5 minutes from now. You can always catch us anytime and anywhere by listening to and following the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
There goes the SPY with a new high. Good morning, retail traders. Good morning, Randy. Good morning, Banana Bread, Magnificent, Mike, Yoko. My top dogs are in here today. Boeing to plead guilty. How dare you? We're excited to see what's going to happen this morning. So far, we've already broke out. Had to mute stupid.
Quite consistent in the sense that only about 40+% of Americans can pay an emergency expense of $1,000 or more from savings.
Oh, God.
People watch.
That's depressing. Good morning, YouTubers. Morning, Ryan. I'm gonna get my water started for my coffee. And there we go. We're off to the races. Jimmy's not too excited yet. Schmeppel. We got Tesla. We got Nvidia last week. Tesla's down $3.50 I got my first support at 246.13. Meta's down $1. It had a good run Friday. And we're watching Disney from the bottom. Walmart just on the brink. United Airlines. Tesla's the red. Baba. Netflix down 397. Adobe. Watch my messages here. It says a SPY and the SPX are bullish right now. I don't know about that. Mark SPY, I hit one of my alerts. SPX up, and the SPY says it's up. Jim, no trust. There it goes. Uh-oh. July 9th. $98 for the puts, the 555 strike for the 9th. We're 98. So thinking VWAP support and then back up if it wants to remain bullish. I'm trying to think ahead here. It's just right to the VWAP. So we got 98. Your extra support should be right here. We're at 108. I can get out right now. We're or see if we touch 64. I get out now. Boom, right here. Now. 110. So that's your support. Now we're going to see if it wants to stay bullish. What was resistance now becomes support. $98 to $108. Right now, AMD's at a support. Meta is definitely at a support. We've got Apple at a support. And SPX, SPY say up. Almost looks like too much. Damn. Carvana down to 290. Three bucks. Oh, Carvana took a slap right here. Carvana to report second quarter. That's on a third. So they ain't had no news lately. They don't look good, but you could get probably a trade out of it. Carvana knife. Look at the strikes with open interest on the SPX. Jimmy says, what's going down? Crowd's going wild here. You're getting a second chance to get out of this trade. You're getting ready to squeeze here any moment. I don't know which way. Okay. If we drop below the VWAP, we'll hit the 200 SMA, period. I made a statement. I think they'd sandwiched all the moves. I've heard of the old sandwich trick. I think I even have a chart after a sandwich. I know I had one. There it is. Here's my chart for sandwiches. Oh shit. I don't see nothing in there. It reminds me of a sandwich. Except this here might be the meat, the patty. Very interesting, James. Okay. We're going to find out here. Uh-oh. I think now or never. We're at the VWAP. When you get out of here, 106, 108. And if you drop below the VWAP, you might get another 20 cents. Coming back to his watch list. Today's July the 8th. Lily. Okay, there goes the SPY back to 98. We hit the VWAP like I said we would. Now we're going to see how, because that's where people are going to jump in at it. Uh-oh. I just read a hot headline here. Major decline, Bitcoin falls to 56. Biden claims Trump is lying about Project 2025. He's a liar. Trump is. Lily's flagging. Well, is the market going to go higher? Oh, I know what I need to look at. We got an interesting flag on AMD. SMCI. Ooh, damn. Jeez. Ouch. FSLR, I was talking about that one last week. It's up $7. And Chewy. You got GME. That's PX. Missed that one. Whoa. NVIDIA 129.75. And Tesla double bottom. Look at NVIDIA. New high. Well, they run that one up fast in the video. Boing.
And IMAX is on our best ideas list right here, right now, even though the release slate is a little tough this year, is because last year and this year and recent years, IMAX has had about 1 to 3 films filmed on IMAX cameras, and it tends to outperform pretty significantly on those titles. Oppenheimer, due to recent examples. So 1 to 3 per year. In 2025, they have between 10 and 15 globally filmed on IMAX screens, where they're going to have those big marketing budgets around IMAX, really involved in those marketing budgets. And we do expect them to outperform on most of those, if not all. So IMAX is going to be a really big name in 2025, I think. And I don't think that's priced into shares by any stretch at this point. So we're quite positive on them going into 2025.
All right, a lot of good stuff. What about for the stay-at-home crew, Netflix and generally the streaming competition, which certainly has still been pretty intense. Again, like Paramount seems like something that we revisit on the streaming discussion later on, but for now, Netflix still dominant.
Yeah, I mean, Netflix has significant dominant market share, and it's also wildly profitable. Unlike its competitors on the streaming side, they've just been the leader in testing new ideas. Like the password sharing crackdown was hugely positive for Netflix in 2023, and into 2024. That's still
they pled guilty, so
and I think it will still
it's going to rise
longer. It also introduced the ad tier, which it hadn't planned to do for such a long time, but the ad tier so far has not been accretive, but it has reduced churn significantly, and we expect that to continue to reduce churn. But they're edging toward profitability, toward accretion on the ad tier. And I think that's just going to be this real big story in 2025, is how big can that ad tier become. In Q4, we're going to see a couple NFL Christmas games, see what Netflix can do with that on both the advertising side and the viewership side. Can they get leverage its global global user base to get NFL, beyond the American borders? And after that, can it get the WWE, which it has in 2025 and beyond, perhaps. Can it get that global base, and can it take other sports from other countries to its global base, similar to how it did with Squid Game and other international content? That's the real question mark for Netflix over the next couple years.
Great stuff. Love that, Alicia. Great analysis. Appreciate that. And a good reminder too. What's coming up for Netflix? I was gonna say, I feel like Netflix.
That's a little snake for scalping snake. CLSK.
To be honest, I know that's gonna do so well.
That's sad.
Well, but it's so popular. You know? All right. Definitely, it's a good chart, Tom. How do you trade it?
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you trade it?
Hit below that $700 all-time high that they hit in November of 2021. So
yeah, we're almost
it's
back.
Rallied another 40% so far this year, getting stretched a little bit. Going into earnings on the 18th, so you got to take that into consideration. So first strategy I looked at here for Netflix is where, hey, stocks run up pretty significantly, but maybe you still are willing to own it if it falls, or you just want to collect some hefty premium because implied volatility levels are really elevated going into that report. So looked out in that July 19th monthly series. It expires in 11 days. You're going to capture that earnings event next week with this example. Looked at a cash secured put.
Looks
where I can sell a put
tempting.
that's out of the money to the downside, where it's still neutral to bullish, but I'm collecting a pretty hefty premium.
Coin.
So looked at selling the 650 strike put. You're collecting a credit of roughly about $15.50. That's what you can make, $1,550 on this if it remains above the 650 strike. But you can see here, you got a cushion here to the downside, Oliver, all the way down.
Oliver.
$635.
Come on,
over the next
man.
week and a half. That's about 7% below the current share price in there. So you're giving yourself that cushion. The stocks run up. Maybe it pulls back a little bit, but you still have 3 out of 4 scenarios where you're going to be profitable as long as it remains above that 634.50 break-even price over the next week and a half in Netflix, and implied volatility levels elevated allows you to collect more option premium.
All right. Okay. So instead of betting on the upside breakout, just kind of bet on it, not turn it around.
Exactly. I mean, if the earnings come out good, ad supported revenue starting to grow, you're still going to be profitable on this one, even if it does fall a little bit from these lofty levels.
What if I want to play it for the breakout? Give me some more bullish real quick.
Well, this takes advantage of the dispersion between implied volatility levels. So you're still taking advantage of the near-term higher implied volatilities due to that earnings event risk. So looked at a call diagonal here where I'm going to go out to the August monthly cycle and buy an at-the-money call, a 685 strike call, and then against it to reduce some of the exposure on that bullish call that you're purchasing. Go to the July monthly, the July 19th, 725 strike call. That's right at Alicia's 725 price target on Netflix. So you're basically creating a $40 wide bullish call diagonal, and you're only paying a debit of about $23. So you're paying a lot less than the width of the call diagonal. You're paying $23 debit. That's your break even is going to be around $680 on this one because there's so much option premium that 725 out of the money call. It's still worth about $15. That is your break even over the next 39 days, the longer dated option because you're buying that August 685 strike call. But the implied volatility dispersion, you're basically buying about a 44% implied volatility on aggregate in August. In July options that you're selling on the 725 strike, you're selling about nearly a 70% implied volatility. And that's why the price of this call diagonal is reduced and less than the $40 width of the bullish call diagonal. But a good way to play this if you think it's going to rally post earnings.
All right, nice. There you go. So Netflix real close to a fresh breakout, joining in on record highs. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Alicia Reese from Wedbush. When we come back, we're going to talk banks. We're going to take a look at Pfizer. We got a lot coming up as we get ready for the week ahead. That includes a look at the financials, main squeeze, JP Morgan.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
For
Empower
free.
your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Young lady who was mid-30s,
Johnny.
couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a
That was
single
prison,
mom.
Johnny.
At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Wow.
Accelerate your market
You
knowledge.
always were like Charles Branson.
Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Higgins. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. We're in hour 2 of our show here, and stocks are in good shape this morning. The Russell's leading the way, small caps dripping. Nvidia's also blasting off pretty furiously here this morning, up almost 4%, and Taiwan Semi's ripping too. So even though big tech is actually kind of lower, it was soft this morning. A couple declines in Meta, Alphabet, Apple. We got Nvidia carrying the torch. $4 bounce, and semiconductors up almost 2%. So you're pretty much getting everything today. Breadth and participation with 9 of 11 sectors higher, factors all up. We got a melty bullish start to the week. We're going to talk JP Morgan with a downgrade ahead of the earnings. It's interesting after being such a standout winner. Alan Nuttman's trading Pfizer with us as we look at stocks that haven't been big winners. Pfizer's still kind of stuck going sideways on the year. We're going to talk ETFs around the second half of the year. The chart master has some interesting action for us with Domino's, Meta, and Gilead with some notes out and analyst commentary this morning. Right now I got Ben here with me in the studio, host of the Future Show. Ben, we're getting it all this morning, basically, even though a few big tech companies are down on the day. Russell's up really big. Sometimes those small caps sprint out of the gate and then fade, and they haven't yet. So that's kind of different. That's good.
Yeah, whether up or down, it seems like the Russell small caps have been a bit of an outlier. You mentioned 9 of 11 sectors up. I noticed new all-time highs in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, and you described it as a melty, bullish start to the week. And that's basically could sum up the rally that we've been seeing for the most part. I mean, right?
Yeah.
We've seen some real strong days, but aside from that, it's been a pretty steady grind higher. A couple steps back here and there have been met with comments from Fed Chair Jerome Powell, strong earnings, right? Data that's been appeasing to the market, and these expectations that we're going to see rate cuts at some point aren't hurting. So. Definitely a slow start to the week, but as we kind of shrug off the holiday week that was last week and kind of get things started here, kind of a mixed bag, but again, just off all-time highs.
Yeah, news-wise, kind of quiet. Market-wise, getting louder here if we get some more of the big tech to turn positive, as Tesla just did, and join in on Nvidia, because if you get small caps and the big caps, wow, then we got everything. All right, let's talk some of the other stuff here real quick. Dollar is a little soft this morning. I mean, basically unch, but the dollar took a little bit of a hit last week for the first time in a while, and some would argue it's the euro and the British pound that are trying to firm up.
Yeah, well, that's not on expectations that we're going to see anything hawkish from the ECB, which I think is next Thursday, if I remember correctly. But yeah, they're going to leave rates unchanged, basically. So, interestingly enough, though, following the UK elections and now having parliamentary French elections behind us, we have seen the dollar starting to weaken a little bit. The French elections basically just pointing to more gridlock to come, and we saw that with the CAC, for example, in the overnight session. A little bit of bid activity in European indices, but kind of a mixed bag for the most part, and so no real conviction there coming out of those election results, Oliver. But the dollar has been losing a little bit of ground, right? Recently, back up to that 106 handle. Here we are starting the week off in the 104 handle, and yeah, chalk it up to some of the strength we've seen in currencies, foreign currencies, which haven't really opened up the door to the downside, but still remain within a range. And then lastly, we do have yields, which have, you know, again, kind of been coming off a bit. Yeah, so the dollar focusing a bit on that, I feel like. But hey, speaking of stock market rally, dollar off, stocks higher right now. So it's
Usually
kinda,
doesn't hurt.
Yeah, the bulls are liking this.
What should we be watching for commodities? Kind of a wild card story, but we've got the hurricane approaching. WTI is actually a little lower on the morning so far, but it's been pretty firm. How do we assess kind of the impact of that?
Well, I mean, it seemed like last week the rally we saw in crude up to the $84 level did attract some attention, raise some concerns, but again, the market focusing on the positive, discounting the negative, it didn't derail any momentum by any means. Now, I think a big part of that is, again, crude up to 84, yeah, it's not necessarily where stock bulls would want to see it, but considering some of the inflation progress we've made and the fact that Fed Chair Jerome Powell and his colleagues seem pretty confident that that's going to continue to be the case and the trajectory, again, getting towards that 2% goal, I don't think at these levels it's going to necessarily do anything to stall out this momentum or derail this momentum we've been seeing to the upside. The one thing I would say is get above the April high, which is around 87, and that could change things a bit. Take out the October from last year highs above 90, and you're definitely talking about a different scenario, right?
Sure.
You get back into that triple digit.
But right now we're not trending. We're still below the previous high. We put in a higher low, but it's not really obvious that crude oil is trending upwards, especially from your perspective. You like to look at the longer term chart.
Range bound, contained over the last year, right? Kind of inching our way up through the middle of that, but nowhere near the upper extreme thereof. But I would point to, again, the fact that we do have geopolitical tensions going on still in the Middle East, right? And that's an ongoing situation, which I think not only provides a bit of a floor, provides a little bit of support, but also just a tense environment. And then lastly, Oliver, I'm reminded of a couple years ago, and I wanted to bring this up with you last week when we were talking about crude rallying, is the Saudi energy minister, right? I can't remember exactly when it was, spring of 2022, I think it was. Crude was trading around $72, and they warned the shorts, right? They said, look, it's gonna be painful if you continue to short this market. And we never really looked back. We rallied and shortly thereafter kind of dipped back down to 72 into the beginning of last month in June. But that's been a support area right now, and again, up to 84. So a $12 spike throughout the month of June, that's gonna raise some concerns. If it continues, obviously, no.
No, it's a good point on the long-term chart that we got up right now, that in the last two years we've had that floor basically around that kind of 70-ish or so, which I do think a lot of people forget that now that the U.S. pumps so much, the Saudis and other producers are pretty quick to make sure they can control what they can. So, all right, nice. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate the look here and a few other asset classes. Good stuff. Let's bring in Jeff Pierce. Let's talk some earnings. JP Morgan and banks will kick things off for this season, but there's a little negativity from Wall Street. Jeff, what's going on here? A cut to JPM expectations, a full-on downgrade?
Yeah, I guess the stock reaching all-time highs is starting to worry some analysts, including one at Wolf Research, downgrading JP Morgan's peer performance to outperform without a price target. They said the stock valuation approaching all-time highs, and the company more exposed to net interest income headwinds from lower rates. They're taking chips off the table. The firm says JP Morgan's valuation screens rich versus peers, while the bank's growth algorithm is less differentiated through 2026. Obviously, if you've been watching the stock, you saw it, recently reached those all-time highs of over $210. They're up 41% over the last 12 months. As you said, we've got earnings coming up on Friday, but this has been a bank that has done, relatively well, especially considering the banking issues that we've seen out there. Net revenues rose almost 23% in 2023. While EPS was up over 34%, the first 3 months of 2024, we're continuing to see top and bottom line growth as well. They reported deposits up 2%, with loans up 16% in Q1. They added about $1.9 billion in provisions, but that's less than what we saw last year. And when you think of some of the concerns going forward, but also potentially some of the benefits, the Fed is mixed over the cut interest rates. Potentially that could reaccelerate some borrowing, some buying. Could mean more lending but lower profits for the banks. So there's some concerns there. J.P. Morgan's CEO Jamie Dimon said in May that if interest rates hold up or dip slightly as expected, the banking industry would likely be fine. They said stagflation or higher prices mixed with lower economic growth is really what they're concerned about. So those concerns persist, but the bank has done relatively well. I will say, if you look back in the last earnings report, one thing to be concerned about is that outlook, right? We saw a relatively good report in Q1, but the outlook for net interest income came in around $90 billion, unchanged from the prior guidance. Many analysts out there were looking for $2 to $3 billion more added to that number.
So it seems like they're arguing basically that there are like 2 out of 3 economic outcomes that don't really
back to
fit
VWAP.
economic slowness, stagflation, but the kind of had some of that to a certain degree. I mean, like, we've sort of been treading water where the stock market's interpreted as Goldilocks, but we've had.
We'll see if we're going to drop down to the 200 or stay here.
An economy that has slowed down. All the economic.
It's been here long enough.
Has deteriorated over the last 3 to 4 months. Nobody disagrees with this. And JP Morgan's been doing just fine. So I mean, we just put in highs. Like the stock price seems to defy some of their logic here, because it's not like we haven't experienced some of these dynamics already.
Yeah, and JP Morgan, incredibly diverse, right? Some of the concerns that investors previously had with some of the, deposits, and then certainly real estate, especially corporate real estate. I think JP Morgan is one of those names that largely those concerns are not as impactful to that name. And if you look at what we've seen come from the company, and just looking back at Q1, revenue up 8%, net interest income up 11%, trading revenue, yes, down 5%, but if you look at some of the fixed income
Where's
revenue,
this guy?
at $5.3 billion, equity trading revenue $2.7 billion, both better really than expected. As I said, that outlook was really the reason for the sell-off in the last report. And I think, as we look towards this report, net interest income likely not expected to see a large improvement as rates have really stayed steady. Investment banking, we've seen some more M&A activity that could help a little bit support some of those IB fees, mortgage banking fees as well. Those rates, mortgage rates declining from the peak, but some of those lower rates might engage some of that refinancing activity, and market revenues as well. Likely, looking for a decent Q2 as we see, investors a little bit maybe more open to landing an economy that's seeing some cooling inflation and so forth. So it may not be a knockout of the park type of report, but again, I think investors are going to be looking at that outlook side of things as we've seen through so many reports. But worth noting, we've got Wells Fargo, Citibank; those names are also going to be reporting.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see if they can stand out again, which they certainly have, and they're not responding to the notes so much this morning. Up about 0.5%, so market unfazed. I feel like I'm kind of with that logic right now. All right, thanks, Jeff. Appreciate the look. JP Morgan 205 right now. Alan Uckman joins us for some market thoughts and a trade this morning. He's the chief market strategist at bullseyeoption.com. Alan, are we going to get that 6,000 before the election, or before the Fed in September, or what?
Plea deal.
It doesn't matter. We got a hot market, and we've got earnings starting here this week. So this is going to be the next catalyst. What are we expecting? 8% earnings growth for the quarter. So stocks are hot. There's no question about it.
When we look at the VIX at 13,
damn,
we're gonna hit back to 11 lows. What's the kind
Who
of
is this guy?
environment for complacency or melt up or froth that you see?
Well, what I'm looking for is the earnings are obviously going to support of how well corporations are doing. And to talk about JP Morgan, tell me an environment in which they don't make.
That's kind of my point, yeah.
How many billions of dollars per quarter free money. So it is what it is. They talk down their game a little bit. I think to not appear to be, glomming, and being greedy. So I mean,
Yep.
they're doing well. I don't think there's
It's all about
any
earnings, I
tears
guess.
need to be shed. But I think the dollar index is the big deal. The dollar index back below 104 will get things started for a lot of stocks, and I think that's going to be very much a positive.
Yeah, you mentioned the dollar several times on our occasions. Dollar's been generally hanging in there, but last week got blasted pretty hard, all week. I know you like the charts more than you do the news, but any thoughts on why the timing for the dollar pullback?
I have no idea. I'll be the first one to tell you that, but you can see how it's been not higher for longer, but here for longer, just like rates, and eventually that dam is going to break. It's a very crowded trade, and you know how those usually end up. So, people that are, short the euro currency, a push of 109, 110 can really get that thing started, and that's that could change the whole sentiment and the whole focus of the markets as well.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Dollar's been pretty firm throughout even some of the fluctuations lower in bond yields. So to see the dollar now join yields come on the lower end of the range.
But again, I'm going to say it 150 times. I've been doing this for, 30-some years. The last 40 years, the dollar's been between 120 and 80. So 100 is essentially the midpoint.
Yeah.
We're not high. We're right close we're almost to the midpoint. So there's a lot of potential there, and because it hasn't done it yet, it's just potential for right now. But that's what I'm looking at as the path of least resistance.
Got it. All right. Hey, you're going for a stock down in the dumps. A lot of people have a lot of bitterness with the one and only Pfizer. How come? What's going on?
Well, I'll add to that bitterness with my strategy. Okay, this is my second dose of Pfizer. We went after it in January. Okay, we bought the June 25 call, which was in the money.
Yeah.
Second dose.
Ended up finishing right at about 29, so it was at break even because we buy in the money options. We bought it for 4. It was about 4 when we finished. Okay. Now, as a trader, Ben will be the first to tell you, some of our best trades are ones that you scratch on. You don't make money, you don't lose money, but you were there for that opportunity window, and it didn't cost you anything. So it's set up once again. We didn't buy enough time in that particular instance, but we didn't lose any money. That's why I trade the options that I trade. I can't stress that enough. So for this, I'm looking at a January call, the same 25 strike, the same setup that I saw before, where we're seeing a range between 25 and 30 now for 8 months, and a breakout of the range targets 35. 25 is super support. 25 is the 10-year plus low that we've seen in this stock.
Yeah, it is quite low. I mean, it hasn't gotten any love whatsoever. Even Moderna's been trying to bounce back because all these other health companies like Eli Lilly have just taken the world by storm.
Right. It's risk reward. And if you look at this stock is a actual Dow stock, which is only 30 stocks. It's not that relevant. But you can't ignore that. And it's been down 20% in the last 52 weeks, whereas the Dow has been up 15%. So you've got risk reward, you've got leverage accumulation, you got the fact that it made new lows and rejected those lows recently. And again, those were 10-year plus lows at 25, and then it bounced. So there's a lot of positives here. I'm looking at the 25 call for January's cost about $3.75 right now. With the stock at 28, it's $3 in the money. So the expiration break even is 75 cents above, and it's only $25 more expensive than the October option. So I'm buying more time than I need to be in position for success for this stock.
All right, so vol, it seems like it's pretty affordable, pretty cheap in Pfizer. If you can get an extra couple months for not much extra cost. So you got plenty of time for it. You're looking for it to get above the highs for this year. That's the trade. Because
You're a
that's
funny man.
$30. You break even at 29. Right. You need it to get a year-to-date high.
Well, yeah, we need it to get, if it just moves modestly, again, we're at 28. So a modest move here can produce big gains. So if we get to 35, which is a technical target,
January
which is still
17.
significantly off the high highs, we're 50% off the 2022 highs of December. So, if we just get to 35, which is, not that significant, the option's worth 10, and it's up 150%. So it's about the math, it's about the positioning. It's something that I'm very comfortable with. All the stocks that have already taken off, the risk reward on this stock, nobody likes it, and you know how that attracts me to the stock like a moth.
Yes, that's it. All right. Self-described. Thanks. You should change your service to the Mothman prophecy.
The Mothman. Yeah, that's good marketing. Yeah, I'm gonna. You want to be a consultant? Okay, good. Good marketing.
Give me that kickback. All right, thanks, Alan. Bullseyeoption.com. All right, trading Pfizer with the in-money call. Looking forward to getting to a new high, year-to-date high. When we come back, let's talk to ETFs.
Interesting.
Take a look at themes that have been working.
I got
in the US,
3008.
working around the world.
That's $2.
Follow flows to get some ideas. Might even dive a little
For some
crypto,
reason.
'cause still a rumor out there that we might get one more crypto ETF. All right, stocks are doing okay, basically where we were at the last check. We're also still up, and the Nasdaq still basically unchanged.
Interesting. We'll pull back on the SPX. We had triple bottom on the QQQ. Where's the SPY? Oh. What's up? 114. Uh-oh. Profit. We hit the 200.
Number one broker here for the
Knock knock. Who's here? Jimmy.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those
113, 114, baby.
Bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full service wealth management, advice, invest on my own.
Make a business decision.
No, Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
SPY.
Investors are going back to the well this morning with NVIDIA, the only big tech company with the major gains. NASDAQ still flat. Passive investors, of course, are elated with performance on the year. Joining us to talk investing themes in the world of ETFs, David Mann is the head of ETF product and capital markets at Franklin Templeton Investments. David, thanks for being here on the Schwab Network.
Great, Oliver. Thanks for having me.
So, second half of the year going to be any different from the first? Because so far it's been pretty easy. Just buy the index and go to sleep.
Yeah, it's hard to complain with how things are.
I'd have to say I got lucky on that one. But I did hit my 200 just as planned. Just as planned. 200 SMA. It did, Jim. Everybody saw it. We got a problem. That's how you do it. 200 SMA. What the hell? Lily want $930, according to Mike. I didn't appreciate how they were pumping Lily. I mean, pumping Pfizer. Whoa, look at Lily. That was a good one there, Mike. Very good one. Very good. You get a shaka. That's right. Oh, apple. Hmm. That's how they do it. Hey, Oliver.
We'll keep an eye on that. Chartmaster with some analyst notes. Coming up next, we're going to take a look at dominoes, drugs, and the Zuck.
Wouldn't you just say Pizza Main? Meta is at 5:30.
On the south side of Chicago. It's been a long road.
It was a long road.
Now,
But you went on the good ride. Now you work for Schwab. We got a couple on my balling right now. I've had to work hard for my money today. A little strong. It's a lot.
Drugs, pizza, or social media? I don't know. We'll find out.
Ooh, I think drugs, but I think Domino's might be my most addicting. I haven't ordered Domino's in a while, though. I was thinking about that today.
Good for you.
Yeah, I've been in a Domino's light cycle of my life.
You've been in a Domino's downswing?
I have been, but hey, the chart looks pretty good actually. Hey, we pulled back about 8% from highs, but this name actually on like a 12-month basis, this chart looks really strong. It's looking a lot like there's the leaders of the restaurant space. It's like Shake Shack, Chipotle. I have to say that Domino's, I'm not arguing that it's had the same degree of like outperformance as a Chipotle, but that's a pretty good looking chart, I will say.
No, it is. It's back, and it's back in full form. Pretty much since they announced the Uber partnership, isn't that it? It kind of like got the shares rallying.
I think that's huge. I mean, like, it's a massive form of visibility. I know that was like their anti-stance for years just because they had their own pizza tracker. But now in today's world, like, that is not enough to entice you, frankly. I know Domino's somewhat pioneer like the whole idea of like tracking your food delivery, but we're in 2024 now. I mean, we have AI. I think you've got to just accept that is something that was cool of like maybe 10 years ago.
Oh, didn't they say that also they're now using AI to turn the pizza tracker into a pizza predictor where like you're just gonna log in, it's gonna know what kind of pizza you want. It's just when you think about pizza, it's just gonna show up.
That's terrifying. I think about pizza a lot. I'm like, how could you possibly control like the impulse of your brain versus like the reality? The news we got today is Bear did upgrade shares to outperform from neutral, price target of 580 up from 530. Average price target is 554, so 580 would put it ahead of the average, but they mentioned that with shares pulling back about 7.5% from their June peak, that they see the fundamental outlook having risen. They think that right now shares are just more appealing on a risk and reward basis. They also said that they're hungry for more strategy they believe can drive multi-year stretches of standout top-line performance. So I've never heard of this hungry for more strategy, but hey, it seems to be faring well for Domino's. That has been consistent, at least with its like earnings and its profitability. So there's that. I mean, like I can speak nothing but two thumbs up regarding Domino's quality of their pizza.
Yeah, I like it. I'm hungry for more analysis, but we gotta get to the chart. All right, KG, pretty good situation for Domino's chart.
It has been to the upside here over the last year, as JD was kind of talking about, but we are seeing maybe a little bit of a pocket of weakness that we just want to be mindful of here in the near term. But let's kind of go to the 1 year daily chart. We have this nice ascending channel line here that the stock has been respecting, both on the top line and bottom line on that particular trend line here. And now we're kind of coming up to a scenario at point B where we are losing a little bit of steam when it comes to the price action here, consolidating basically from May to the end of June here, and we actually did see a break to the downside, breaking that channel line that has been in place for, let's say, around 9 months or so. Now, the one thing to also kind of keep in mind,
118.
it does appear that it wants to cross below the 50-day estimate, which is actually a bearish signal, to say the least here. And your first area of support we really want to focus on here in order for the stock to
131.
being able to
200
days average, which is sitting at around 438.75 cents. Now we do see the RSI is
now I'm really upset.
Divergence. It's been in that bearish divergence since April. So basically stating that the stock continued to move higher, but the price action was really reflecting that it was kind of losing momentum. And the market it wants to also cross to the downside here. The 12 EMA below the 26 EMA.
Not good.
Getting close to, if not already crossing, because of today, the zero line. So I would say, however, right now in the intermediate term, this is actually a bearish chart. Even though long-term trend is still the upside here.
Okay, so really good long-term trend, but it just broke literally like in the last week. So, yeah, all right, good eyes, especially with the RSI coming off that kind of divergence that's been happening for months. Seems like it was realized with the breakdown in the last
I wasn't too impressed with that.
A bounce here. All right.
So that would have been a good payday.
Positive commentary from the analyst, though, might be enough to get it back on track. How about Gilead? Let's go
Anthony.
there. Jenny, as we've been talking a lot about Eli Lilly. We traded Pfizer earlier, so our third drug stock of the day.
Oof, this is a brutal chart if you compare it to Eli Lilly, though. Eli Lilly has been like the standout of the healthcare space. Gilead, not so much. I mean, we pulled back about 16% this year. It's just not been like the same degree of like a growth hype generating story as like, I mean, like right now I think what matters in this healthcare space is like basically your drug pipeline. Like, are you diversified enough outside of like the mNRA drugs, and are you also able to provide right now these GLP-1 drugs, which are huge? So Gilead not really operating in either of those markets, which are specific, but Raymond James actually highlighted a lot of its various drug treatments in its Purpose 1 study of the various drug, which they actually think that with its pipeline of drugs that they'll be able to see their revenue growth above current expectations. They think that all of these treatments could contribute multi-billion dollars worth of sales growth over the next 5 years. But these drugs are, I'm not going to go through the names of them, they're highly complicated, but basically there's highlighted like 3 different treatments that they're excited about as far as like their long-term outlook. This name actually surprised me how many, there's 13 buys, there's 19 holds, there's not a single outright underperformer or bear. So there is a degree of maybe like cautious optimism because most of the analysts are like taking on a more neutral approach, but still no one's saying outright sell your shares. So maybe this recent pullback, I mean, not recent, it's been a pretty consistent pullback, but still could provide opportunity. And hey, with these names, a lot of times, like you just need one drug to get like approval from the FDA and things can completely change as far as like your stock price goes.
Yeah, it's just to your point right now, they haven't been in the sweet spot for drug themes, so falling behind. It's interesting to see so many holds, but no sells.
Right.
That's like an implicit...
Or underperforms.
Yeah, so like it's a very implicit like reticence, you know, on behalf of the analysts, but not negative. Kind of weird. I'm kind of surprised that there's not some sells mixed in there. All right, how rough is the chart, KG?
A little rough, but you could actually make a case that there is some constructive bullish sentiment in this stock here in the near term, Oliver, but we just have some small hurdles to be able to try to reclaim here in order to try to reaffirm an uptrend here. So let's talk about last year. Last year at point A, we did see the stock kind of trade range bound, trading between $74 and $80.50 before actually breaking higher up to that $87.87 level. The problem that we had is when it did actually break that and started to come to the downside here,
Walmart, I added to this one.
Establish that range within that channel, which is an area of concern if you are a bull in this particular name. We broke through, continued to move to the downside, and at point B, we actually did see
UAL on here
actually occurring, and that could be a bottoming signal. That could actually signal that maybe the stock can actually move to the upside here. Now, just note we actually did see a little bit of a consolidation during that period as well. End of May, pretty much all of June before breaking out higher. And the 20-day SMA is going to be the key area of support that it really needs to hold to kind of get this momentum going here. And the next area of resistance is going to be the 200-day SMA. That's going to be sitting at around $73.70.
GILD and Guild.
50-day bull cross is also something to note, which is once again bullish, that you can make a case that the stock could actually move to the upside here. Look at that channel line that we did move to the right hand side there. Look at that being an area where the stock could actually try to recapture and stay within that range here in the near term. When you're looking at RSI, it is making higher lows, which is bullish, and MACD appears to wants to make a bear cross, but it hasn't done so yet. So if you're kind of looking at everything in aggregate, there's more bullish signals than bearish signals. I think the only bearish signal would be that MACD. This does look constructive, but you got to hold that 20-day SMA in order to really confirm buyers are coming in.
Kind of looks like the inverse of the dominoes chart.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit, yeah. I think dominoes, when you're kind of looking at that chart, though, it kind of stalled out. This one's not really stalling out. It's actually making a fairly quick reversal if you're looking at it on a longer time frame. So a reversal of about a month, double bottoming, and then trying to push higher is something that does signal that buyers want to kind of step in, or short sellers are actually getting out of this market too. That could also be the case. It really won't be reconfirmed until we actually recapture that 200-day low.
Yeah, just like from trend turnaround perspective, where Domino's had a big uptrend and kind of breaking down. This one's been under pressure, but maybe trying to turn up. So
good point, Oliver.
Short versus long term, good lessons there on those two. All right, Meta. I think we know what the chart looks like, all of us. But what's the latest on the commentary side, Jenny?
And I would say, as far as like addiction goes, this actually might be the greatest one, which is scary and sad. Wells Fargo today raising its price target to $625 from $593, keeping an overweight rating. This is significant because it's just so much higher than like the average price target right now among analysts, and there's 62 that cover this name. $521 a share. So that actually implies obviously downside from where we're currently trading, but $625 was among one of the highest targets I've seen. $634, I believe, right now is the street high, so it's definitely in like the upper echelon of targets. But they highlighted ad performance in second quarter, and also thinks that right now, third quarter revenue guide they think could fall between around $38 to $40.5 billion, which implies about 6 points of constant current foreign exchange deceleration at the midpoint versus the firm's second quarter target. So they said that the forward commentary will support this view that this is a CapEx cycle, not an OpEx cycle, which I thought was just an interesting way to look at Meta Platforms. I mean, this name is like clearly the best of the group on a year-to-date basis. It's up 50%. We're only pulled back, I mean, like at this point, like 2% from all-time highs in this name. So it's been a name I feel like that hasn't gotten the love as of late. We've just been focused on like the Nvidias, the Teslas, the Apples of the world, but Meta has been able to hang in there pretty much all year long.
Been crushing it. Had a great close to the week last week with Zuckerberg on the surfing and the wakeboard.
Okay, which was impressive. That's
Zuckerberg.
like Zuckerberg. He's like actually becoming a human being.
Yeah, he's great. All right.
Zuckerberg.
How we looking?
You know, the chart is actually looking pretty good here, Oliver.
That's a low blow, man.
Talks about we are in an upward trend here. If you're looking at point A, we had a double bottom last year, the first time that we tested the $275.25 level back in August, and then retested it again in October for pushing higher here. Now, there was a gap to the upside on earnings, and the stock this ascending channel within a $50
this is
range
daily
after that earnings announcement, which is actually pretty decent. But then we had another earnings announcement. Zuckerberg really couldn't nail it when he was talking about his CapEx spend. Saw the stock selling off. But when we did see that sell off of that gap down, the stock then kind of reestablished that ascending channel line, once again trading within this $50 range. And so you got to just be a little bit mindful when you're looking at this stock, knowing that we have earnings coming up in the next, 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So this one can gap up or gap lower here. But if you are a bull, you are looking at this being a little bit constructive.
Very interested.
Here, trying to break the upper end of that channel line that we have on the right-hand side here. And if you are a bear, maybe an area of support or maybe an area where the stock
He's
can
right.
come down and test would be $415.50, the 200-day moving average here. Last but not least, we do have the RSI continuing to make higher highs, really showing some relative strength there. And then we also have the MACD, which is continuing to try to hold its bearish formation, or bullish formation, I'm sorry. You want to continue to see that move to the upside as well. So from a price action standpoint, it's been doing a really great job. Can it hold up and continue that rally? Maybe. If you're a bull, you really kind of want to see that, because once we do start seeing momentum being lost in this name, that's when we can get sellers stepping in, and that's when we can test those areas of support that I just
Kind of like it as one of the big tech charts that is steady climbing but not exorbitant, and doesn't seem like it's overextended like some of the others.
It is, my friend, it is.
Steady grind.
Yeah, there's still some room. So if you kind of map out what we saw the last time when we had that gap up to the upside on earnings, not the previous one, but the one before that, you can see how wide the MACD was actually reflecting compared to where the stock price is at. If we actually have that similar trend there, Oliver, then you could make a case that another $100 to $150 could be priced into the stock.
Oliver.
If those trends kind of continue, and we can't make that assumption here right now, but you're right. I mean, as long as you can continue to break out
Another $100? You got to be kidding me.
to the upside, especially maintaining that channel line.
It can happen,
bulls
Jimmy.
will continue to get into this name, but once you start seeing that flatten out, the stock can reverse fairly quickly.
Chart
We have
master.
the earnings announcement risk, which should be acknowledged that they're not they haven't been the type of company like an Nvidia or some of these other ones like Google that have just been consistently beating to the upside and providing really great commentary. They can have really good fundamentals, but the conference call can really impact the stock to the downside. You just want to be mindful of that if you're a bull right now.
Okay, all right. Good analysis. Thanks, Kevin Green. Thanks, Jenny Horn. All right. If you look at Meta and others lower in the big cap category today, NVIDIA also kind of cooled off a little bit.
I'll be right back.
Get our team in here to check in on markets when we come back for a discussion, as the NASDAQ is red for futures, index down, just basis points. Russell's still out there on its own. 1% higher for small caps. NVIDIA's come in a couple bucks. Not quite as rip-roaring as it started the session. We mentioned Bitcoin, which flipped red. Dollar now kind of looking like it might go positive too. So on the margin, a little bit of softening in the tone, but still a good session here so far.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Morning Trade Live. Let's check in on the market action so far since the open. Caroline Woods rejoins us from New York, and Mr. Kevin Hanks here with me in the studio. We started off pretty strong with NVIDIA, but it's kind of cooled off a tad. The mega caps are kind of mixed. Kev, so far it's a Russell story this morning, basically.
Of all things to lose, who thought we'd lose the NASDAQ this morning? You know,
we'll pause.
Up every day last week.
Right.
A little exhaustion, a little second guessing ahead of earnings season coming up here. Not really shocking. Oliver, we're so stretched. So, you know, when the excuse is for the market going up, oh, it's just momentum. There's no fundamental reason, it's just momentum.
Right.
Well, you're starting to run out of reasons to buy these things. So, you know, the valuations are stretched. We're ahead of some earnings where the bar is extremely high. It's kind of natural that we might pause here or hesitate a little bit ahead of Q2 earnings.
Okay. So, Caroline, as we look at the second half of this week, I mean, that's where the action is anyway. It's where the data are. It's where the earnings are, you know. So that's when it's going to get busy.
Yeah, it feels like we finally have a week with some catalysts that could really move this market higher or lower. Of course, we have CPI, we have Powell speaking, but then, of course, we also have several reads on the consumer with earnings coming up from the big banks, kind of get a sense of consumer credit. We have PepsiCo in terms of consumer spending, and then also Delta to see if those travel trends stick. I do think, yes, we have, you said we lost the NASDAQ, but I do think it's important to point out that we haven't lost the AI trade. You talked about NVIDIA coming off earlier highs, but still up almost 2% today. I will say that, we know that sentiment has waned a bit for NVIDIA. It's off about 9% from its highs. But UBS did acknowledge this in a note earlier today, talking about the wall of worry that people are worried about. But the analysts there are very much optimistic that NVIDIA can climb that wall of worry, due in large part to what he calls exceedingly robust demand for the Blackwell chips. In terms of other AI winners that I'm seeing today, Melius was out with a note talking about the AI catch-up trade and how in the second half some of the underperformers stand to benefit, calling out Intel and AMD specifically. Well, they're having a great day today. Intel's up almost 5% today. AMD up about 1.5% right now. Also seeing some continued strength in Supermicro, which is up about 5%, 6% right now. Broadcom is seeing a gain of almost 1%. And then Corning, I know you talked about that at the top of the show. That's very much AI related, seeing a 10% gain today. So yes, lost the NASDAQ because of some losers like Palo Alto and Datadog, but AI trade still going strong today.
Yeah. The, Corning move that we talked about too earlier on, I mean, the Apple kind of implications. If they're upping their guidance, it does give some hope, Kev, to the earnings season, being able to fulfill some of these now very lofty expectations you talked about at the top of the show. I mean, Apple in particular is going to have to really, really show up some guidance improvements, I think.
When you think of Corning, think of anything having to do with the display.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And
connectivity
and
now,
think
too.
of all the, they do a lot of things, but their focus seems to be the surfaces, the display technology that they cover. And that's everywhere, Oliver.
Yeah.
So they're a key player, and Caroline's right. As this whole thing keeps evolving, what this market's going to do, they're going to start finding the secondary and tertiary players in AI. They're going to say there's value there, and that's what we hit. It's kind of spreading out here. So yeah, we're looking for new ways that AI can improve these companies, and it's going to be stories like this, like Corning of all people. When's the last time we talked about Corning?
Right. I don't know, probably last quarter.
Yeah, one day.
Yeah. All right, so we got the NVIDIA commentary that Caroline mentioned, exceedingly robust demand. We've also got Tesla in the mix, still one of the few positive today, this morning, as that momentum's been running too. So we've got enough, it seems like. Taiwan Semi's going ballistic. Those shares are up 4%. Chipmaker's up 1.5%. I mean, it seems like we're in pretty good shape generally, and I don't think that our imminent news flow, Caroline's going to derail it. Jerome Powell's not going to show up in D.C. and start dropping, scary language on us.
No, he'll probably stick to the script. I have to tell you guys, though, I was literally driving through Corning, New York yesterday, and I thought to myself, I haven't talked about Corning in a while, so I think I'm a witch, and I think I might have inspired this rally. So I literally, that's where my mind goes on these long drives. Driving back
Tell
to
us
Buffalo.
next time where you go ahead of time so we can do a little insider trading.
Yeah, right? I know, I'd be richer.
Road trip.
But no, I do think, though, in terms of another potential AI play, Best Buy, we've talked about that, is benefiting from, in terms of AI PCs and such. Best Buy, a big winner on the S&P 500 today. Also seeing strength in cruise lines as well. Obviously, Hurricane Beryl has kind of made its way through the Caribbean, heading toward Texas now. So some of those cruise lines, Royal Caribbean, Carnival, Norwegian, some of the best performers in the S&P 500 today as well. Norwegian up about 3.5% right now.
All right, so we've got enough here working for us, Mr. Hinks, as we've still got most sectors positive, value up on the day. A little bit of a shift in terms of the tilt. Materials, industrials, banks. Not the most reliable cohort of leaders, but we're hanging in there still. I mean, the Russell's actually extended a bit here.
The next hurdle this market has is Jerome Powell going to start talking us out of a September rate cut.
Yeah, boy. All right. Well, we'll find out this week.
Starting tomorrow.
Yeah, starting tomorrow. All right. 2-day affair. All right. Thanks, Caroline Woods and Kevin Hanks. Thank you for joining Morning Trade Live. Trading 360 with Nicole Pedalides is up
They've
next.
got one at the front desk.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of think or swim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Think or Swim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Get each and every angle, the whole picture. Everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full view. Real-time example
Okay,
trading
well, I'm on my way.
of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
Gotta go do an errand.
Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
My sentiment right now is, it seems like we're almost.
I'm Nicole Pedalides, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab
It's
Network, available
time for
anytime,
lunch.
anywhere, any device.
It could pull back, or,
Schwab Network.
but I'll be back. I gotta go do something.
Young lady who was mid-30s,
I thought I had this
couple of kids,
problem
recently went
solved,
through a
but-
divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. And available on all your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
A fresh take on the hottest trends in the market, from every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on Next Gen Investing. 1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. All so you can trade brilliantly.
Monday morning. We are 90 minutes into the trading day. Welcome to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Glad to be with you on this Monday. We have a busy week ahead. Today's show, our 360 Spotlight, will dive into the tech sector. Our guest now believes, after being hot on it, getting a little defensive on some of those names. And the disruptor, ServiceNow, after Guggenheim downgrades the stock this morning. Our 360 round, diving into the big banks. We'll look at JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citi, all of them as we kick off earnings, right? Bank earnings really begin on Friday. In the meantime, here's a look. We have that jobs report on Friday as well, last Friday. Here's a look right now at where we stand on stocks. You do see that the S&P 500 is up 5 at 55.71. The NASDAQ down 12. The Dow is at 39,554, up 168 points. The Russell also gaining. Oil and gold are to the downside. Oil's at 82.73 the barrel. Gold's at 23.82 a troy ounce, down about 16 bucks. 12.51 for the VIX. Bitcoin 56,435. That's down about 0.5%. Certainly been on a downtrend, and the dollar pulls back off those 105 levels. Right now, you see it just fractionally higher, 104.57, but had been hovering last week or so around 105. In the meantime, let's get to some of the top moving stories and stocks of this week. Jenny Horn's with us, markets correspondent here on Schwab Network, and we're taking a look at Boeing pleading guilty for criminal fraud. So we need to hear some more details on this, please. Good morning, Jenny.
Good morning, Nicole. And yeah, that's a pretty stunning move, as now, of course, Boeing can be classified as a felon, according to these reports we did get late Sunday. So this is a pretty substantial deal. Boeing will be formally acknowledging the guilt and accept fresh punishment over its dealings with the FAA before the two 737 MAX crashes that ultimately did kill around 346 people, according to this court filing. As part of the plea to one count of conspiracy to defraud the U.S., prosecutors have asked the company to pay a second $244 million criminal fine and spend roughly $455 million over the next 3 years to improve its overall compliance and safety programs. They also must hire an independent monitor for 3 years to oversee those improvements. A court does still need to sign off on this plea agreement, but pleading guilty does create business challenges for Boeing. Now companies conviction felons can be suspended or barred as defense contractors. Boeing is expected to seek a waiver from that consequence to hopefully avoid that penalty, but the company was awarded the Defense Department contracts last year valued at just shy of like $23 billion, for example, according to federal data. So this is a concern, the fact that now it will be identified technically as a felon. This is also, of course, a plea deal that falls short of what the victims of the 737 MAX crash families wanted. So that's another concern. But amazingly enough, as we know, is the street doesn't like unknowns. So now we at least have some answers on this, and Boeing shares are up over 3% in reaction. And I think, again, knowing the actual nominal figure that they will have to pay, I think is seen as a win, because at least now we have answers. But it's just frankly amazing for a company that has had such PR nightmares. We're still up 19% off lows, and I know we've pulled back almost 30% this year, but just seeing a 3% move on what objectively would be a guilty plea deal, I mean, it's quite amazing. And frankly, it's because of the duopoly nature in which Boeing and Airbus do operate here, Nicole.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had guests on to say bye Boeing recently at all, even on the pullback, just not getting a lot of love. But today with an up arrow, no doubt. Thank you so much, Jenny Horn. Great to see you. Let's get some insights in the news shaping the markets. For that, we welcome in Rob Williams is with us, Managing Partner, Chief Investment Strategist, Sage Advisory. Good morning to you. As we've gotten in some of our information, we're waiting on CPI and PPI and things this week, but we've heard from the Fed. We've gotten some jobs reports. We've seen some key on inflation. How are you feeling about this second half of the year?
Yeah, I mean, look, for us, I think it's the two things you need to think about is duration on the fixed side and diversification on the equity side. Two things that did not help you in the first half, much better setup to help you in the second half. Like you said, we've got jobs data. Jobs appear weaker than even the surface level kind of headline numbers. If you look a little bit under government-driven job, some of the more forward-looking parts of the job market are definitely ticking up. Jobless claims, small business hires. So I think, I think the economy may be weakening at a little quicker pace than people think. Give some latitude for the Fed to cut, but, at some point, bad news can turn into bad news for the equity markets.
Yeah, and you don't think just cut. You're thinking 1 to 2 cuts this year and a few more next year, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the plan. That's what the Fed has laid out. That's what the market is pricing. I think for a fixed income investor, you step back and say, at least the market is pricing more in the realm of reality, right? 9 months ago, we were pricing 7 cuts this year. So that wasn't reality. Then we almost shifted to hikes. That wasn't reality. I think 1 to 2, towards the end of the year, they certainly have the latitude with inflation and the labor market starting to weaken. And then, if you look at 4 next year, that's 150 basis points. That's a terminal rate. Year-end 2025 of 4%. So I think it's important to remember the gravitational pull here for fixed income investors is rates down, right? There's going to be some volatility for sure. The elections, the incoming data is going to bump yields around, but for positioning and having some duration and moving out of cash, it's a good thing to think about. The gravitational pull is probably towards 3% or 4% or below over the medium term.
Yeah, you're leaning towards fixed income, right? Really looking for, not even chasing yields, but looking for quality?
Yeah, because the fixed income market, there's no reason to reach for yield right now. You're getting good yield in safe fixed income, but spreads are very tight. Valuations are tight, so you don't have to reach for yield. Late in a cycle with valuations and credit very tight, that's a time to be conservative in the fixed income. Just maybe have more fixed income. I'm not saying the equity market can do poorly. I think two things need to happen. The rally needs to broaden out a little bit, and then you're probably going to have to weather some bumps in the equity market. So from a risk return, when you look out over a couple quarters, fixed income at 5+% yield looks pretty good as long as you stay safe and you don't have to go out into the higher volatility, higher yielding markets aggressively right now.
Right, understood. I mean, when we went through the jobs report and we saw government, healthcare, social assistance, construction, those were the areas that saw some strength. Do you expect any changes to happen? Because if the market starts to pull back a little bit, it sounds like you're a little bit tepid. Do you foresee changes happening?
Yeah, well, you're exactly right. Look, the 200,000+ jobs created in June, 150 were, you could call them government directly in healthcare, which is some of that's government related. So a big part of this has been driven by fiscal spending, which is going to be difficult to continue at this pace. So if that slows down, that's a growth, weakener. And I think what we're starting to see big picture is hints that the consumer that had a lot of excess savings, if maybe that's finally starting to tap out, and maybe we are on a weakening trend. And equities, fine, they're going to like when the Fed starts cutting, but the difference for equities is we've had big gains already in the first half. I know it's concentrated and valuations are high. So at some point, the markets may have to evaluate, is this Goldilocks? Because, the Fed could look actually behind the curve if the economy starts weakening more aggressively and they're being very slow on the cuts. So that could be difficult for the equity market in the back half. So even if it has some upside, it's got to be broader and it's going to come with more bumps for sure.
Yeah, I know healthcare and energy are sectors you were looking at. for the longer term, I guess, or the back half. I mean, when we think about commodities, tell me a little bit more about that story and what might be of interest to you, Rob.
Yeah, the fact that the commodities have had bouts of outperformance and consumer staples and some of these defensive sectors, they're not, they're still, mega cap growth is still sort of hard to beat at the moment, but you get in these bouts of these traditional late cycle outperforming markets when I'm at the end of an economic cycle. That's starting to show up more. So it's saying, hey, the market had this view that it's Goldilocks, we're in the middle of an expansion forever. Now they're starting to maybe say, hey, we may be in the later part of the cycle. So that's what gets us to like healthcare and energy, because energy and some of the commodity markets have been cheap. And healthcare and staples are traditional defensive. So I think you start adding a little bit more of that into the portfolio just to get diversification, not bailing on some of the parts, the mega cap growth complex, but at least diversifying some of that out for the back half for sure.
Look, maybe I'll leave this on a good note. 55.83 was our high on the S&P 500 today, so it's exciting once again to see record highs, intraday highs at least. Do you foresee that we'll be having some volatility or seeing some new highs?
Sure. When you're at the high, it's easy to make more new highs, right? But I do think, look, summer seasonals are more challenging. Some of the technicals are starting to get, toppy or at least show complacency. We know, look at some of the political upheaval in France has kind of derailed the path of kind of relative European equity returns versus the U.S. So it doesn't take much on the geopolitical front and the political front to interrupt this. But we think the big thing is just the notion of a harder landing, not a hard landing, but just the notion that recession probability is not zero. The equity is going to have to price that in. And they're not pricing that in right now. They're pricing in pure Goldilocks. So even the notion of a recession can give the equity market some problems.
Okay, Rob Williams, great to see you at Sage Advisory. Thank you for all that. Appreciate it. Coming up next, we have plenty more here on Trading 360. Up next, it's the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. And Ben Lichtenstein will take us through the technicals. Mike Shore of Prosper Trading Academy will take us through the trades. For Live Nation, Moderna, Nike, Trading 360 here on Schwab Network. We'll be right back.
He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Glad you're with us. It's time for the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Ben Lichtenstein will take us through the charts. Here to take us through the trades, Mike Shore, Director of Trading Education at Prosper Trading Academy. Great to see you both on this Monday. You know, we're kicking off a new week, earnings, CPI, and we're hitting highs. So highs on the NASDAQ, highs on the S&P. Mike, where do you think we're headed?
I mean, it's tenuous, but it's really hard, and you've been wrong for a long time by trying to fade these up moves. So I'm still in a cautious, bullish type of situation, buying pullbacks in names that you love, and but taking profits probably earlier than you normally would. It does feel toppy. And ultimately, I think that we are higher than this at the end of the year, but I don't think it's going to be a straight line between now and then.
So that's really specific, about buying the pullbacks, but also taking those profits sooner than later, not waiting it out and saying, hey, we just made some money on this, let's take some money off the table. That being said, let's talk about Live Nation a little bit. I mean, I think that a lot of folks look at this as, it was the COVID reopening play, and then it became even just people getting out, even it's becoming even a political play somehow. Interest rates, I don't know, you tell me, but it's certainly had a choppy market in the last few months after hitting a high of 107.
Yeah, and they do and probably are going to continue to have issues with regulators. If you can withstand that, it is resilient. And, from a cyclical standpoint, we are in the middle of concert and festival season and things like that. So I am looking, if it breaks out, I'm looking to go with it. Right now it's off a little bit on the day. So I'm looking for a breakout here and take that momentum. Again, you can't be comfortable long or short here. You can't be surprised if you take any directional bet and you're wrong. And so that just means you tighten up your risk, you pull in your profit targets, and you move on and do a bunch of smaller trades.
Yeah, so seeming at least trying to play on the positive. Oppenheimer not that long ago put a 110 target on it. Let's hear what you have to say, Ben, about the charts, please.
Right now, Nicole, 95 is a key level, so this is going to be a big hurdle for the bulls to get back above and hold above. If they do, I think you could just kind of add a couple more checks in that positive or areas in that column, that positive column. Let's begin with the 5-minute candle chart and work our way up and look at the bigger picture. Longer term, I just want to start with a prime example of what we look for, the 2 phases of price development, horizontal into vertical, and then back into a horizontal phase. I mentioned the significance associated with the $95 level. We're going to begin with that on the 5-minute time frame, and how we're just kind of chopping around that. We traded up to 96.80 into the middle of last week, but didn't really see any real follow through to the upside there. We've just gone again and started to balance here around this $95 level. But just taking a look here at sideways consolidation, low conviction trades. We're in this pattern here, but acceptance, simply put, of the run up that we saw last week. So stepping away from the 5-minute candle chart, we're going to go into an hourly look at some price activity here. And this brings us all the way back to, you can see when stock was trading down around that $75 level. That was November of last year into the beginning of this year. Strength, right? High conviction. February into March, we're talking topping out around 107. And even though we've come off that level, again, still kind of holding up around 95, right? So you see the significance associated with it on the 5-minute candle chart, now on the hourly, and similar pattern playing out on the daily. Look at this. So we've gone from a look at 5-minute price activity, look at the last couple days, to last few months, to now we're talking about well, the last few years. And a similar bullish pattern here. We're balancing around 95. I talked about the significance with that level. Build momentum up and through here. You retarget 127, 128. I also wanted to show you where we are relative to the 50 and the 200-day moving average. You can see we're holding above both, Nicole.
Yeah, understood. Look, and bouncing around and seeing whether or not it can do that kind of breakout. But Mike, I mean, you see, it seems like you're doing a lot more short-term trading these days, like Live Nation, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is a regular July, so July 19th. If we get above 96.80, 97.5, $100 call spread, you should be able to buy for about 65 cents. And that's going to give you nearly, well, it's 2.85 to 1 reward to risk ratio. And so, you know, we don't have to go and make new highs for this thing to max out or anything like that. So just a quick breakout, and, you know, hopefully it goes with us when it does.
Yeah. Next up is Moderna, which had such a nice run from $62 up to $170, but has been in somewhat of a downtrend since then. What jumps out at you here?
The 100-day moving average is what jumps out at me, and it's been holding it like a boss. So I don't think that we are going to go rocketing up here. I do like the support here. Implied volatility is a little bit on the high side, so that gets me thinking into things like iron condors, and that's exactly what I'm looking at. I'm looking at actually a bullishly biased iron condor, so that means that my short put spread is going to be closer to the money than my out of the money short call spread. Basically just
okay, so let's hear. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. So let's see what Ben has to say about the chart. Ben?
Yeah, as I'm taking a look here, we'll grind out a couple different time frames here, but I wanted to start with what's somewhat bearish on a 5-minute candle chart. High conviction trade lower and then sideways consolidation around 117. We're talking Moderna has really yet to recover from some of the selling that we saw into the end of last week. And, well, yeah, I should say just holding these lower levels as we kick things off here right around this 117 area, balancing and consolidating. So the high conviction came on the left side of the screen, and now we're consolidating, and now we're in a horizontal pattern here, just basically accepting this new lower level. But this is a pattern we've seen play out a couple times, right? That L-shaped type pattern. We step away from a 5 to now 1 hour candle chart. We're going all the way back to when the stock was trading up around that 170 level. 4 really well-defined areas of consolidation have established themselves at lower and lower levels. You can see we're currently balancing again around this 120 level. Hey, the way I see it, as long as we hold below 135, we're still in a bit of a bearish pattern. So you don't really get that optimism or that you know, kind of idea that we're starting to bottom out until we establish or take out that 135 level. Right now, the bears are hoping for a breakdown, a new area of value to form at a lower level. Let's take one more step back. I've got another chart for you to show you just where we are as far as, again, kind of getting back to that 5-minute candle chart here and the look at the last few days where the price activity. Look at this, almost an identical pattern, but we've now added, well, quite a bit of time on, going back to the beginning of 2021. If you remember, stock was trading up around 497, almost 500. Big move lower, sideways consolidation. I think it was the 5-minute we were talking about significance associated with 117. Here you can see that balance area that we're forming right now is right around 150. So holding below that, stock's under pressure. It's been coming under pressure for some time right now. Yeah, difficult to get excited about one that's just, again, exhibiting so much bearishness here.
Okay. All right, let's hear it. So tough to get excited. It's certainly exhibiting some bearishness. You're watching the 100-day. Mike, tell us a little more about your trade.
Yeah, so I like the structure of this trade. Now Ben and I disagree. You know, I'm a little bit more bullish than he is bearish, but I really like the structure of this trade. So not only is it bullishly bullishly biased by being closer to the money. But it's also it's a bit asymmetric in how I set it up. So the 112, 115 is the put spread that I'm going to sell, and then I'm going to sell the 123, 125 call spread along with it. You should be able to take in about $1.85 to do that. So my maximum downside risk is $1.15. So I even to the downside, I have better than 1-to-1 risk. And then if we do go up, the most I can lose is 15 cents. And hopefully I'll be able to buy it back before then. But if you get a blowout move to the upside on some FDA report or whatever. So I like the structure, and like I said, Ben, that's why we have markets. Ben's a little bit more bearish than I am. I'm a little bit more bullish.
Yeah, the question, I liked how you said it too. At first you were like, I'm a little more bullish than Ben is bearish. So, you're quantifying how bullish, how bearish, right? Let's get now to Nike, which, wow, that last quarterly print got the stock walloped, right? It seemed to be holding on and then had this big downturn. And the analysts did not, they were waiting for the next big thing or some great move from Nike. It's at $73 and change today, Mike. Where do you think it's headed and why?
I think I hope that it's going higher than where it is now, because I do have it's bullish in nature in the fact that it's not bearish. It's down well over 20%, and I know that the numbers were horrible and everything, but I did some back testing on this, and a similar type of formation is it's happened about 5 times since September of 2022. Out of those 5 times, 4 times we've had rallies off of this type of setup. And so that's going with me. And then just looking at it and what Nike is, and, suddenly it didn't just become half of what it was worth. I mean, even though it's trading just about like that. So it's a little bit of an aggressive non-bearish play. I guess that's the way that I'll put it.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking today as the lowest close since March of 2020. Ouch, right? Ben, take a look at this chart.
Yeah, I'm going to push back on this one. I think this chart is extremely bearish here, and there's been no rejection of these lower levels. And in fact, as we speak, we're seeking value lower on a 5-minute. Actually, I've got a 30-minute candle chart here. Let's just take a look. I mean, speak about a textbook example of those 2 phases of price development. You can see the consolidation horizontal phase balancing out around this $95 level, and then you can see, look at this vertical move lower a couple weeks ago into the end of last week, and how we have yet to reject that lower level. And in fact, as I take a look here, it appears to me as if anything, we've just gone back into another vertical phase lower after going a bit sideways around 75. So seeking value lower, the bears are looking for a new area of consolidation, a horizontal pattern to form below where we are right now. But where I see it, until we get back up above 95, again, they're behind the wheel on this one. And again, there's been some weakness not only on the short-term time frame, but also take a look here. You've got another, Nicole, you mentioned this big move, but another bearish pattern here. We've gone from a 30-minute candle chart to a daily when the stock double topped up around 179, 180. If you remember back in 2021, that was an attempt to break out to the upside. It failed. We've come off since. We're balancing, breaking out, I should say, of a balance that formed around 110. So this is, again, the bears in control here, seeking value lower right now on a daily candle chart and on that 30-minute candle chart. One more time frame here. This is the most bullish case scenario that I can find here for Nike, and it's a really long-term one. You can see a well-defined trend up off that 2010 low. That was around 15 to just shy of 180 in the fall of 2021. Some heavy lifting for the bulls to do, though. We talked about this last time we looked at Nike. They got to get this thing back up above 130 before they take out 55. And again, it's not looking great right now. We're working our way back down to those pandemic lows here, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. When I saw that it's going to be the lowest close since March of 2020, there's not many stocks that we're saying that about. It really sort of means something. And, he wrote still some heavy lifting to do here. There's just not that many stocks that are back to those kinds of levels. Mike?
No. Yeah, so I totally agree that it is a leap of faith. But I do like the setup that I have here. We actually need to rally a little bit to get in at the price that I want. But with implied vol is really high here, and it should be. So you want to take advantage of that. And I think selling it when you have no position in it now makes 0 sense to me. So if we can put something together, so if we rally a little bit, so I'm looking at the 70, 73, 74. 1 by 3 by 2 put. It's a ratio butterfly. 1 by 3 by 2. So long 1, short 3, long 2. And if we rally a little bit, you should be able to get about 75 cents credit for it. Then, if we go down to 73, that's the best place for that to be. Then you're actually going to sell it. You're buying it for a credit, and you'll sell it for a credit. Now, if we lose 73, then it gets ugly, and you just got to stop yourself out of this trade. But anywhere above 74, you keep that 75 cents. At 73, you make $1. So net you make $1.75, and then you're going to have to use that profit probably to blast yourself out of this if we can't hold 73.
Right, you have about a month for this.
A little bit more
August
complicated.
9th. Okay, yeah. No, you said it right. Nice to see you both. Mike Shore, Prosper Trading Academy, and of course our own Ben Lichtenstein there on the charts. Thank you both for the big three today. We had Live Nation, Moderna, and Nike there. Coming up next, we're going to spotlight the tech sector. So originally, this gentleman, our next guest, was picking some winners in the group, but now has turned a little more defensive. He'll explain. We'll be right back.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading.
Not much
And
going on
sharpen your
today.
skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalini, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's always fun to talk about the tech sector, right? It's been flying high. In fact, the NASDAQ is at a new high again today. People were so hot on NVIDIA and some of those Mag 7. And joining me now, Quint Tatro is with us, Managing Director at Jewel Financial. Now, last time you were here, you made some great calls on tech. So let's go back a little bit. What were some of your favorite names then? And I know you're turning the corner a little bit now. So let's paint the picture.
Yeah, paint the picture. First of all, it's great to be back with you. I absolutely love this. Thanks for having me. September, we were back here, and the market had sold off considerably. Valuations were very attractive. Our number one conviction was Google or Alphabet at the time, and I think it was trading, forward multiple 12 to 15 or something like that, and just obviously a cash hoard. And the sentiment was just so negative.
Yeah.
So it was, in our opinion, a very, very attractive, value, risk, reward play. Well, fast forward, all tech across the board basically is now at new highs. And what's fascinating to me is you have companies that are now trading at, in my opinion, lofty valuations, and the sentiment is shifted. And we now have so many people bullish, recommending, upgrading, and so on and so forth. So
Right.
in our opinion, we're a little bit later in the cycle. And we're now starting to trim. It's not a popular position. We're having to have dialogue with our customers and clients saying, hey, we're taking gains off the table, but we think it's the right thing to do here.
Yeah, I mean, at that time, let's say I just roughly, right? So it was around 131, 135. After that September sort of sell-off right there in late September, it went from 130 something to 190. So
Yeah.
190 today. So hitting some new highs now. So what are you telling folks? Are you telling them, do you still like it as a long-term play? Are you taking some off the table now?
Yeah, so we're kind of doing it in stages. Many of our tech exposure, and we had broad basket tech exposure as well, basic index exposure. So while we didn't have, NVIDIA outright, we had a lot of it just through the Qs or some other ETFs. But we're trimming those positions back, and what we're telling people is that valuations, it's not that they're, if you look at a NVIDIA, for instance, 35 times forward earnings, that's not that expensive when you consider their growth. But here's the challenge with a NVIDIA, in my opinion. You have everyone, Nicole, AMD, Taiwan Semi, even an Intel, trying to get into that market now. And so if NVIDIA just slows, doesn't continue to just meteoric earnings rise, the valuation will be reset. And in our opinion, that is going to be a pretty abrupt shift. So the boat, in our opinion, has just been, shifted to where everybody is leaning heavy into tech here.
Right.
It's not as attractive for us, so we're pulling back. And there's other areas that we like.
So, I mean, and I want to hear about the other areas, and we have a couple of names that we can focus on as well, in addition to Alphabet. But, one of our guests was saying, Mike Shore was saying, when it pulls back, he likes to buy on pullbacks, but he's taking profits sooner. Is that something you would do on some of these tech names?
Well, it's hard to be a trader, with some of these names because you kind of buy and hold them, and I just find it fascinating. We're just taking gains. I mean, we're just point blank. Putting it simply, we've trimmed about half our exposure to tech across the board. So if somebody had, a 10% position in tech, we're now at a 5, et cetera. So I think it's wise, and I think what I would like to look back on this interview is that now when everyone is talking about it, and everyone is, oh, this is great, and these valuations aren't, this is the time you look around and go, well, now wait a second. You all hated it when it was 70, 50, 60% lower. Now you all love it? And that's Wall Street. That's what happens, right? So it's now time to kind of shift sentiment, look at other areas that are beat up. There's individual names. There's even sectors that are not, attractive to the populace, but they're attractive to us. Small caps, of course. I mean, they're just left for dead.
Everybody's dead waiting for them.
Oh, it's a graveyard. It has been brutal. I mean, they're the cheapest valuation they've been, against growth and large caps, and I think history is the last report I saw. They're going to need a lower rate cycle. I mean, they're going to not just need a few hints at lower rates, they're going to need a dramatic rate cycle.
And there are plenty of people who think we're going to have
I'm one of those people.
A couple of cuts this year, a few cuts
I'm
next
one of
year.
those people that think the economic backdrop is declining such that very short order, by the end of probably this quarter, we're going to be talking about rapid rate decreases, and those are the areas that I'm looking to cause a lift.
So we just finished talking about Nike, and we showed the big sell-off after the last quarterly report. And you're looking at On Holdings, and they make a lot of, everybody jumped on board with these sneakers. At first I didn't even know what they said. I was like, what did that say? Like Dairy Queen? But it was OC. I got it. And they just sort of came on like a whirlwind. Then there was the Hokas too. But tell me a little bit about this name and where you think it's headed.
Yeah, so what we think it's headed higher. The pullback after the earnings run that we're just experiencing right now is attractive to us. We're adding exposure to the name. But this is a good example of a name, in our opinion, where if you want to be a stock picker and you want to go into the weeds and do a little homework, this stock, if you look at it on face value, it's pretty rich. It's trading around 82 times forward earnings. And that may keep many people away. Oh, I'm not touching that stock, except if they hit those estimates, it's a 200% earnings growth. So valuation-wise, attractive. Over $500 million in cash. So a pristine balance sheet, taking market share clearly from the likes of Nike and others. So this is a name, a small cap sector, small to mid. very attractive to us. And we think, again, you get a pullback here. It's an opportunity to take this name and put it on the sheet. So we're taking profits from some of the big mega caps and going in and looking for names like this.
But not hot on Nike or Dick's or any of those other names that have been beaten down. This is an On Holdings, On Cloud shoe.
Yeah, and even you mentioned Hoka, and Deckers has been on fire, but that has stretched. That's again a name that everybody hated when it was down and Hoka was gaining market share. Now everybody seems to love it. You know, I'm not in that camp right now.
You think Zoom video can really make it back?
So this is interesting, you know, because getting some notes for today and looking for some opportunities. Yeah. This is a flyer. I mean, this is, well, it's in the trash heap, but this is such a fascinating company. I always find it interesting when there's a product I use every day. I use Zoom.
You use Zoom all the time?
All the time. All the time.
For
Absolutely.
Work calls, for
work calls, you know, different media opportunities. All the time I use Zoom. This is a company that is, you know, has basically no debt, is trading 12 times forward earnings. Now, those earnings are lackluster. There's nothing. But here's the deal. Almost $7 billion in cash. That company can turn around and buy an accretive earnings play in a heartbeat. So this is a name that's trading in the trash heap. We like it. We're looking to kind of add subtle, small exposure. We'll see what happens.
All right. Quinn, it's great to have you back. Thank you for the updates on how you're feeling about the market. You said stay patient and vigilant into the end of the year. And we have an election to deal with. Quinn Tatro at Jewel Financial. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Coming up next, our disruptor, our pick today, ServiceNow. We'll explain why, because there is a bearish note out from Guggenheim. Coming up.
We're bearish. We're under the 9, but we're kind of trying to make our mind up. We still got another hour and so. I'm not sure. I mean, it looks kind of decent for scalp. She goes a little bit. With double bottom on AMD. Yeah. Oh my God. SPX. That's pretty good. Tesla. Jimmy said 260. Yeah. Uh-oh, telephone. Always clean this, Jim. Did you pick up the almond milk? Oh, you're not Lisa? Lisa was gonna get the almond milk. She's not around? Cage free. Okay. Well, well, well. Well. Eddie and Johnny and my ex-wife on here. And Anthony. Well, again, we broke a major resistance today. 254.50 on Tesla. The crowd's going wild at the sports arena. Add water to this, see if it tastes a little better.
Are we painting a better picture?
Yes, I think there is a better picture. It's going to be a very interesting quarter for the banks, and overall, I think the tone of the market is going to be set by the banks, and the tone for the next 4 quarters are going to be set by earnings for everyone.
Okie dokie.
This Friday is really a big deal. I expect some earnings
This Friday
on most of them, and I think Wells Fargo will do real well. It's already up pretty strong for the year. Those three tones that I'm really looking for is what's the tone on the market?
Mike got
what's
some
the tone
SPX.
on office space and write-downs and credit quality, because there's more. That's where the limitation is going to be for the market, and that sets the tone not only for the rest of the banks and the earnings season for banks, but for the economy as a whole.
Yeah, and the office space part of it's very interesting because, I continue to read about companies that are just getting smaller office
We got
space.
1, 2, 3 now.
That's not great for the economy, but they've realized they don't have to pay so much in real estate. Maybe we don't need a whole building. Maybe we only need a few floors. I've heard it over and over again, Dory. I mean, the office space picture, it doesn't necessarily mean a company's not doing well, but it may not be good for commercial real estate if they're not taking up more space.
Good point, baby.
It's interesting. All the banks point at each other. Big banks point at regionals point at small banks point at the bigger banks, and then all of them pointing at the asset-based space. It's kind of mixed in with all of it, but we've got a 92% negative absorption rate in the office space, and that's going to be a problem and headwind for a good while, but it doesn't mean that the rest of real estate can't do well.
Yeah. When we go within the numbers and what the banks are doing, whether it's trading or making deals, right, getting new companies to market and such, Andrew, where do you think, or what are you excited about to hear?
The loan growth has been rough, right? C&I loan growth has been impaired for a long time. I think the corporate world has been careful to spend, most of the corporate world outside of AI data center build outs and so forth. And there just hasn't been a lot of C&I loan activity. So any kind of plus tick there would be a positive. Honestly, the best part about this earnings season is that things are going to be less bad for the banks. And I think that's kind
Less
of
bad.
all you can really hope for in a bank. It's a cyclical industry.
It's better than no bad.
Late cycle dynamics.
All bad.
And so there's more downside capture, more downside torque with banks than there is upside during a cyclical recovery. So credit spreads are very tight right now, and this is about as good as it gets. It's going to be good. It's just not going to get you to 12 months in a day. So if you're a retail investor and you're taxable, you have a taxable account, this is probably not the group for you, in my opinion.
Yeah. Dory, JP Morgan seems like one you have some confidence in. Which names do you have confidence in as we're entering into this?
Well, I'm sort of like Andrew is there's more downside than upside right now, but the tone is just really, really important. Investment banking should be up, M&A's up, there's less regulatory pressure, but it's all a data point, it's all a stepping stone. We still have a ways to go there. And the market is not really concerned about investment banking and M&A making up for money losses. It's the tone of credit quality and the fear issue going forward. So I suspect JP Morgan should have the biggest surprise of the group. They're expected to be at about 417, 419, I believe. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them show up at 440.
Woo.
Yeah, you know what? Bank of America got highlighted. JP Morgan over at Wolf Research actually got downgraded to peer perform. So this is all ahead of what we're expecting on Friday. So thank you for that, Andrew Graham and Dory Wiley. Good to see you. And we'll have some rate cuts coming too, right? Presumably. Thank you for being with us here on Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides. I'll see you at 2 p.m. Eastern Time for the watch list. In the meantime, download the free Schwab Network app. It's available in the Apple App Store. 24/7, schwabnetwork.com. I'll see you at 2 o'clock, friends. Fast Market is next.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Lichtenstein.
Young lady who was mid-30s, couple of kids, recently went through a
Oh
divorce.
God.
She had
Repetitive. I'll never get it. Y'all can watch this commercial 1,000 times and still won't understand it. Because I don't care. Johnny. Dear.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend.
It's going to be fun this earnings time around there, Jonathan
for free.
or Anthony.
Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
Oliver.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do
God.
side jobs, installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 to $500. He just didn't want.
Your dad was a solid man. My dad had a big old beer belly. Okie dokie. Okay. Tesla. $259.44. The crowd is going wild at the sports arena today. Jim, you said 260. I can't believe it. We're only 56 cents away. Can we do it? Can we take it to 260 and stop there and no, not a penny higher? Let's see. Here we go. Do. Spot puts at 134. About ready to get down on some more here, Spy. We're at the bottom here. These puts are now at 137. Very nice. Man. It's a $5 dip if it doesn't hold this next support. Tesla. I'll be right back.
Names today, but it's not negatively affecting the overall market because you're picking up the slack in the Russell. You're picking up the slack in some other names that maybe haven't rallied to all-time highs.
Yeah, and how does that play out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what happens with the Nikes and the Starbucks and the Boeings, all these companies that have been beat up
that are negative on the year
and are negative on the year? What happens to them?
Mm-hmm.
I don't. It's just we're gonna watch it play out, Tom. And if it ever gets to the point where some of these broader stocks have to carry the water of the market, it could get a little dicey.
Right.
Because at some point AI is gonna plateau or it's gonna decelerate in terms of the growth. When that is, or does NVIDIA just leave the rest of the stocks behind? It's gonna get tricky, but when things feel too good to be true, Tom, remember these eyes have seen too much.
both sets of our eyes.
Without warning, it'll come without warning.
But I mean, to that point, if the Nvidias and some of these other names. I mean, Tesla rallied 27% last week. Apple hit fresh new all-time highs earlier on in the session. Hey,
Tesla was beat up though.
Those are big components within the major indices, Alex. And if you look at that, hey, everybody's been behind. The S&P 500 is already above most year-end targets. Oppenheimer raised their target to 5,900 from 5,500 today. So who's to say that stocks can't continue to move higher?
Yeah, well, I mean, Piper Sandler just stopped providing an SPX target because they basically said it's no longer reflective of the market. You have 10 names that are the market. And so this has been my point.
Yeah.
Breadth has gotten worse intraday, yet what you've seen is the NASDAQ get stronger intraday from where it was. Okay, the Russell 2000 can't hold a rally for 15 minutes at this point. I mean, it was up 25, it's up 15. So, yeah, it's stronger on balance, but it's flat on the year. It's down, like, what, 20% still from all-time highs. If you've been invested in stocks broadly over the last few years, you haven't really done a lot. If you've been invested in Magnificent Seven or NVIDIA or, Meta or Apple, it's been a different story. If you've been invested in the NASDAQ, it's been a different story. So if those names fail to, continue doing what they're doing, you're likely going to see the NASDAQ underperform. But you could have said this for 2 years straight now, Tom. So here's the actual question. Like, we can talk about all we want about what might happen, when it could happen, how it could happen. The scoreboard is the timing aspect of it. So if we've been saying this for 6 months, well, you've gotten run over like a freight train if you've been betting against the NASDAQ. So how I look at this is, if you've been invested in those names, the clearest hedge is always just to reduce the position. If you're worried about things, volatility is extremely low right now. We talked about on Friday on Oliver Rennick's program, some people don't want to reduce their positions, tax reasons, emotional attack, whatever it might be. Everyone's different. Investors, they want to protect against things. You could buy an SPX put that was expiring in the September monthly, so it's called the quarterly cycles, that the break even would have been 2% lower in the market, and it would only cost you 1.5%. So basically you're forfeiting 1.5% upside in the SPX to basically hedge below 2%.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't get much cheaper than that.
Yeah, protection's inexpensive right now. It doesn't seem to bother anybody. It doesn't seem like, but that's kind of my point about this, is the optimism for the equity market, while, hey, soft landing narrative is still in place. Yields have come down from those highs that we saw in April, 10-year yield below 4.3%. Jobs market's still robust. We're not seeing a crash landing in that, but we've seen a reduction in maybe some of the strength in the jobs market, Kevin. So that kind of lines up with everything. But when everybody is on the bullish side, that's when the red flags start going off in my head. It's going, hey, this can't last in perpetuity, where we go up every month in 2024, where S&P 500 is up 25%. I just don't see that playing out.
12.5 VIX seems historically cheap, but you and I have both seen it lower, significantly lower than this. So it can go lower, especially in the days of summer, where it can grind lower. So yes, protection, though historically cheap in the last 2 or 3 years, it has been cheaper. But you're right, with an all-time average of about 15.39 in the VIX, it's cheap.
It is cheap at this point. And that narrative about, the soft landing, New York Fed just came out with a note earlier today. Inflation expectations for June coming off of May levels. 1 year, 3.0%, was 3.2% last. The 5-year went down to 2.8% from 3%. So that's moving in the right direction that the Fed wants to see.
It is, no doubt about it. We're getting CPI, we're getting PPI this week. It's expected to bounce back a little bit so you have the inflation component going up despite growth expectations maybe coming down. You've seen that with GDP relative to where it had been. But here's the truth of it. We always go from a situation of hoping for the soft landing, this time is different, to it being a recession or whatever. Every single time, in 2008, it was this time's different, despite the fact that the recession basically started in 2007, and valuations were great on a forward basis because the earnings were going to be there, and then they're not. And so they're always going to have great forward earnings expectations until they're not. I'm not saying you're getting 2008. What I'm saying is there is always optimism until there isn't, and it happens pretty rapidly. When I look at this market right now, what you guys are describing is the risks being asymmetric to the downside. Maybe it's a large percentage chance that you're going to see a higher market, but in that smaller percentage of outcomes, you see a significantly lower market. How do you protect against that? Risk-defined strategies, and maybe not being exposed to volatility on the short side. So maybe it's not selling put verticals right now, or puts altogether. Maybe it's buying call verticals, still risk defined, but that way, you know your max loss going in, but you don't have those kind of small credits and then that volatility expansion working against you.
Yeah, and with all this low, those are going to be cheaper type of strategies. If you think there is a little bit more upside, you can offset some of your costs on that type of strategy. But you mentioned earnings starts this week, Kev. Unofficial kickoff with the financials. Delta and Pepsi on Thursday. So that should lend some credence. But if you look at the financials, JP Morgan got downgraded today. And going into this, Goldman Sachs hit a fresh all-time high today. JP Morgan just below all-time highs. Citigroup at over 2-year highs. Wells Fargo is doing well. So bar's high going into earnings.
Well, I believe, let's talk about why that is. Why do you think the financial stocks are doing well in this environment? I mean, the economy's good.
Yeah.
People are swiping.
Right.
U.S. consumer still strong. Interest rates have stabilized. Right. They're not as volatile as they were.
Right.
That favors the banks because they like. You ask Jamie Dimon, does he like higher rates or lower rates? He'll tell you. He'll answer. I like stable rates.
Right.
Stable rates allow them to do their job and grind out their volumes without any risk on the table and their portfolio risk. So stable in terms of interest rates is really good for the banks. It allows them to do their job. Do they have some risk? Jamie Dimon would rather have overall net interest levels higher, right? I mean, all banks like higher interest rates as long as they're stable and higher. And I think that's what they're getting.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of volatility in the middle of last year as far as interest rates, and I think that bled over into the equity market. Go ahead, real quick,
But
Alex.
just like the tech market, just like the stock market, we're looking at the sector as a whole and saying it's strong. JP Morgan's strong.
Yeah.
Wells Fargo is a little bit stronger, but it had struggled for years. Okay, Bank of America is nowhere near its all-time high. Citigroup's not on its all-time high. Certainly the regional banks are not on their highs. JP Morgan is the mega cap in the financial world. No surprise that the biggest one is absorbing all the capital.
Yeah.
Citi, a little bit of a different story, right? Is they're restructuring.
Oh, she's doing a great
massive
job.
turnaround in
Their
this
CEO, she is doing a great job so far for anybody that's invested in Citigroup right now.
I mean, that's a big
Goldman's
turnaround.
doing well too. I should.
Goldman hit an all-time high today. All right, guys, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at ServiceNow, ticker symbol NOW. The cloud software stock is under pressure today and a downgrade after closing Friday just below all-time highs on that one. Stick around. Fast Market's coming right back.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. We're talking ServiceNow. Stock's down over 4% in today's session. Now, it was just below its all-time high. It's had a pretty good run over the last month or so, but pulling back here a little bit today. Let's bring in Caroline Wood, Senior Markets Correspondent here, to help us break down this story because, you know, I like when analysts do this, Caroline, when the stock's surging just below all-time highs. Maybe they've got some cracks in what they're seeing out there, but it's not a bad thing to downgrade a stock after a spectacular run that it's had over the last couple of years, right?
Well, it's not necessarily good news for the stock. As you said, ServiceNow share is down more than 4% on this news. Now just about 5%, a little bit more than 5% from those all-time highs. And yes, this bearish call came from a Guggenheim analyst. The analyst downgraded the enterprise software company to sell from neutral, slashed the price target to $640. So it's currently trading around $771 right now. As we said, down about 4.4%. So this analyst sees room to the downside by about 17% more. ServiceNow doesn't report earnings until July 24th, so a couple weeks away, and this analyst thinks that those results actually will be fine, but he's concerned about guidance looking forward. Says guidance could be in jeopardy. Says the second half of 2024 presents risks to consensus subscription estimates, which presents material risk in the stock because it's currently trading at a rich valuation. So for the full year, I will say that Wall Street's expecting ServiceNow to generate subscription revenue of about $10.56 to $10.58 billion. This analyst says partner checks were generally positive for Q2, but not as positive as they usually are because of a dearth of Gen AI sales and, of course, slower than anticipated IT spending by companies in the U.S. He says now seems to be expecting an uptick in Gen AI business in the second half, but our field work indicates this is not likely until 2025, if ever. So that's certainly weighing on shares today. Still up about 9% year to date, still up about almost 40% over the past 1 year, but moving away from those all-time highs today with this 4% decline.
You know, Caroline, I was reading about ServiceNow today, trying to pinpoint what it is they do, and my consensus is they do everything. They're in all parts of this business. So the question is, then you made a point today on the morning show. This is one analyst. I think you said 37 other analysts have buys, and one analyst kind of went the other way. Well, there's one way to make a name for yourself if it comes out right. But is this just purely a valuation, is what he said? Or does he, because if he sees decelerating growth, they're in everything. If this is not growing, then is that a cautionary tale for the rest of these stocks?
Well, it's definitely a valuation play because he called it a rich valuation, but it's also saying that consensus subscription revenue estimates in terms of guidance is in jeopardy. So he's looking for a slashed outlook, it sounds like. But yes, I do think it's important to note he's kind of the sole bear among a lot of bulls on Wall Street. In fact, we also saw kind of on the opposite side of the bull-bear spectrum just today, Wells Fargo boosted its price target on ServiceNow to $920 per share, kept its overweight rating. We also had Needham maintain a buy rating and maintained its $900 price target, which just goes to show, how big of a discrepancy there is between the bulls and the bears. But yes, if you take a look at the breakdown, 37 of the 41 analysts, so 90% of analysts, have a buy rating on shares. There are 3 holds, and then this one sell comes from Guggenheim. The median price target is $850 a share, so still quite a bit of room to run, according to the majority of Wall Street. Now, ServiceNow, as I said, doesn't report until July 24th, so we could see some changes heading into that report, or of course after. But we'll have to see if Guggenheim remains the sole bear, or if others kind of join his ranks strictly based on the valuation or because they're concerned about some of the estimates as well.
Yeah, and some of its competitors have taken a hit recently, whether it's CRM, SAP, Workday and some others in that software space have been hurt. But yeah, a good breakdown for us. That's Caroline Woods, senior markets correspondent here. But Alex, bringing it back into the conversation here. I mentioned, taking some chips off the table after stocks had a pretty good run. It doesn't seem like that the analyst hates this stock, but when you talk about efficiencies, you talk about AI, you talk about cross-selling your platform across multiple different silos. That's where ServiceNow fits in, right?
Yeah, I think the analyst highlights risk that just is basically all these concentrated trades have, which is what if not? What if what we think is going to happen doesn't happen that way? What if it disappoints? And we're not going to get that answer until they tell us, right? And that's going to be the 24th of July. I elected to kind of look at how the today's action, and there's another point too. I think you said Wells Fargo was bullish today, upping their price target. And it goes to show that there's asymmetric risk to the downside, meaning there's more risk to the downside than maybe upside, because we got two stories and the negative one is overpowering today. But again, we're not going to get the ultimate conclusion to whether or not some of those stories are true, or if they're just, maybe an overzealous analyst trying to make a name for themselves, like Kevin said, until we get those announcements from these companies. But I went to the July monthlies to stay ahead of that. And if you look at today's action, it sold off and it held its 1 month EMA, which is, I know, a technical level that many look at. And so basically, I just looked at a strategy that would look for it to continue to hold that level until that July monthly expiration, which is not this Friday, but next. And basically looking for no resolution until after the earnings, but taking advantage of the fact that you had a little bit of a sell-off here today in response to this news. Skewed put butterfly has some omnidirectional. If it goes down to test that level, that would be our best case scenario, is that level's like 756.50 or so. And right now, in our strategy that we're looking at, we buy one of the 760s, sell two of the 755s, and buy one of the 745s. So it is skewed. You're selling a $10 wide credit spread, buying a $5 wide debit spread. That'll knock our break even down to 748.50 if it's done for a $1.50 credit. But also, it gives us that added kicker where this can expand to a $650 profit if it does pin 755, which is near that support level, the 21-day EMA. 350 risk, though, is really the big key piece here. It's risk defined. If this is some sort of trend change and you do see the stock move lower, you know the risk going in. Doesn't need anything to happen to be profitable. You can keep the credit if these options expire worthless. So basically just looking for this to be an overreaction, at least for the next 2 weeks.
Let's break this one down. Skewed or unbalanced put butterfly, collecting a credit. I think that's a key when you look at this type of strategy where, hey, if it just goes higher, continues to go higher, rebounds, stays where it is, you're still going to be profitable on it, but you get that kicker on the downside, buying one of the 760 puts, selling two of the 755 puts, buying one 745 puts, $1.50 credit, trading about $1 credit right now, but if you collect that $1.50 credit, as Alex mentioned, $350 in risk per spread, and that's below $745. But Kevin, that break even just below $749 is quite a bit of cushion to the downside before you start getting hurt on this one.
And the risk looks bigger than it is, right? Because it's only $350 in risk because you collect $1.50. You have a $5 put vertical that will make money before it turns into risk. And then that $10 short put vertical, remember, you've already got $650 built up, that where your exposure then is only $350. So you're looking for, it's kind of the same similarity as a short put vertical. And there's a lot of scenarios where you do well. Up, you do well, right? You collect your credit. Down small, you do well. Down towards that short strike, you do much better. The risk is that catastrophic move to the downside. And like the 1x2 spread that we do sometimes, you've got that long put vertical to earn some income before you start losing money. So if you navigate it well and maybe take this spread off when it gets into that area, as long as you don't gap lower, there's a chance to kind of defend this position or get out of it.
Yeah, and I always look at this this strategy, Alex, and I like that you bring it because we talk about this strategy sometimes where you're collecting credits on buying, unbalanced or skewed flies on this one, butterflies. But this is one of those strategies where, hey, you don't make that much money if it rebounds, right? You keep that credit that you collected, but you're still profitable, right? this is almost one of those strategies where, hey, if I'm wrong, I'm actually more right than if the stock reverses and goes higher, right? If I'm wrong, where it slides back down into that sweet spot around 755, this is a nice winner.
Yeah, it's sort of like you're leading it to the downside. And it kind of lowers your break even and has a better kind of sweet spot if it kind of eases lower. But what I also would say too is this is a strategy that maybe I would look at more on higher price per stock name. So for example, it's a $15 wide spread in total. That's a little bit over 2% of a $750, $50, $60, $70 stock, where a $5 wide spread on a $100 stock is 5%. So it's sort of something too where it allows you to make this bigger trade smaller by utilizing the fact that this is an expensive stock and maybe not that accessible for a lot of account sizes.
Yeah, and the swings and potential volatility in a name like this when it's 700, and who knows, you're avoiding earnings, which is probably the bonus part of it, because who knows, every stock that seems to be above $500, they're coming out and saying 5 for 1 stock split, 10 for 1 stock split to make it more accessible.
It's a directional play towards 755 strike. And what happens if nothing happens? You're profitable.
Still profitable. Profit in 3 out of 4 scenarios. To the downside, above that break even 748.50, and then if it's neutral, and even if it goes higher, profitable on that one. So good look at the unbalanced put butterfly, and thanks to Alex Coffey, senior equities contributor, for joining us. But coming up after the break, Kevin and I are going to be joined by Landon Swan from Likefolio for a look at sentiment data on Boeing. The aircraft maker stock is rising today after pleading guilty to a criminal fraud conspiracy charge in another round of issues for the company. Stick around. Fast Market's coming right back.
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's Market on Close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I remember when I first started flying and we would experience turbulence, I would watch the flight attendants. If they're not nervous, then I'm not going to be nervous. Financially, I'm the flight attendant in that situation. The relief that comes over people once they know they've got a guide to help them through, I definitely feel privileged to be in that position.
She's definitely privileged, all right.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. It's time for cash tags. For that, let's bring in Landon Swan. He's a co-founder at Likefolio. Welcome back to the show, Landon.
Spy trying right here.
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Boeing doing okay today, and it seems like even with this criminal charge, Landon, this is almost like, hey, we're sticking it out there. We've got the fine paid. We're doing all the stuff to make our planes safer.
Landon.
But are you still seeing any data that's kind of down? We were talking during the break, Kevin and I, that, you know, are people getting on social media and saying, I refuse to, I'm checking what type of plane I'm flying when I'm booking a flight. Do you see that?
Yep.
Yeah, so, you know, just kind of putting this out there, we don't officially cover Boeing, right? But we pull a lot of mentions, especially around all this, just to see what's going on. And yes, people actually do say that kind of thing. They talk about United, they talk about Southwest. Is it a 737 MAX? It's kind of like, you know, if they have a choice, they'll pick the plane. They'll pick the airline that doesn't have them on a 737 MAX, but they'll still maybe go reluctantly if that's the only one that they can get on. So it's definitely on the minds of consumers, definitely on there. And you know, this goes back quite a ways. I mean, we're talking, you know, in 2018 and 2019 they had a couple of crashes. About 350 people died. Then they grounded all of the 737 MAXs. The CEO resigned or was removed, and they've resumed production in 2020 of December. And now we've got that, you know, in January of this year, that I guess that cabin, it wasn't a door, but that panel blew out on an Alaska Airlines flight, and investigations. Now we've got this settlement. It just seems like, you know, a lot of trouble for this company. CEO said he's stepping down at the end of the year. And yeah, you know, frankly, I think this fine is pretty small. I mean, you're talking about $244 million is not that much money. They are committing to spend about $450 million to improve their safety and compliance. It's a lot less than what the crash victims want. I think there was talk of like $25 billion. So obviously, you know, investors are happy with today's numbers. But, you know, I think a lot of people are just concerned, like, you know, you can go through all the stats, and obviously flying is safer than driving on, you know, per mile, but still, you don't want to be on the plane where they're skipping over things and you know, they're doing things the wrong way, and it's maybe not a safe plane. So people are definitely concerned, and there is talk on social media, like, you know, which people talk, you know, I've seen mentions about people saying, you know, which airlines have 737 MAXs, and then, okay, it's United, Southwest, all right, so I'm good on Delta. Like those kind of conversations are happening out there. So it's definitely going to be a slight negative, I think, for United, Southwest, definitely a positive for Delta and others who don't carry these. But as an investor, I mean, it's tough. You know, you guys know me. I'm not like a big ESG guy. I don't like to invest based on what, you know, how good the company is. I want to know if they make money, but you're pushing my limits here when you talk about skipping safety regulations and you know, pleading guilty to conspiracy on safety stuff on an airline. I'm out on that. So this is tough. I mean, we're definitely seeing with the consumer, but investors that are just all about the money, I think that you can take this news today with as good news, which is wild, but yeah, it is good news for investors today.
Yeah, Landon, I think today's trade in Boeing, or today's trading, is uncertainty versus certainty, right? All the uncertainty that was around this court case is now gone, and it's turned into more certainty. And that's why I think the stock is
more uncertain certainty.
Coming back down here. It's up less than $1 after being up $5 on the day. But Landon, you know, I think the bigger thing is,
yeah,
you agree. There's got
we got the spy calls
on this were big, because if you are plead guilty to a felony, you can't do business with the government anymore. They're a massive defense contractor, so there's got to be some waiver or some side deal going on where they can still provide. They provide they provide Air Force One. You know, how can they do that if this excludes them from having a government contract? I think there's some mea culpas going on here to get this over with.
Yeah, there's got to be, you know, the devil's in the details, right? And you know, there's got to be some stuff going on that is sweet for them. And I'm sure there's a lot of people making money on the side here. And don't get me started. Let's have some drinks and we can go on hours about this. But yeah, I mean, you know, when it comes down to it, it's, you know, you got to think about the investors and you got to think about the consumers. Investors are saying, all right, this looks pretty good. The fine's not nearly as big as we were potentially worried about. Everything's good now. There's the uncertainty's gone in. The consumer, I mean, you can just see here, this is people talking or asking the question, Googling, is Boeing safe, right? And it's not just 737 MAX. That might be the focus of the safety concerns, but Boeing makes that. So in the consumer's mind, is Boeing safe? Is the key term. That's what people are asking. It's impacting anybody any plane that Boeing makes in the consumer's mind, and any airline that buys from Boeing. So I think over time, if there's no more issues, no more crashes, no more wild things happening up in the skies, then probably people slowly forget about this. But if that's not the case, then this could you could see consumers, especially who are really a little bit more cautious, saying, you know what, I'm done with Southwest, I'm done with United, I'm done with everybody who flies Boeing planes because I just don't trust that company. And hopefully nothing happens like that, but they now they're on the top of consumers' minds, and this was not even something that people were talking about years ago. Before that first crash in October of 2018 on Lion Air, no one was talking about this. But 2 crashes and the panel blowing out in midair, that has people concerned. Nobody wants to have that happen to them, obviously. Like, even if it's 1 in a million, you'd rather fly somebody else. So it's on consumers' minds. They cannot have anything else. But as an investor, I think you're right. This is rearview mirror now, and hopefully nothing else happens. They can just focus on making money. And
I'm scared.
The details of the contract, supplying to the government and all that. But no, you're absolutely right there. I think that when it comes to investors, it's just all about putting this in the rearview mirror and saying, all right, let's go make some money. Let's put this all behind us. Let's build safe planes and just make some money. Keep it simple.
Yeah, I think this starts at the top, leadership. And Calhoun, the CEO, is already stepping down at the end of the year. I think that's probably forced at this point. But your chart that you have, the interest over time, is Boeing safe. I know you said that you guys don't cover it. But, this is going to take time. The Spirit Aerosystems buyout, $4.7 billion, should help maybe shore up some of the manufacturing issues at this point, Landon. But when you look at this, the government wants Boeing to do well. The country should want Boeing to do well. So if they get all this stuff fixed,
I want Boeing to do well.
Is that, it's a duopoly. I mean, the plane demand, the backlog they have is just monstrous, right? So does that bode well for investors moving forward, according to your data?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think you hit it there with duopoly. I mean, this is kind of too big to fail, right? I mean, if they go out, then the entire industry's changed. So we as a country, as an industry, all of it, they cannot have Boeing go out of business. They cannot have Boeing struggle that much. So I think that they probably knew that, and they played a little fast and loose with some safety and regulations. You dial it in here and you move forward. But I think the problem is in that is a duopoly, and it's what are the choices for the consumer? What are the choices for the industry? Consumers also being airlines, like who can they buy from besides Boeing? So it's, you just got 2 companies, and if Boeing goes out, prices are going to go up, of course, and you got a monopoly. It's all kinds of stuff we're talking then. But yeah, I think that the government has a vested interest in making sure that Boeing survives and does well. And
okay, the 9 crossed over the 21.
Again, rearview mirror, the fine's not too bad. We got a new guy who can blink.
He's a criminal. What are you talking about? It was a felony. Oh, you really like the 548 SPY puts right now? I don't like them right now, Randy. We're going to find out shortly. Or should I get out and wait? Jimmy wants 555.26. He's a little nervous. We're at 112. I can get out now. But if we break, the crowd's going wild here at the sports arena. This is the 63. We got the 9 cross the 21. So we're going to know something real. I mean, it needs to happen sooner before later. Or Jimmy gets out here with 30 bucks. Come on, break. I'm going to get a good grade, won't I, Randy? Blake. Oh, make it 550 puts. Oh, God. Randy. Oh. It's cold. That wasn't nice right there. I jerked that right out of my hands. I didn't like that. Get out 112 if I want. That twice I came in there and just swapped it right out of my hands twice. There it goes. $5.55 puts turned out to be a good trade. Break it. Spy calls, scalping the July 9th, strike 55555. crowd doesn't know what to do yet. Come on, Randy. Have some confidence in me, Randy. That's good. Could get out. If we break to 63, I think it's the only thing holding me back. Frankenstein, what do you think? On the 1 minute time frame, the spy. Jim, I'd probably sell it. With all the uncertainty coming up into lunch, fat cats are now on 54th and 6th. But they got Washboardjim here. We're 113. We'd like to see 131. Break it. It's applying pressure right now. We've still got 35 minutes. Oh. Let's pull back. Come on, break it. Not sure about this. Break it. See what the man's got to say.
By about 6%. They're also looking at slightly higher on the range.
Oh.
For EPS guidance right now at around 44 cents at the midpoint. So I think if you look at their
Fundamental trader.
their strategy is to continue to grow their sales. The estimated in the next 3 years increase annualized sales by additional $3 billion, and that's close to 25%. And one of the things that I did notice about Corning's sales, they actually peaked back in 2022, at least going back in the last 10 years. So, if you think about the PC and mobile markets, and we've talked about this potential, next phase, looking at some of the component manufacturers like Micron in the memory space, and Western Digital in the storage space. If we see another PC market movement to the upside, which we could assume is going to be the case to adopt AI infrastructure within the PC markets, that's certainly going to be another catalyst for Corning. So they seem to be doing very well in the hardware space, the PC mobile markets, but at the same time, the optical fiber glass that they actually produce is in high demand right now because of the logistics and needs from the AI infrastructure ecosystem.
George, their CEO came out and talked about raising the second quarter guidance. And he said cyclical and secular demand or trends are converging. Yep. And so pretty positive statement. And when you look into this company, this is all things display, right? Any glass, any front, they really supply a lot. And one thing I talked about with Oliver this morning was, is this AI starting to spread out into those secondary levels and tertiary levels of suppliers and things like that? Is that what's happening here? Is that why this company is suddenly hitting its stride?
It is. And if you think about this, artificial intelligence is a secular shift.
I don't know if she's going to do it or not.
These magnanimous moves in multiple names, Microns, NVIDIAs, and so forth. So that is a catalyst, I suggest, for Corning. And then the cyclical side is, like I mentioned just a moment ago, revenues actually peaked around $14.2 billion back in 2022. If you look at the trailing 12 months, revenues are only about $12.4 billion. So from a cyclical standpoint, if we start to see more mobility and of course a refresh cycle in the PC and mobile markets, and I suggest the PC markets are probably going to be the next thing. Looking at other companies out there like Hewlett-Packard Enterprises or Hewlett-Packard company, which is HPQ, they actually manufacture the PCs. That stock is starting to gain traction. So this is where that cyclical component, I think, is going to be a catalyst for Corning. Not to mention, I'll quickly say this, that if you look at the sales estimates for the next 4 quarters, they're close to 7%, and that's double last year's 3.5% growth. The earnings estimates are only about 6.8%. So my suggestion is that could be actually quite low relative to what the company could produce, and perhaps that's what the market is telling us with this nice move, plus 10% today, going into earnings as we move into the end of the month.
Can't you understand? Important of a trade.
There's rumblings.
It cannot not be disturbed.
And their ties to Apple and all the screens that they're making for all of Apple's products. But the resurgence that we've seen in Apple recently also.
Investors pay attention to NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, Divergence
products also giving it a boost. All right, great stuff. Thanks to George Stella, Senior Markets Correspondent.
Election shock in France.
But Kev,
isn't it interesting though, Tom?
Yeah.
When you talk about supply chains and Apple, you don't hear about Corning very much.
You used to. Remember, way back in the day, 2001, this stock was rocking and rolling during the tech bubble.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not 2001. I mean, this is a name that when you hear what they do and who they supply, you're like, why isn't this like a bigger player?
Well, it's having a great day today. It's up 41.5% so far this year. They've got earnings, Kev, on the 30th of July. So we looked at a strategy that,
GLW
takes advantage of that higher implied volatility levels in the option series that we're going to look at. So I looked at a covered call strategy here, where for every 100 shares of stock you buy, you sell an at the money or slightly out of the money call against it. So, and this one, buying for every 100 shares of stock you buy, I sold one of the August 2nd.
I'm in SPY.
So you're going to capture that earnings event. There's higher implied volatility. The 44 strike calls.
Oh, gosh, look at GLW today.
We haven't been above 44 for over 2.5 years on this stock.
It's a little crazy.
It's limited in its profitability to the upside. Now, you're paying roughly, we've got a $41.30 debit on this. That's going to be your risk, $4,130 per spread. It's trading closer to $41.90. The stock has continued to move higher, but the debit you pay is going to be your break even also, along with
something
that
going
risk.
down here.
Kev, 2.6% dividend yield on this one if they continue to pay that. That's pretty robust out there.
Something going down.
The rally that we've already seen in the shares, overbought, about 76 on an RSI.
So you're buying the stock, you're selling a call to August 2nd. That's trading mid-market is about $1.20. I mean, that's, remember, if your stock gets called away, that's $45.20. It would get called away.
Yeah.
So you have to figure that in. That's that's $2.10 higher, about 5%.
It's a big deal here.
I mean, that seems like a fairly good play, but this is the entry-level trade in options, in my opinion, is the covered call.
Really?
Especially if you're owning the shares, maybe you want to offset some of your risk. You've seen the stock just spike to the upside, selling upside calls. Now, you can get your shares taken away if you get assigned on your short call. Say it goes through that 44 strike, you get those shares called away. Or you can roll or adjust that short call if you're concerned about that and you want to keep the shares. But actually, going into the August 2nd weekly expiration in 25 days, you have that ability to roll or adjust that short option on a week-to-week or month-to-month basis also. But limited upside, but you get to collect that yield on the dividend if it gets paid out, and the ability to roll or adjust that if the market's open. All right, good stuff on the covered call. That's going to do it for us today here on Fast Market. But stick around right here on the Schwab Network. Next Gen Investing is coming up.
Stop the fake outs. That didn't look too good. Ooh. Oak.
Welcome to Schwab Network.
Daily live exclusive content tailored to today's investors.
Broadcasting 24/7 from our studios in Chicago.
Jimmy wants at
And
least
from the heart of Wall Street at the New York Stock Exchange.
120, 125, 130 would be
Example
beautiful.
trades and stock-specific analysis featuring the smartest minds in the business.
How'd you do that,
No
Jim?
politics,
No noise.
analysis ahead of the biggest events for the economy.
From bell to
I
bell.
was a little
and
worried
beyond.
there.
Watch live
And on demand.
24/7, 7 days a week.
Had a nasty old hammer, or inverted hammer come in. Now we need to break it.
Available anytime, anywhere.
On any device for free.
Schwab Network, empowering every investor and trader.
Every market day.
Bam.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime,
That wasn't
anywhere,
nice.
on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab
We'll
Trade
be right back.
our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for
116.
traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was hurt, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Welcome to Next Gen Investing. I'm Jenny Horn alongside Alex Coffey. Alex, we're higher slightly today in 3 of the 4 major indices. Weakness, which is led by the Dow here, down about 0.1%, with strength being led by the Russell, up almost actually 0.9%, 0.8%, excuse me, in real time. But coming off of a short trading week, I feel like we had like 5 Saturdays in a row. I was off Friday, so I'm very disoriented on what day it is. We do have earnings this week. I mean, towards the end of this week, but that's something to look forward to here.
Yeah, Friday last week certainly felt like a Monday after the holiday, but we got through it. We got through the weekend. Now we're here on Real Monday. This doesn't tell us a story, though. Russell was up about 10 more points in this, so it's given up about 40% of the gains. The NASDAQ was lower earlier. It's higher now. And it's doing the thing that it's done for what's been a few weeks, which is when it feels like more stocks are participating, the worse the index does. We opened the day with about half the NASDAQ 100 names higher on the session by some margin. That fell down to about a third of those names, and all through that process, the NASDAQ only got stronger. So it's, again, the same old story. Mega cap tech and everything else. And if mega cap tech is having a nice day, expect the NASDAQ to be doing pretty well. It's kind of a nothing day on balance, but that's just the story, and it continues.
And of course, we do see actually Tesla and Nvidia higher, which Nvidia has been the point of strength all day, although Tesla's been one to watch at in the last couple of trading sessions as it's really started to take off here from those session lows.
Sure
but
enough.
As always on this show, we will focus on the individual stock movers. We will kick things off with the upvote and downvote. We'll chart and trade those upvoted names. For FOMO today, we're talking about Taiwan Semiconductors. One analyst is turning even more optimistic on this company that has been a high flyer in the overall AI trade. We will also be looking at Apple, slightly lower on the session here in real time. Excuse me, actually unchanged basically on the session here, but also with some news regarding its Siri updates that might be taking a little bit longer than I think we would have hoped for, but we will close things out with Paramount as we did finally get some updates on their ongoing M&A and what the company will look like now with Skydance Media. We'll discuss with George Chillas later on.
Yeah, a lot to get through. We keep going through these merger or non-mergers or buyouts.
For months now.
With all these different stocks. We talked about Macy's last week with George. So good thing George is on the case because I can't keep track of him anymore. It's new news every single day. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to the Apple discussion as well. Is it surprising that these big promises they're not going to make the deadlines? Maybe not, but market doesn't seem to care a ton. It's pretty unchanged today. And then we'll talk TSM. TSMC is probably the most important company on the planet for this AI trade, so makes total sense that the stock's doing well, so we'll talk about that as well. Let's do upvote, downvote, not endorsements, not recommendations. First one on our list, we actually just talked about this on Fast Market for those who didn't catch it. We looked at an example trade, maybe catch the replay, but it's ServiceNow. This is a company that does a little bit of everything, Kevin Hinks kind of pointed out. But it got an analyst downgrade today, Jenny, and it's weighing on the stock's performance.
It is. I mean, we're down 4.6% here in real time, and this is a rare sell we saw actually from Guggenheim. So I always respect downgraded shares, but also has a price target that implies it's like 640. That would be a 21% decline from Friday's close. So I always respect the conviction. I mean, as far as an analyst call goes, you're neutral. You're basically now having some conviction. I mean, to the downside, but I respect the call.
Well, I would also say, too, if you're going to tell essentially your clients or people who follow you to sell their position in something, especially after it's done well, I would hope that the target that you have is quite a bit lower, right? Because this is something that, investors have maybe been in for a while. To get them out of this position, it's got to be something kind of scary, right? What am I scared of on this chart? Well, a move down to 640 is pretty scary if that were to happen.
Yeah, and I think this also speaks to maybe some of the more realism and like I say even pessimism, but realism in the AI space because they're mentioning they're seeing some slowness from IT spend. Hello, I mean this is a serious consideration that AI build. It's not going to benefit every single company equally. You're all going to see these tiers, which I think we're already starting to see as far as software, hardware. And then, of course, like some of the foundry companies, like a TSM. I mean, I think it's a really compelling statement to say that they're seeing this slowdown in spending, and their field checks right now point to pessimism as far as ServiceNow is concerned. So this name does still have a very much strong conviction among these analysts. There are 37 buys, 4 holds, and now one more bearish leaning analyst. But that's actually kind of amazing in itself. This Guggenheim analyst is the most negative as far as I can see.
Yeah, we'll find out on July 24th when they report earnings. That's the fun part, is when they make these kind of calls like this, right or wrong, and how the market responds, right or wrong, who knows. But we ultimately get resolution to this type of a call, but they're highlighting
that's
risks.
Pretty
And I
good
think
drop.
that's the important thing. I think that's what we try to do too, Jenny, be it in ServiceNow or any of these names. These outperforming stocks have a lot riding on earnings and the
557
story
maybe?
continuing. If that is to change, you can see, doesn't even, just the idea that it might be underperforming, its expectations led to a 5% decline in the stock.
$7.
Who knows what happens?
700.
That's also a very
703.
We'll get more of an update on that when they report their earnings, like you said, July 24th. Next name today here, though, is Domino's Pizza, and I am not even exaggerating. I think this is my 6th time covering this story, and so I think I've become unintentionally so the unofficial correspondent of Domino's Pizza because of how much I consume it. But with an upgrade today out of Baird, upgrading shares to outperform from neutral with a price target that was raised to 580 from 530. That's obviously a substantial upside from where we're currently trading.
So she
Still
likes her
less than
Domino's.
$3 a share, but they mentioned that with shares having pulled back about 7.5% from their June peak, and with the confidence in the fundamental outlook, they now see more of an appealing risk and reward setup for the stock. And they're optimistic that they're hungry for more strategy can drive a multi-year stretch of standout top-line performance. And they also do say that with the continued evidence of strong fundamentals in the upcoming quarter, this actually supports its premium valuation, which allows, they believe, the stock to continue to churn higher over the next 12 months. So this chart has actually looked really strong. We've talked about Domino's a few times as of late because of its nice run, and I know we've pulled back, like this analyst mentioned, about 7% from its high, but we're also off of lows by 52% at this point.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see if this is considered a trend break. You see, obviously, that slightly lower low. But, I mean, we're talking about a stock that's essentially at its highs, so a fun one to look at. It's always kind of got this idea that it's somewhat of a tech firm alongside a pizza company, but, you know, it's down the street from where I live. Gets the job done. You're craving something a little greasy, a little bit maybe later in the day. It's a good place for that. So, always fun to talk some Domino's. Let's do JP Morgan. JP Morgan Chase, maybe a little bit more buttoned up than Domino's Pizza, but it kicks off earnings season later on this week.
You know, but these are, I mean, at least the Chases, they are also on every quarter. I'm sure also close to you, where you see them almost as much as it feels like I see Domino's. But nonetheless, earnings Friday, so that we have to look forward to. I will say that as far as like earnings season goes, I always say that they are the unofficial star. I don't count the Delta, Pepsi. I'm sorry, big banks are.
It's
really
all in that same day though, too.
You're right.
It's like after the close versus the before the close and the day before. Like it's all in that it's the end of this week.
You're right, and it will feel all like it's in the same reporting time. But JB Diamond, I will say, is like one as far as earnings calls go, he's great to listen to. I think he has a great read and like an economic sense, especially when it seems like the narrative has become that the macro is starting to deteriorate here. So I always think it's a great earnings call to listen to, even if you're not super in on maybe say JP Morgan stock. Wolf Research today, though, downgrading shares to peer perform from outperform without giving a price target, highlighting that their valuation at this point is approaching this all-time high, and that they're more exposed to this net interest income that could be seeing some significant headwind from these lower rates. And they also said they would recommend at this point taking some chips off of the table when it comes to JPM. And they are, I'd say, more not than alone in this stance, but there's 19 buys, 8 holds, not a single outright bear in this name. And it's been very much, I'd say, beloved of the big banks, especially just given its resiliency. I mean, we're still up 20.5% on the year, which to this analyst point, maybe things have run a bit ahead of themselves.
Yeah, all financial companies, I mean, this has been the class. I mean, it's outperformed clearly. It's sort of like how we see in the mega cap companies. The bigger companies have done better. Well, JP Morgan's as big as they come when it comes to this part of the market, and they continue to outperform. Earnings, though, have led to some volatility, but it's been short-lived, so we'll see if that is the case this time around. Last one is Cinemark. Now, this isn't a super liquid name, but it's sort of the forgotten of the movie theaters. AMC sucks up all the attention, but Cinemark quietly hanging out in the background.
Okay, and so Cinemark, I saw the headline that said, like, you know, forget about AMC, pay attention to Cinemark. But mind you, as far as like U.S. movie theater presence, this is actually the third largest. It's behind Regal and AMC. So it's much, much, much smaller as far as just like its overall movie theater count. I believe it has almost half actually of the retail locations versus an AMC, but outperforming by a wide margin. I mean, this stock is up 53% this year. I had to triple check to make sure I was even looking at the right time frame. So I know we're lower today, but B. Riley actually upgrading shares to buy from neutral.
10 after. We got about, well, we got 15 minutes, so I bet you they're on their way.
And they admit actually they underestimated the potential for Cinemark shares to push through any concerns in 2024 as investors increasingly are focused on this potential box office rebound in the new year. So I think that's also good news for AMC. Of course, a name we look at very frequently on the show, but Cinemark has just surprised me, I think, with its continued momentum to the upside.
Yeah, if there's any way if we could get a 5-year chart, I just want to see kind of how it's done post.
5 year.
That's brutal.
Well, it gets all the attention, right? And AMC, when you're looking at the business, I don't know that investors in AMC or traders of AMC
left
are
curve on
excited
you there,
about
honey.
movie theaters more that they're excited about the meme stocks. So you can kind of see these stocks, regardless of how they've kind of done post-pandemic, they've got nowhere near enough. They've done nothing to really offset the fact that you just couldn't go to these places and people weren't comfortable going into these companies for quite some time. So much like the cruise liners, some of them just have failed to make a significant recovery. doing
CNK.
okay, surviving, but nowhere near where they were prior to COVID.
Yeah, this is exactly, I mean, it even looks, I'd say, brutal on like a 10-year chart. It really doesn't get better when you zoom more out. It only gets worse, unfortunately, but I think speaks to some of the falling trends of like the average movie theater experience, which isn't what it was, say, 10 years ago as far as like box office figures are concerned. But we'll be looking more at the charts of JP Morgan, of course, ahead of its earnings later this week, and Domino's, because, you know, I can't stop talking about Domino's at this point. We'll be looking at the technicals as well as some example trades. Stick around, Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
Jimmy gets an A+. I just got through a home run. Wasn't even aware of it. Crowd's quite impressed. I am too. And it wasn't, well, my speech will go somewhat like this. I didn't quite expect this beautiful A+ right now. I'm kind of flattered. I had a couple good curveballs and a couple strikeouts in here today, but the double bottom on AMD, I mean, what are you talking about, Jim Bob?
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's Market on Close. No place
Snake breakout, pullback, boom.
South side of Chicago. It's been a long road, but now I'm working for Schwab.
Yeah, how'd you get that job?
Understand
Stole it from me.
their lens and invest accordingly. You can call us.
I called you. You hung up on me. Don't you remember? We were on the way to go get the job interview, and you said that they called you, and then I told them I didn't know where the directions were, and you told me that you had to go south on 5th Avenue, and I went south, and you were supposed to go north. You went north, and you were there on time. I showed up 2 hours late.
With Domino's, which has objectively been, this doesn't look too strong right now, but I was going to say on a more longer term time frame, it's been a strong restaurant stock to watch.
Absolutely, a little bit of short
Absolutely.
right now, but I think that it could be
Mr. Frankenstein speaking.
a longer term opportunity for those that are looking to position themselves with the trend that's been playing out on the bigger picture. Let's begin first and foremost with the 5-minute candle chart. You can see some of the selling behind me and how the stock has come under pressure. We're going back about a week or so. We're talking it was up around 535 all the way down to 490 last week. Kind of not a lot of conviction as we kicked the week off, but there's a couple different ways of looking at some of the recent price activity. Take a step back. Let's do this. First and foremost, we'll take a bit of a bearish kind of look at what we're seeing. High conviction, sideways consolidation. So most of the move occurred, again, about a week ago when we were coming off from that 535 level, and then you can see how we've stopped and have been mostly sideways, again, establishing a bit of a range around this $500 level. Now, take a step back here, because that's the kind of bearish focus or lens to look at price activity through, but a bit more of an optimistic kind of glass half full type way of looking at price activity is the idea that we're trying to start to turn things around and establish a bit of a bottom here, because we were forming value at lower and lower levels along that way down that we just talked about. Again, the high conviction trade. And then you can see how, again, the bullish stance as we balanced out around 496. And we always say,
as of now, you're live on YouTube.
Referencing that prior area to determine conviction in the direction of trend. So basically, while we were balancing around 496, the bears wanted to see us break down and establish a new area of value at a lower level.
Sammy?
What's happening? We're starting to actually reverse and we're taking out, again, this key area right around this 504 area. So a little bit of strength, possibly a bullish pattern playing out here on the 5-minute candle chart. So now you're probably asking yourself, why is Ben saying it could be bearish, it could be bullish? Well, again, because it is just two scenarios that are playing out here. Why are
Brandon's got a lot smarter with them secret phone calls now.
Because as we now start to work our way from the 5-minute candles, which is tough to trade that with any real success over time, right? Now we got an hourly candle chart up, and you can see the reason why we're giving the benefit of the doubt to the bulls, because they have been in charge.
Keep saying 10%, 10%, 10%.
February of this year, 425, 450, 490, 520.
I'm saying, sucker, you
25. And check it. We're now testing the lower extreme of a range. Still have yet to take out 490. Remember we were talking about that prior area balance.
25%. That's what you get.
Pattern, still holding up above a key area support.
You want 10?
So that's why I said
great deal.
First got into this. If you're looking at a longer-term buy opportunity, this could be just that, right? Especially if you find some strength.
It could be.
Implemented back through 520. Ultimately, you're going to retest or could retest that upper extreme. Now, another reason why we're giving the benefit of the doubt to the bulls here, we've just added quite a bit of time on. We were looking at what? February on in some of these areas of consolidation and form. Now we've gone all the way back here, Jenny, to talking March of last year. I mean, again, this has been a significant bull trend here. Currently bouncing around 520, holding about 490. Does look to me like those that have been long this one and sticking with it over the longer haul have been rewarded handsomely.
Yeah, I would say 100%. And this is exactly what I was looking at. I was thinking of more bullish direction. Obviously, it depends on what time frame you look at there. But up 1.6% today. And so with all of this in mind, let's walk through our example trade. So as far as trading this name goes now, Alex, walk us through what you're thinking here leading into this optimism.
Yeah, so we have earnings coming up, obviously, and I wanted to look at a strategy that would benefit from a large reaction to the upside in earnings. Looking at a call calendar spread, keep in mind it's an expensive name in Domino's, and with those expensive names, some of the strategies can get a little bit more expensive as well. So a way to reduce that debit down to just $100 in risk. Now, it's still $100. I'm not saying that isn't a lot, but it is less than a lot of the other strategies we could look at in Domino's. Selling next Friday's, buying the following week, in which we capture that earnings event within this. $100 in risk, $1 debit. 550 strike is where this peaks out. The nice thing about it, very customizable. That will, of course, change the outcome of what you want to happen, and of course, potentially can change the risk as that debit changes. But looking for a large move in response to earnings here, Jenny, about a 10% rally would be required to hit that 550 mark.
And we'll have to see. Well, we obviously have earnings that are coming up, I think rather quickly, as they're in like the middle of July 24th, excuse me. So that'll be here before we know it as far as Domino's is concerned. But next name today is one that definitely has earnings, and that's pretty much center stage for the end of this week. That's JP Chase, of course. Not seeing the degree of strength as like a Domino's Pizza has over the last 12 months, but as far as like big banks are concerned, this has been pretty much peak as far as performance has been.
Yeah, and another good example of short-term weakness and a bit more strength over that longer term. So we're going to create a couple different scenarios when we get into the more intermediate, and again, giving the benefit of the doubt to the bulls here, but just starting off here with a little bit of sell-side activity. We're talking from 210 all the way down to Friday, and today we're talking hanging out around this 204, 205 level. Simply put, a little bit of weakness here, short-term 5-minute candle chart. So we're just looking at a couple days with price activity and maybe just a little bit of investors' jitters as we head into earnings, right? We've been watching that market hang out near all-time highs. Now, I mentioned here again that short-term weakness, but more intermediate to long-term strength here, as Jenny pointed to. We have seen a bit of a bid, and even more recently, as we take a look at the last like 2 or 3 weeks of price activity, going back to when we were trading, if you remember, down around 190, 195. That was all the way in the middle of June. So again, well-defined trend up. Hourly candle chart, I went ahead and identified some areas of consolidation that have formed along the way up here. So we were able to break it down. This is the bullish stance, right? Bull case scenario where we've got areas of consolidation, 193, 196, 207, and just kind of in this random phase here where the market sort of chops. It doesn't really exhibit the same type of conviction that we have while we're in the vertical phase. Basically, sideways consolidation is a horizontal pattern, but let's take a look at another situation. And again, there's always a couple different ways of
Tesla looking kind of ready.
I'm sort of leaning towards the bullish side of things here because of that longer term trend we're going to talk about in a minute. But this is that sort of bearish scenario where, hey, look,
bearish.
Ultimately, while we were balancing around this 209 level, the bulls wanted to see a breakout to the upside, right? They wanted to see something like this and then something like that form to kind of set up another stair in that staircase type pattern to the upside. Instead, look what happened. Bounce around 209, and then look at this, taking out 205. So we're always referencing that prior area relative to the one that we're currently forming. Now, why is Ben? Why am I speaking of myself as the third person? That's, I guess, the first question. But why am I giving the benefit of the doubt to the bulls here? Take a look at this longer-term chart, guys. I mean, you can see, again, it is bottom left, top right. We're going all the way back to, well, summer of 22. Man, that was a good summer now that I think of it. But, okay, we won't get into that. Taking a look here, vertical phase here right now. So we are
pull back on Tesla.
So I mentioned, again, that last chart, the 60-minute candle chart, we talked about how maybe not what the bulls were looking for, but this is exactly what they're looking for, right? And now they want to see, after a breakout to the upside, something like this to form, right? A little bit of consolidation that sort of solidifies the idea, the working assumption that value is moving higher, therefore we're in a trend up environment.
Yeah, so now as far as like looking at the big picture here, gosh, I was going to try to refer to myself in third person, but I cannot do it. I will not refer to myself. But as far as the big picture, we're going to be watching into this earnings, of course, earnings Friday morning, which not like these banks typically see a ton of volatility, but I'm sure we will definitely see at least added volume because as that's typically just historically what we see around these earnings events.
Well, I think that we, for one, are seeing a little bit of unease ahead of it. Possibly we could kind of work our way back in this range here. I don't think that would be the worst case scenario because even though the bulls are looking for a breakout here, a new area of value to form at a higher level, range extension isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? You easily identify a bull upper extreme 210, you get your lower extreme, we'll call it around 180, and then again, right around where we are in terms of the 50-day moving average. So the fact that we're holding above that with momentum, I mean, look at how long it's been since we were below the 200-day moving average. You have to go all the way back to October of last year, and we didn't spend a lot of time below that level. So, yeah, well-defined trend up, no rejection of these upper levels. A little bit of news this week that could tip the scales one way or the other, but it does to me, it looks again to me like the bulls remain in control here.
Yeah, I'd say absolutely, especially when you look at it versus its 50 and 200-day moving averages. But appreciate the breakdown, as always, been linked inside our chart master of the day. So now, Alex, when we trade this name, walk us through your thinking here, leading into also the fact that this is a pretty optimistic, it's been an optimistic trade for the better part of the last year.
Yeah, and earnings have not necessarily been friendly to JP Morgan Chase investors. Most of the recent earnings have been met with selling. Even if the initial reaction is higher, there's been a lot of selling post those earnings events. Of course, last quarter was lower and then more selling. But looking for maybe a break of that trend and more with the overall technical picture that Ben laid out, we looked at a bullish strategy here, buying a call diagonal spread. So it's going to look like that call counter that we saw in Domino's, but it's going to be tilted on its axis here a little bit.
There we
go. In particular, buying the July 19th 210 call, selling this Friday's July 12th 212.5 call for $1.25 net debit. That means $125 in risk, and you can see best case scenario is still that short strike at 212.5, but because it's diagonalized, there's no risk of it overshooting. So with this being centered around earnings, looking for excitement, but there is a best case. That best case is right to the short strike.
Yeah, and I think a good point and a good way to look at this, obviously, ahead of earnings. We'll also be watching the rest of the big banks, which also report around the similar time frame as far as the end of this week. But that'll do it for this segment. Now, coming up next, it's time to talk Taiwan Semiconductor for FOMO, as we did see shares having a pretty decent day alongside strength in semis, and analysts continuing to pour into the bullish side on this name.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab Investing Themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Get each and every angle, the whole picture. Everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. And available on all your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Trying to get there. Five.
FOMO. So today we are looking at Taiwan Semiconductor, and joining us now to discuss this name is Caroline Wood, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. So new all-time highs today. We've come off, I mean, those levels just below 193 a bit here, Caroline, but still did touch a new all-time high today. We'll have to see where we close, but what's driving some of this optimism as we are still up about 1.4%?
Hey there, Jenny. Yes, Taiwan Semiconductor reaching another major milestone, the latest tech company to reach $1 trillion in market value as well. So as you said, shares up about 1.5% right now. It's been an AI favorite because it's the sole supplier of NVIDIA's chips, or NVIDIA's most important chips, Apple's most important chips. So it's a real AI favorite here. And it doesn't report earnings until next week on the 18th, so have about a week and a half to go, but analysts are getting more bullish leading into that. I will say some of that optimism could be driven by some of the analyst commentary we're seeing right now. Taiwan Semi is already up about 80% year to date, up 86% over the past 1 year. It's already up 7.5% just in July alone, and we're only a few days in here. But in terms of some of the analyst expectations moving higher, Morgan Stanley actually raised its price target on shares heading into those earnings. It actually covers the Taiwan listed shares, but the new price target implied about 9% upside. In terms of commentary from Morgan
TSMC.
TSMC's hunger marketing strategy seems to be working, talking very much about supply and demand, saying our latest supply chain checks indicate that TSMC is delivering a message that leading edge foundry supply could be tight in 2025, and customers may not get sufficient capacity allocation without appreciating TSMC's value. So
SMCI new highs.
JP Morgan also weighed in over the weekend ahead of results, has an overweight rating, expects the chip maker to actually raise its full year sales estimates, thinks it will also increase wafer prices as well, given supply and demand due to the strong bargaining power that it has. So we won't see those results, as I said, until the 18th. Just to give a little bit of a preview, analysts expecting $1.34 in terms of earnings on revenue that is expected to rise almost 30% year over year to $19.95 billion. So Taiwan Semi on the rise today. As you said, off the highs, so now it's a couple percent from its all-time highs, but really a standout performer heading into this earnings season.
Caroline, looks like analysts are pretty much in agreement on this. I see there's one hold, at least on Bloomberg, that it shows, but it's from an analyst at TD Cowen back in April. Really, anything that's been relatively recently updated, buy equivalent, overweight, outperform, this seems like a pretty beloved stock at the moment.
It certainly is. I think that the biggest question is, will those price targets continue to move higher? In terms of analyst coverage, Taiwan listed shares definitely have more analyst coverage, and the price target there is in the Taiwan new dollar. But If you take a look, it's 1,045, and it traded or closed today at 1,035. And then if you take a look at U.S. listed shares, the median price target's around 173, which is actually below where it's currently trading around 187.25 right now. So I think the big question is, will the ratings change or will those price targets tick higher? But I think today is just really proof that the AI trade is still very much going strong, because it's not just limited to Taiwan Semi. We have the SMH up for, I believe, 5 of the past 6 sessions, up another 1.6%. NVIDIA got those 2 price target hikes today. Melius Research was out with a note saying that the analysts there believe that the AI catch-up trade will help companies like AMD and Intel, which are also big winners today. Corning, Jenny, I know you've covered that one already. That's getting a huge boost due in large part to AI. And even Best Buy, which we talk about as being an AI play now just because of AI PCs and smartphones and such, is rallying today as well. So I think today is proof that AI rally has some legs, and analysts continue to get more bullish about it.
I know, and I feel like we've been so quick to punish some of these names that haven't seen the same degree of success as of late, like NVIDIA and those types of massive winners. And not to say that it's even a pullback, because it is a pullback. It seems like it's been a drop in the bucket. But Taiwan, I've always said, I could understand the most of when this name is, when it's working as far as its supply chain, why this is such a beneficiary of AI. But then the concern, I think, is overall, there's an earthquake, for example, that we could see obviously that some snacks in the supply chain, and that would obviously impact Taiwan, but still up 80% this year, pulled back about 3% from its high made earlier today, but still, up 122% from its lows. And you mentioned some of the strength we've seen in the other names. Supermicro is another one where it just continues to obviously see more and more upside.
Yeah, I think, so often we kind of clump AI names all together, but there's the chip design companies like NVIDIA, but then there's the chip foundries, like you said, like TSMC, that actually produce the chips. They don't design the chips. So NVIDIA and Apple can't succeed really without TSMC. And then there's the makers of the chip equipment like the ASMLs, and then there's the cloud service providers like the Amazons and the Alphabets and the Microsofts, and then there's some of the other ancillary names like the Best Buys, like we said, that would benefit from some of these things as well. So it's really kind of broken down into multiple components. And I will say, really, the commentary surrounding a lot of these names has been very positive heading into this earnings season, this upcoming earnings season. ServiceNow, obviously, a kind of an outlier there, really falling today, as you talked about earlier in the show. The analyst over at Guggenheim talks about a dearth of Gen AI sales. So, not all positive in terms of AI, but it's certainly, a very bullish day when it comes to the majority of the trade there.
Caroline, it doesn't seem like it's just analysts either. Capital flows seem to be rewarding the names that have done the best. And it kind of makes sense, right? If we are watching an economic slowdown, these companies in this sort of new age of tech are the ones that are still growing. There's a lack of trust in the other 490. The 10 names that have driven the growth are likely to still be driving the growth. And it's like they've just become sponges for all the investing capital. Is that a message that seems to be resonating with those who you're talking to on the floor?
Yes, I think even those that don't think that this is a rally that can broaden out still seem very positive about the larger tech trade, specifically as it relates to AI. And I think some of that is just because they don't want to bet against it, because we see how strong this market has been strictly because of a few names, as you said, and strictly because of this one really key theme. I will say, though, that as this brings it back to the analysts, I think that Melius, that note out about the AI catch-up trade for semis, hardware, and even software, those that have kind of been underperforming, was interesting, because we have seen the AMDs and the Intels of the world perform, especially Intel, obviously down almost more than 30% year to date. AMD at least is positive year to date, just underperforming like an NVIDIA. The fact that the analyst there is getting more bullish there, I think, is kind of an interesting perspective, saying AMD may be the cleaner play to play these cycles. However, Intel is much more unloved into what could be a seasonal bounce. So it seems like although NVIDIA technically in terms of share price isn't quite as maybe intimidating to the average retail trader who can maybe get in, because after that stock split, seems like maybe we could see some other winners, not just the few names that we've been talking about, although we'll have to see. Certainly you can't bet against NVIDIA because, it seems like investor sentiment was waning a little bit there, and here it is today, popping again, up another 2.5%.
Yeah, and it's been that way. And it seems like to look at the overall market is to first look at NVIDIA. Of course, Taiwan does not have quite the same power or momentum, but it's also, I think, a great one to look at, especially on a day when we did touch all-time highs. We'll have to see where we close, but we will leave it there. Great insight, as always, Caroline Wood, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. And now, when we look at trading this name here, I think that there's a different feeling than, say, like NVIDIA, where you definitely have ultimately that FOMO feeling, I think, on a regular basis. But Taiwan, I can make the argument you could have the same feeling, because we've risen 80% again almost on the year.
Yeah, it's certainly in that same category of companies that are still showing growth and certainly still showing a narrative to support it. What I looked at was a call vertical spread, staying ahead of the earnings event. Thought process here, Jenny, I think today's price action alone highlights the risks associated with these names. They can quickly give back a lot of these gains, but maybe the baseline is to expect more upside. And so if you think a test of $200 might be in store for this company, perhaps this strategy of the out-of-the-money call vertical by next week could end up being a profitable one. But most importantly, it's risk-defined in case it doesn't. And so it's a July 19th, 195, 200 call vertical for a $1.50 debit. I think it's probably trading closer to $1.35 now, as the stock has given up some of those gains in real time. But nonetheless, the debit spent on the trade would be the risk, so we assessed it with that $1.50 debit from before the show. A $1.50 debit would be $150 in risk with a max possible profit of $3.50. So the nice thing about this style trade, if you believe this stock has potentially a test of 200 in store, is you're risking less than 2 times the amount that you can make. So you're risking 150, but you can make as much as 350 if that does take place. And just as I said, the price action intraday shows, yeah, it might move higher, but in a flash it can move $6, $7, $8 to the downside. If and when the momentum to the upside does break in these names, who knows how far they can go down. This strategy, though, knows exactly how far it can go down, with the max loss being the debit spent.
Yeah, and I think a good way to look at this name, obviously, it also has earnings actually on the near term that we'll be keeping on our radar here, and of course, watching those in real time. Taiwan Semiconductor up around 1.4% on the day. But now coming up next, it's time to look at all things Apple, as Apple shares are actually also hanging on to a modest gain on the session, also touching new all-time highs before pulling back some. We'll discuss more what's driving some of this upside today with Kevin Green coming up next.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs, installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 to $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging.
'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he was proud of the price he was charging. 'Cause he
My dad instilled in me, always put the people before the money. Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price. I think he'd be extremely proud of me. Yeah.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. I'd like to welcome in now Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network, to look at Apple as it has now touched new all-time highs. I know we've pulled back, Kevin. We're up just like ever so slightly in real time, up 0.2%. But this name has actually been on a pretty nice run as of late. I mean, just like over the course of now month to date even, we've risen almost 8%. So walk us through what's driving some of this upside today.
Yeah, well, for the upside here today, we're trying to hold on, to say the least here, but we actually do have some reports that Apple's Siri update that's going to integrate a lot of the major AI, artificial intelligence features here will actually not be available until 2025. And even with the developer beta, that's not going to be available for some of these developers until early 2025 as well. But the market's really not fazed by this particular news here. I think it's really been already priced in that they're going to have at least a product to hit the market. And until it does actually hit the market here, I think investors are really just kind of holding on and really looking at it as a name that was maybe underperforming some of its peers that could now see some positive flows. So this is going to be a part of the 18.4 update for the iOS operating system update here. And once again, I don't think this news is really surprising. Apple is really focused on trying to get things right the first time instead of trying to rush a product out. And so I don't think the market's really too concerned about this particular news. We also did see them potentially capitulate when it comes to the demands of Epic Games, really allowing them to sell directly to European iPhone users here. Now, Apple did note to Reuters that they are allowing access for the Sweden market, but once again, there has been this back and forth between Epic Games and EU, as well as Apple, on trying to get access or give greater access to Epic Games in order for it to be able to sell. And the European Union does believe that Apple is holding a form of a monopoly over this space here. So that's just some of the news flows, but overall, I think the stock has been able to shrug off a lot of these news items over the last 24, 48 hours and continues to try to move higher.
Kevin, if the sellers are going to come into a name like Apple, even if there's news to perhaps support, a reason to do so, the money's got to go somewhere else. And it just feels that the universe of investable stocks in terms of the names that we see, getting attention is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And Apple right now is one of those names. So there was a reaction to the downside. At one point, the stock was down $2 today, but it lasts 25, 30 minutes because this is where capital's flowing. And in this environment of, sticky inflation, but growth concerns, the quality names are where the money's going.
Yeah, definitely. And usually when we see, for Apple, we usually have a buy the rumor, sell the news type of an event. So they do have an event in September that could actually cause a little bit of selling. But as you're talking about right now, when it comes to the market structure, you're still looking for names that have positive cash flow, a lot of cash on their balance sheet, and then also have exposure to artificial intelligence. That's why we continue to see kind of this rotation, maybe even coming from NVIDIA going into like a Micron or going into a Broadcom, if you will. So it's just, as you talked about, just a little bit of a rotation, but not really asset dollars leaving the market as a whole. And one thing to just kind of note though, Apple, even though it has hit all-time highs and it has had a nice run, it still for the most part is underperforming some of its peers that are seeing 20-30% gains on the year. So you could actually have more room to the upside here if it's going to kind of mimic some of the trends that we've seen from some of these other major mega cap companies within the technology space.
Yeah, and I think that as far as like the Apple trade is concerned, I thought some of the selling maybe was a little bit overdone, but now like with momentum and like with everything, it feels like there's like the shift in the pendulum to the other direction. And I mean, as far as like some of these Siri updates, I don't know if this is moving the needle per se, but I do think that when you see momentum move, it seems like it swings hard, and right now it's in favor, at least as of late, of the bulls. I know today isn't like a super optimistic day, but it's just felt like some of the commentary on Apple has changed.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, as soon as you see that sentiment shift, you see a lot of traders and investors trying to get into these names. I mean, look at Tesla and how that actually performed. Now, that was a technical breakout, but as soon as we actually saw that breakout be confirmed, that's when you saw a lot of option speculation to the upside, as well as short sellers getting bought back into that stock. So I think you are exactly right. I mean, we are trying to find new pockets or areas that might have been underperforming and now may have a little bit more of a green light. Now, is that going to change or shift during the earnings season? I think that's going to be the biggest question. We know that in the past, NVIDIA has been able to lead us to the upside, as well as some of these mega cap companies that continue to increase their capex spend on artificial intelligence. Also created these tailwinds for a lot of these companies.
We're now at 129.
I think that's the biggest question that's out there. But you're right. I mean, everybody's kind of
Jim, what was that? It was a spy call I did.
Trades as of late, and until those actually break, you gotta kind of ride them until they do.
No doubt about that part. I mean, that's what the market's told us for 6 months. But, you know, Kev, you're talking as an underperforming name coming into this. I mean, it hadn't grown revenue in like 2 years. I mean, at some point, it should have been an underperforming name if we think fundamentals matter at all. Earnings were anemic. Revenue growth was non-existent. It's still not really there. It's just
another good grade.
That investors trust that's still going to be there if there's something that goes wrong. I mean, that seems to be the big case here. And then, of course, the huge buyback spurred some excitement to the upside. I think there were similarities between what we saw in Tesla and in Apple. I think short sellers got maybe a little bit too comfortable being.
Did you get lucky, Randy?
Yeah, I think there's also some optimism that the revenue growth will actually start to reaccelerate here for this quarter for Apple. I mean, the comps on a year-over-year basis are going to be fairly going to be favorable for them, and then also having some of this recent positive news coming out of China, I think, is also giving them a little bit of tailwinds. One thing to kind of note when it comes to Apple, though, they also are changing their revenue mix, and then the more that they actually try to focus on services, which is almost 2 times the margin that they have for hardware. Every dollar spent for an Apple product, especially a services product, should theoretically then double those margins. So I think over the long term, their structural mix is something that the market's going to have to get used to, and I think they are kind of warming up to that right now. And if we have less and less of a focus when it comes to hardware cycles and more of a focus on software cycles, especially for AI, I think that's going to be a tailwind, and I think that's probably why we are also seeing some optimism when it comes to Apple. Now, I'm right there with you. Some of the fundamentals for a lot of these companies have been disconnected, but I think there is a growth story to be said here when it comes to Apple, just based on the challenges that they've seen and what they have been trying to do in order to mitigate some of the cyclicality risk for their company moving forward here.
Yeah, and I think absolutely well put. And of course, a good name to always check in on, especially to kick off this week here, Kevin, as Apple is, one of the most influential names still in the overall market. But we'll leave it there. Great insight as always, Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent for the network. Now coming up next, it's time for Under 30. We are looking at Paramount, which is down about 3.3% here, as we did get some updates regarding its deal with Skydance and what that means now for shareholders, what the future of this company will look like. More from George Tillis coming up next.
Do. So 1 hour later, he wins.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Schwab. There she goes with that story again. She was scared out of her. Her nipples were so hard, she couldn't even hardly navigate. So I was scared. Yeah, my nipples were hard. They always get hard when I'm scared. So, alrighty. PLTR up again today. And the video had a good day today. CCL up 50 cents. Dun-dun-dun. One of them boring days. SPY calls are at 123.
Notice is the stock is trading quite a bit lower by about 30% to that prospective acquisition price of $15. And I think it has to do with the fact that, and we talked about this, that this may be a take under. And I think that's what the market is telling us right now. I suggest there's probably a little bit more value to be unlocked here, but unfortunately, the Class B shareholders don't have voting rights versus the Class A shareholders, which are getting a pretty sweet deal here. Majority of those stakes, about $2.4 billion in cash, is going to the Redstone family through their holding company, National Amusements.
Yeah, so I think that's also a really good point, because I was just going to ask, like, what are the risks here? Because we're seeing shares lower, not abnormal per se, but it does feel like, is there still the thinking that we could see, like, this deal maybe not go through, or is that now all of these concerns are more eased?
Well, there's a possibility that this deal doesn't go through. There's a 30-day period of time when there's going to be some back and forth to see if this deal goes through. So, I suggest the drama's not over yet, because otherwise we'd probably see the stock price trade closer towards the proposed acquisition price, at least for $15 a share for the Class B common. But one of the things I did notice is if you look at the outstanding value of the National Amusements portion of the company, combined Class A and Class B, was around $1.75 billion. Now it's worth about $2.4 billion, which again coincidentally is right around the amount of total cash that the company has on its books. So to me, it looks like the deal is really favoring the majority Class A shareholders, which is the Redstone family. But it does speak to what's going to happen after the fact, because we did talk about this company. Its earnings are in contraction, its sales are still in contraction, if not just near break even in terms of the growth rate. But now they won't have cash to essentially run their operation. So maybe this is essentially why we're also seeing the stock trade below the proposed offer price of $15, quite a bit below by about 30%, like I said.
George, what would cause it to break down? Doesn't the Redstone family have such a large position and ownership that they can essentially vote this as a yes, no matter what everybody else says?
So that's the thing. That's what it comes down to. The reason they have two tiers of class of shares, one voting, one not, is they don't necessarily have to own the majority of the company to actually have the majority rights to voting. So it was structured this way for them to maintain control without owning, more than 50% of the combined Class A and Class B shares. So it was a good tactic. They maintained control. So they're really the ones who are going to benefit the most, I suggest, from this deal, because they're entitled to the majority of the cash on the balance sheet of the company, which is right around $2.4 billion. So with that said, one of the things we talked about is the potential for divestitures of certain units of the business. Maybe that's some content units, or maybe some of the content sharing aspects of their business, which they could develop over time, or even selling off some of their, namesake brands like Nickelodeon or Comedy Central to raise capital. That was a potential. It still is. But I think if they do that, there could be additional value that could be unlocked here. But unfortunately, right now, the majority stakeholders are in control.
That's a good point as well, and I think a good breakdown on everything that's been going on recently with Paramount. It's been a very busy news cycle regarding all the M&A and the restructuring of that company. Sure. But we'll leave it there. Great insight as always, George Chill, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. That also does it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing. Coming up next, we have the watch list.
Welcome to Schwab Network.
Daily live exclusive content tailored to today's investors.
Broadcasting 24/7 from our studios in Chicago.
And from the heart of Wall Street at the New York Stock Exchange.
Up-to-the-minute market insights.
Example trades and stock-specific analysis featuring the smartest minds in the business.
No politics.
No noise.
Analysis ahead of the biggest events for the economy.
From bell to bell and beyond.
Watch live
and on demand.
24/7, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services.
Available anytime, anywhere,
on any device for free.
Schwab Network, empowering every investor and trader
every market day. I'm Nicole Petalides, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, any device, for free. Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Trading the trending names every day.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
afternoon. Welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and we're coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange. It has been a record-setting day here on Wall Street for the NASDAQ, the S&P 500. We pulled off the earlier highs of the day, but did set some intraday records. In the meantime, I want to tell you what's coming up on today's show. We'll look at some big trends to watch in the third quarter and the critical role the tech sector has played. Names like NVIDIA, right? What's the outlook there? Charles Schwab has just released its latest June stocks report. We'll dive into what it's saying about the market, which stocks the Charles Schwab clients have been trading the most. Our panel also taking a close look at mega caps, some of the big names, right, in tech that can prepare you for earnings season as well. In the meantime, here's a look at the numbers, where we stand right now. So the S&P is at 5571. The NASDAQ 20,427. The Dow pulls back 39 points, and the Russell up almost 14 points. Oil and gold are both to the downside, and the VIX is pulling back a bit as well. Oil's at 82.38 the barrel. Gold's at 23.64 troy ounce, down $33. The VIX at 12.35. Bitcoin 56,580. That's down again, down 0.2%. US dollar 104.61. For some of the big stories in the markets, Kevin Hinks is here, host of Fast Market here on Schwab Network. So much to watch this week, including as we await for Jay Powell's 2 days of testimony, CPI, PPI. Tell us some details.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at this week. First of all, Jerome Powell's going to speak Tuesday in front of the Senate Banking Committee, Wednesday in front of the House Financial Services Committee. The question is, Nicole, how's he going to treat the impending, what market is expecting, September rate cut? If he doesn't want to do that, he better start changing the narrative awfully soon, because the market is starting to build in a rate cut. So there's the first thing that could affect the markets. Then we get the Thursday CPI data, where, sure, the headline year over year is expected to come from 3.3% to 3.1%. But the year-over-year core, ex-food and energy, is supposed to go from 3.4% to 3.5%. So that's going in the wrong direction. That goes against the narrative. So Jerome Powell's going to have a lot of explaining to do this week on how he sees this playing out, because the markets, they're spoiled. They want a rate cut as soon as possible. So I think that, the CPI, PPI on Friday, then we get into earnings season Friday morning with the banks. This is a back-weighted week, but it's an important week, Nicole.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, it's always fun to set some intraday records and lots of earnings now. That will begin, but to your point, waiting on CPI, PPI, and more. So that being said, let's turn our attention over to Corning, GLW. Yeah. So this name is a winner in the S&P 500. It's not a name that we normally associate with generative AI, but maybe we will be.
Think of this way. When you think of Corning, that's currently up about 11.6% as we get to the 2 o'clock hour. Think of it this way. All things digital and displays. Any display technology that you see in your iPad, in your phone, in your TV, that's Corning provides a lot of that. And so their CEO came out today, raised their guidance, like Q2 revenue, from $3.4 billion to $3.6 billion. The consensus was for about $3.1. So basically what he did, he guided their whole earnings, both revenue and earnings per share, higher. And he said, his quote, cyclical and secular trends are converging. So everything going on with AI, the potential upgrades, is all leading to more demand for Corning goods. And so big upgrade, stock up over 11.6% as we get to 2 o'clock hour. Big day for Corning.
All right, Kevin Hinks, thank you so much. Well, let's get a bigger picture of the markets, getting insights here. We have with us right now Logan Gillens with us, analyst at Joule Financial, to talk about some strategies, what's going on in the markets. Fun to see another record high. You know, that's always nice for 401ks and IRAs,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah, definitely. And it's nice to see a little bit of outperformance on the small caps today, even though we have not seen that at all. Obviously, they have
a really long way to go to even be in competition with the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ and what it's done this year. I mean, we really are looking at this and the great run we've had this year and looking at pulling off some of that tech exposure, especially in the Qs. We've been reducing that for clients kind of across the board and trying to trim them back a little bit so that we can move into maybe some intermediary treasuries and something like that to placeholder to look for some opportunities into the future.
It's interesting because everybody was chasing tech, right? It was so much FOMO. And, you know, if they said, I didn't buy NVIDIA or whatever, you know, the mega cap. Look at Apple. Apple's at a new high today. Even Tesla, the crummy of the Mag 7, made its own comeback. But there was certainly this feeling that people were chasing, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that's still happening. There's still people that are kind of rushing into that tech trade. It seems like everybody's now on board and on that side of the trade, and it's one of the reasons that we're starting to back off a little bit from that exposure because it seems like now tech is, okay, we're just going to, if you can't beat them, join them, so everybody's in on that, and we've had a great run with tech, and we've been in there. We loved Google is a name that we've talked about for many months, but we're starting to peel back and taking some of those gains. I think it's prudent to do so after the great runs we've had and across the board in those magnificent 7 names.
What's going to be the change? At what point? I mean, is it just, I know you're trimming the tech exposure and, you know, you take the profits. Why wouldn't you, right? Put some aside. You know, when does, is it overvalued? Do you think in a year from now, when does tech become your number one again? You know, are you looking for an indicator?
It's tough. I think the big thing is that the interest rate change that we're going to see. I think we're going to see a shift due to those interest rate changes. I think the economy is not as strong as what maybe is perceived. I mean, we just had jobs data come out where they reduced the backwards estimates by 50,000 for the last 2 months. So they took a lot of jobs off the board for those initial jobless claims. So I think you're going to have some shifting as the Fed likely is going to have to lower interest rates quickly, and that's going to make it more attractive for things like small caps, even dividend plays that have really not done anything this year, but I think are going to really stand up and be more of the outperformers, while tech probably just takes a break for a while. Now, obviously, those are great companies, and they've done exceptionally well, but the ones like NVIDIA that have ran so much, I think there's going to be competitors that jump in, and those are going to take a break for a little while.
Right, understood. Tell me a little bit more about some of the other names you're following, and maybe even how they may or may not tie into the election. First Solar's a name you're watching.
Yeah, for sure. We like First Solar. We've liked it. It's had a great year. It's up close to 40% of the year, but since the debate, it's really gotten hit and beat up a little bit. The debate, Trump obviously kind of more likely to win now is maybe the favor that it's going towards. And when that happened, First Solar got beat up as a solar company and everything kind of shifted towards oil. But it's a company that has a great balance sheet, about 0.1 debt to equity, 10% forward multiples, and we feel like the earnings, at least what they're saying, is that it could be 58% for the next 5 years EPS growth. So there's a lot of value we see there, and on this pullback, I think it's a great one to maybe add if you're not in the name.
Right, and maybe people weren't really thinking of solar, right? Because they think of energy, they think of tech.
Yeah.
Solar's not necessarily, it's almost like a subset. You
Exactly,
know?
but it has had a great run, but with that pullback that it's had, maybe a shift towards adding that to your portfolio. Now that it's really had a pullback with Trump, being more likely to be elected.
And then we look at a name like OnCloud. These shoes took over.
Yeah.
I mean, there was everybody suddenly had these sneakers, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we've been driving around New York for the last couple of days, and you can see them all over the place. They're obviously taking market share from Nike after what we saw in their report and the news that they've been coming out with. So it is taking up market share. It may seem like it's a little overvalued right now with an 80 in the 80s on a multiple level. If they meet their earnings expectation, that's 200% earnings growth that is expected. So I think that there is value there. That's a good name that we like, and they're obviously chewing up market share from the Nikes of the world.
And then Zoom Video, which was sort of real COVID play, and then afterwards, you know, then the other names sort of came along and people were using Teams and so on. Where does Zoom fit in?
Yeah, I mean, we use Zoom all the time. We use it for webinars. We use it for meetings with clients. It's really been, I mean, it's kind of a flyer here. It's been a name that's in the trash can. It's been beat up significantly. They're trading at a 12 multiple. But I think it's one that you could add to. They have $6 to $7 billion in cash. I think they could add to their overall growth. And I think it's one to maybe add a little bit of a portion to while it's kind of in the trash can and been really, really beat up, especially since COVID, obviously.
Right. Tell me more about the AI world, because people are still sort of, betting on all things AI, whether it's, some of the Mag 7 or semis or things like that.
I mean, AI has been everything. It's been in every earnings report. My
Yeah.
water company just came out with an AI tool that they have. I mean, I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's all over the place right now, right? And obviously, NVIDIA has been the key to that. I think what's going to happen, though, is maybe part of this conversation that we're having, reducing that tech exposure, is the big name like NVIDIA is going to take a little bit of a break, as they've done amazing and their multiple is okay with what the earnings expectation is, but I think that there's going to be other names that are going to come in. AMD, Intel, all of these companies are trying to compete with NVIDIA, and if they do, that competition is likely going to slow down the growth for NVIDIA, which should slow down the stock.
Yeah, and the valuation is just a little better for some of those other names, I'm sure. You mentioned the economy, and you're not the first one to come on here and say this. I think there's a general theme going on. People are worried that maybe things will slow more quickly, or maybe the labor market's not as strong as, or, maybe just things aren't booming anymore. I mean, even the New York Fed said, showed some future slowing, etc.
Yeah, I think the Fed's likely going to be behind. I think there is more erosion in the economy than what the news headlines are saying.
Right.
There's more issues in the jobs markets than what that's saying. I mean, some sectors are doing well. Government jobs are exploding. Healthcare jobs are exploding, but there's not as many jobs in other areas. And actually, we're seeing some contraction in the business professional space. And I think that's ultimately going to show that this economy is not nearly as strong as what is perceived. And by doing that, I think the Fed is going to have to really cut rates in a quicker time period, and that's going to lead to those other areas doing well, like your small caps and other things.
I was looking at the Fed funds futures. I mean, for December, it's 96.8%, November 87% likelihood, and September 77.5%.
Well, it's 2:12 Eastern time. We're squeezing
Great to see you. Thank you so much.
on the
Welcome
5 minute.
Jewel Financial. Thank you. Coming up, Options Corner. Tom White is standing by. He's highlighting unusual options activity
Really?
from the day and how investors are looking to trade on recent news of Supermicro and the tech sector ETF and Tesla. We'll be right back.
Do do do. Oh yeah. There it is, the S&P. Do do. La la la. Oh yeah. Ford up a little bit today, 10 cents. Doo-doo.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Pedalides. It's time for Options Corner, where we analyze unusual options trades that we've been seeing throughout the day. Tom White, host of Fast Market here on Schwab Network, is with us. You have a tech theme. You're also seeing a lot of bullish trades, I noticed, and Super Micro is on your radar. I thought it was interesting that you found this bullish play because it hit this high of 1229, and then it's been in somewhat of a channel of late, bopping around, you know, neither highs nor lows. I'm interested to hear what kind of options activity you're finding.
Yeah, Nicole, if you take a look at it, it pulled back from those all-time highs, maybe a little bit of over-exuberance on that. But then remember some of the AI names, including NVIDIA, pulled back from their all-time highs. Also, still up about 9% today, up over 20% so far this year. They've got earnings on the 6th of August, so that'll be a potential catalyst moving forward. But this is that company, you know, it's been around for, what, 3 decades? But now that you've got the AI build out and the infrastructure and the need for somebody to build these servers using the AI technology, Supermicro is back in the spotlight here over the last year and a half or so. You know, they basically build those customizable building block architecture of these AI servers, and they're highly customizable. You know, they're partnering with NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, among others in the chip space. So yeah, future looking pretty bright for this company, and you can look at the reaction to the stock so far this year, and that kind of proves it. If you looked at their last quarter on earnings, revenue surged 200% year over year to just below $4 billion, while earnings per share jumped over 300%. So yeah, a lot of call activity in here on a daily basis. Call volume today about 2.5 times normal daily average volume that we've seen over the last week of trading, and no different today. One of the strikes that kind of stuck out to me today was in the July 12th weekly cycle. So really short-term positioning on the 900 strike call. Trader bought over 5,000 of those. Paid an average debit of about $32. So a hefty option premium they're paying for these calls because there is such high implied volatility in this name. But that break even of 932 over the next 4 days of trading, that's only about 1% above the current share price as the stock has continued to move higher. So once again, a lot of call activity in this name on a daily basis. It's a high price stock. Maybe you know,
SMCI.
Come out and split the shares. That's been the norm lately for a lot
We
of
like
these
that one.
companies that have had a high share price, maybe making it more accessible. But yeah, the bulls keep piling into calls on this one.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, we're seeing also Morgan Stanley raise the price targets on Taiwan Semi. The group overall getting a nice little boost today. I mean, we know that the NASDAQ, and we're going to get to the XLK in a moment, but you know, you think about tech-related stocks and how we're at these new highs. So there is some optimism and positive cues surrounding these types of names. All right, well, thank you for that one. And then the big picture on tech, you're looking at the XLK, the tech ETF. Some thoughts there?
Yeah, if you take a look at this one, it's more, you know, pure-based tech play. You know, a lot of people trade the QQQs for tech. That's basically the NASDAQ 100, but there's a lot of retail names in there. There's Starbucks in there. There's some names that you wouldn't think that would be in a tech-heavy ETF. XLK is the one that is solely focused on tech names, and if you look at the after the rebalance at the end of June, the biggest components in there, Microsoft is over 22%. NVIDIA is now over 20%. They flipped spaces with Apple, which is now just below 5% of the ETF holdings. And then
SPY bounced off the 200.
Round out the top 5. So the two big names, Microsoft and NVIDIA, are the load within this particular ETF, representing the technology sector in the S&P 500. And typically we don't see a lot of call volume in this name, in this ETF. So, for example, only about 9,000 calls have traded throughout the entire session today in there, but that's still nearly 3 times normal daily average volume that we've seen over the last 5 trading days. So even little positions in XLK kind of stick out to me. And one that kind of raised my eyebrows was out in the August 2nd weekly cycle. So you're going to capture some of the tech earnings that come out to this option expiration on this one. A trader bought over 3,000 of the 235 strike calls in there. Average debit of about $5.40. So that break even of
240, 40 over the next 25 days. That's only about 2.5% above the current share price of XLK in there. And as I mentioned, not a lot of calls traded in there today. This position alone was 1/3 of the total volume across all option series in there today.
It's interesting. I mean, and you have until August 2nd for that trade. I mean, these are real trades, folks. I mean, these are not example trades that Tom's bringing to us. So it shows the optimism, at least for that group.
Yeah.
We still are believers. I was saying earlier how folks had FOMO, and even a name like Tesla, which sort of was almost out of the Mag 7. People were disinterested in Tesla, but look at that. It certainly came back and had this win streak and soars higher. Now, once again, people are discussing the valuation in a big way. But you found another bullish trade.
Yeah, in Tesla, and that'll happen, Nicole, when people want to kick it out of the the Magnificent Seven, and then it rallies 9 straight sessions. It's up 40% in that time frame. Kind of puts everything back on the radar. Now you got to remember, Tesla still has some short interest built up in it. There was some commentary and some data that was thrown out there today. Short sellers were hit with $5.7 billion of unrealized losses last week when the stock rallied 27%. That year-to-date loss is $1.7 billion, according to Ortex Technologies. 3.84% short open interest in this name. So that's kind of getting to the high side for Tesla, but maybe getting a little bit of a short squeeze here on that. They had their delivery numbers last week that were a little bit better than expected. Still down year over year, but better than the street expected. And then you've got earnings on the 23rd. That's going to be a catalyst. Maybe we'll get some more clarity on the humanoids. And then August 8th, you've got the big robo-taxi event that everybody's excited for. That might be that next silo of revenue generation for them. If they can roll that out, start licensing it to the OEMs and some of the others in the tech space. You got to remember all the data that Tesla has gathered since they started selling these EVs. But Dan Ives last week raised his price target to 300. He's kind of downbeat on him for a few quarters. Now starting to reverse that trend along with a lot of other analysts. But one item of unusual option activity that kind of stuck out to me because of the massive size of the position, the open interest position that they're taking in this one, was out in the September 230 strike calls. They bought 68,000 of those for an average debit of just under $40, $39.75 on these. So that break even is $269.75 over the next 74 days. That's about 7% above the current share price. Now, they didn't just initiate this position. They rolled out of an existing position that's been working well. They were along the August 200 strike calls. They sold out of over 50,000 of those calls. They re-upped their position. They went out to the September cycle. So they gave themselves another month on this one as far as positioning goes. Over 1.7 million calls have traded on the day in there. That's about double normal daily average volume that we've seen over the last 5 trading sessions. Put call ratio about 0.5. So that means for every 1.7 million calls that have traded, only about 850,000 puts have traded on the day. So all the positioning is to the bullish side, but Tesla's had a really big range today as far as pricing goes, about $10 either way. It was negative for a while, it was positive, but trying to stretch this into a streak of 10 straight sessions to the upside here for Teslas, and the bulls are out here in the calls.
Yeah, and the feeling is so wonderful, like it's all so great, and that's why there's been a lot of FOMO and things are running up against new highs. But really, when you look at the S&P 500, just 17% of those names have in fact outperformed over the last 30 days, have outperformed the index itself. And so it just shows you how narrow of a trade it really is, because this is the lowest share in at least a decade.
Yeah,
so it still shows you there are just certain names that are outperformers.
Yeah, and one item of note, like if you look at, when I look at the S&P 500 at all-time highs, right, typically that means it's a broad-based rally. This rally's actually gotten narrower, where one of the gauges I look at is the number of companies or percentage of companies above their 50-day moving average in the S&P 500. It's only at 42% right now, and that's with the index at all-time highs. So you can see the impact
that a few names in the S&P 500 can have on the overall benchmark index.
Yeah, that's another great example of exactly what's going on and how narrow it was. You know, there was a moment where we were saying, oh, it's more broad-based, market breadth had improved, but I feel like, yeah, we're saying the same thing here about this is not so broad-based.
Yeah.
Tom White, thank you. Good to see you. Thank you. Nice options corner for everybody today. SMCI, we looked at the XLK for tech and Tesla as well. Coming up, more on tech. We want to take a look at the second half of the year, what you need to know about names like NVIDIA and others. We'll be right back.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 to $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging. My dad instilled in me, always put the people before the money. Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price. I think he'd be extremely proud of me. Yeah.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. And available on all your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hit maker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at a few movers for you in the market to keep an eye on. Shares of Morphic Holding surging to the highest point since September after Eli Lilly announcing it would acquire this biotech company. The deal is worth about $3.2 billion. It's about $57 a share. The acquisition will give Eli Lilly access to Morphic's immunology pipeline, which includes promising drug candidates for treating chronic illnesses such as Crohn's disease. Take a look at Taiwan Semi, touching briefly over the $1 trillion mark in market cap value after Morgan Stanley raised its price target about 9%. Firm is anticipating that Taiwan Semi will raise its full-year forecast when it reports quarterly results next week. Right now, the stock is poised to close at an all-time high, up about 80% so far this year. So certainly a real winner there. Let's continue talking tech, the broader market. What you need to know as we hit highs today on the NASDAQ and the S&P. Daniel Newman's with us, CEO at the Futurum Group. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
So, you know, it's exciting when people are seeing new highs. I think we had our 34th high close for the S&P. Don't quote me, but the point is that we're seeing a lot of new highs, and people feel good about that. But it's narrow. It's narrow base. We were just talking about that. Not everything's hitting new highs.
It is really narrow. I think I just read something on the way in here. It said something like 17% of S&P names actually outperformed the S&P in the last 30 days. 17%, right. So about 87 of 500 companies, meaning that the rally is actually very narrow, considering we're hitting high after high after high.
And so people love tech, but it's really tech that has helped, and maybe a few other names. Do you love tech?
It's not all tech, Nicole, and I mean, I think that's probably one of the most important things. Like, we've seen this incredible run for NVIDIA. It's gotten a ton of attention. I've done more interviews on one topic than ever, anything before. And you're saying, where else is all of this energy? And so, I've spent some time thinking about this. I think you saw, or you may have seen, Sequoia put out a note last week where they were talking about the $600 billion problem with AI. And that is basically that, everybody understands the GPUs or the sell-in right now. So NVIDIA's selling in everywhere. They're selling to all the big hyperscalers, these new AI hyperscalers, largest enterprises buying tons and tons of AI chips. But what else? Where's the revenue from the rest of the industry? Why are SaaS companies getting hammered? It's not all tech that's doing well. How is AI going to help broader industries? And that's what we're spending a lot of time in the future. We're trying to figure out right now is what industries are going to grow from the adoption of AI. And so what I've been talking about, Nicole, are these multi-network effects. So, for instance, the first network effect, everybody pretty well understands with AI. It's NVIDIA, and then it's Supermicro and Dell. I think you're just talking about Supermicro, right?
Yeah.
And it's maybe it's Broadcom, it's networking gear, the things that people really understand well. And then there's these second network effects that I think haven't really gotten much credit yet, and that's the CRM companies, the Salesforces and ServiceNows, the SAPs and Oracles, that you're going to have to consume AI there. And then the last part, Nicole, if I may here, is just it's ultimately the industries. It's retailers, manufacturers, automotive companies. Where are they going to start to be able to determine value from all this AI? Because if we can't start to get value, there's hundreds of billions in CapEx, people are going to start being like, what are we doing?
Right. We think about AI, and I just think about full self-driving or something, but then it becomes all the chips, the data centers. To your point, the rollout of all the other things that are related to AI and all these companies that are talking about. I mean, we just talked about Corning talking about AI. Campbell's Soup at one point talked about AI on the call. It's just not what we would have expected. So
Jimmy talks about AI.
Certainly this.
He talks about it all the time.
More and more related. But when does is AI really the best since sliced bread? And I think the foundation of the question is what people are now saying. Is AI really going to keep everything afloat?
Well, I think the second half is going to start to take a more practical, more pragmatic view.
Yeah.
We expect that NVIDIA, you've seen it even got a downgrade last week, but that there's some normalization where people are going to start to understand the demand. I think it's still going to be palpable, but it's starting to have some competition. But we're going to start to ask those questions. What companies, Corning, Campbell's Soup, large retailers like Walmart, where are they implementing AI in their business that's going to start to consume all of this spend from AWS, all this spend from Microsoft and their data centers? Who's buying it, and how are they getting measurable productivity gains in their business? And then, of course, there's kind of this whisper on all the CEOs that I talk to, Nicole, on the regulars. There's a lot of prune to grow. Meaning companies are looking at AI to find efficiencies first.
Right.
And no one really wants to say that out loud, but I think you're going to see some of that first, especially because there's some recessionary data out there, and as good as the market looks, it's still a little unclear. In the election and inflation and interest, Nicole, lots of things happening that don't necessarily mean everything is all good in the market.
Yeah, I mean, we had on Susie Orman recently. Her, she's all about finance and personal finance and all that. And she's sort of warning folks about unemployment. And her call was, I think it was 34% unemployment in the next 10 years. I mean, just that unemployment was, I don't know, it was shock value to say it's going to be over 30%. But the point was that it was going to be very high as a result of AI. So that's worrisome too. That can't be good for the economy if unemployment's going to rise. I don't know if it'll rise to that, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of uncertainty right now about where jobs are created. We're starting to see where digital labor, chatbots, automations can help improve workflows and maybe create efficiencies and even remove some headcounts inside of companies. But with every digital revolution and industrial revolution, we have seen more, not less, jobs created. It's less clear this time. It's a bit more opaque because you're starting to look at things that AI can do, and you're like, well, if it can do, it can pack the boxes, it can build the houses, it can, you're seeing all these things, it can drive the cars for us. What are we going to do? So that's a question mark. Having said that, I think in the nearer term, I think what we're up against right now is we still got these significant macro issues. Inflation is high. Go to the grocery store. I don't care what the Fed is telling us. Go to the grocery store, try to rent a home, buy a car. You feel it, and tech is deflationary. And I think that's why it's such a good trade for most people, is because SaaS software, AI, these things are deflationary. They make companies more productive and more efficient, and they do it with less resources.
You have so many names within the notes. You're talking about software as a service. What's the final takeaway? People want to put money into work. How are they going to make money in this environment with all that we've discussed? What names are you watching? What groups? Where should they put some money at work?
Yeah, so I'm looking at those network effects that I talked about. So there's a couple of really interesting ones are those that help chip makers with their intellectual property. So I really like companies like Synopsys. I think they're a very interesting name because chips need to be developed faster. You're seeing these one-year cycles. We hear a lot about memory. So, Micron took a bit of a hit after its earnings, even though the numbers were good, but we're not going to put all these AI chips out without high bandwidth memory. And I still stand by my assessment. This goes back a couple of years that I really like the ServiceNows, the Salesforces, because I think this is where companies will consume AI. Over the years, you'll see LLMs start to abstract graphic interfaces and stuff, but you're talking decades out, kind of like robo-taxis. Everyone loves Tesla right now, but it can't be for the robo-taxis because that's not going to happen in a year. It's going to be years.
Right.
SaaS is where people can consume AI right now, and if they can figure out how to charge for this, Nicole, I think they become really interesting.
Yeah, and that's the question too, monetization of AI. I mean, they haven't quite no one really quite fully understands how that will work, right? You mentioned that you covered NVIDIA so much, more than probably any other company. In fact, you recently wrote an op-ed. With NVIDIA at the current levels today, do you still think it's a buy for the long term, or you would wait for pullbacks? What do you tell folks when they say, but I still like NVIDIA?
Yeah, if I'm an investor, it's hard to not like its moat. 97% of the GPU market. It holds, our market data on chipsets suggests that it has a long-standing lead. And it's not just hardware. It's hardware, it's software, it's libraries, it's frameworks. And it's got all the partnerships. You've seen Jensen Huang on stage with every tech company, it seems, on the planet over the last 6 to 12 months. And that's really, really sticky. But I do think there is competition coming. I think Intel, I think AMD are legitimate. Don't write them off yet. And of course, the hyperscalers are building vertical integration, and that even includes Apple. They're going to build some of their own. So I like the companies like Marvell and Broadcom that are helping companies develop their own AI chips.
Oh, that's interesting too. Thank you so much. Daniel Newman of the Futurum Group. Great conversation about tech and the names that people love to hear more and more about. They won't give them up so fast. That's true. Thank you so much. Still ahead, we are going to take a look at something that just came out. So some breaking news. Charles Schwab's June stacks report has just been released. What people are buying, selling, some of the thoughts that they have about the big picture. We'll be right back.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Pedalides, coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange. 90 minutes left in the trading day. A busy, busy week ahead. We've already hit highs, intraday highs in the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. What does the week ahead bring? Let's take a look at it and meet up here with Ben Lichtenstein, Senior Futures Contributor, to see what you're watching for. I know people are waiting on the CPI, PPI Powell and earnings, right? I mean, what do you think about the levels that we've been hitting? So there you have it. We're watching these names in particular. We were just saying that 17% of the names in the S&P 500 are in fact outperforming the index itself, which actually is the lowest in some time. So it shows you somewhat of a narrow strength in the market when you think about market breadth. That being said, I want to get right to the Charles Schwab Stacks report. The June Stacks report has just been released. And we have all the key takeaways from this. I mean, this covers 35 million accounts. What does it mean when the Stacks report goes higher? Joe Mazzola is with us, head of trading and derivative strategist, Charles Schwab and Company. Joe Mazzola, great to see you. Thank you for being with us. You know, it ticked a little higher, right? Up 11.5% month-over-month. What's the takeaway here?
Yeah, big jump. So, you know, you got to remember, this is coming off of May, so May into June, and this is the June report. And June was a good month for the market. And I think that our clients were buyers in tech. They continue to be so. They continue to buy the dip in the AI-themed names. And, you know, when they do get breakouts, they're taking advantage of that, too. So that is just something that we have not seen change. You know, 7 of the last 8 months, stacks have been higher. And when it does have a big move like it did this move, it tends to be on the backs of technology, and that just seems to be a theme that's carrying forward.
I was reading through some of the description, and I know we do this each month, but as the number goes higher, it just shows people are more along in equities, options, ETFs, and even using margin to lever up. Are we seeing some of that, all of that?
Yeah, we're definitely seeing that, Nicole, but not to the levels that you know, I would necessarily scream FOMO. I think if you go back to 2021, you know, where you saw the stacks in the low 70s, those were areas where we did start to see quite a bit of leverage, and we are seeing that now. I mean, we're seeing clients dip their toes back into, you know, the borrowing pool, and then also on some call buying, and that just happens to be what we're seeing across the industry as a whole, even beyond Schwab clients. I mean, there's a lot of upside call buying that's happening in technology. It's pushing these levels to areas where, you know, clients are long stocks, they're long calls, and they're looking to see that continued move up. I will say one thing that was different about this report, Nicole, that we haven't really seen in the last couple is, you know, for a while it seemed like our clients weren't really participating in the meme stocks, and well, here we go. June was the first time we saw one of those names, that was GameStop, hit our top 10 list. So yeah, clients dip their toes in the meme stock trade a little bit.
Well, you know what? Meme stocks, which were so hot at one point, you remember when, you know, when the newspaper comes, the regular newspaper, and you have, you know, GameStop and AMC on the cover, then you know, right? Then you know that everybody is getting involved. And in this case, Roaring Kitty hadn't put something out in years, right? In 3 years or something, and then goes streaming live. So that, I think anybody who sort of missed it or they were sort of into it, maybe they got back into it. And so I do think that maybe that got people excited, right?
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think the people that said, hey, last time when this
And we do thank Joe Mazzola of Charles Schwab to go over these. And just so you have some of the names that people bought, NVIDIA, AMD, Palantir, GameStop, Broadcom. And they also sold off, on the other side of the coin, sold off some Tesla, Meta, Palo Alto, Disney, and AT&T. It doesn't necessarily mean, folks, and we'll bring Joe back for this conversation, it doesn't necessarily mean that people opted out and sold all their Tesla or all their Disney or all their whatever, but it means that they did sell some. You know, I just went over, Joe, some of the names that people bought and sold. Maybe you can go over a few that stood out to you on either side.
Sure, I heard you mention Tesla, and I'm sorry if I dropped there for a second, but yeah, Tesla was interesting because it's one of those names that's traditionally on the kind of the hot buy list for our clients, and actually trend going into and coming out of June. So, you know, they might live to regret that after last week's move, but you know, there was some trimming. The other one that really kind of caught my attention was Broadcom, and what really I found interesting about the Broadcom move was we were able to get a little bit more granular this time in terms of kind of, you know, what clients were doing on a weekly basis. So not just a summation at the end of the month, but on a weekly basis.
Right. There was also an attitudinal, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah. The buying really kind of stepped up on the week of the 21st and 28th. So when there was a pullback, so it wasn't just buying in the news; it was actually kind of buying at the pullback on the news. Clients got a little bit of a test and some technical analysis.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for all of that. And within the attitudinal part of this, they also found people went from being bullish a little more neutral. That was something, and maybe some AI thoughts that maybe AI is a little overvalued. But there you have it. That is the very latest 35 million accounts that they take a look at to comprise some of this proprietary data. Our thanks to Joe Mazzola. And that is the stocks report. 54.71 was the level for the month of June. In the meantime, we will continue our show, take a look at mega cap tech, the earnings, the big names. I mean, there's a little bit of everything coming our way. Get ready. What you need to know. We'll be right back.
I remember when I first started flying and we would experience turbulence, I would watch the flight attendants. If they're not nervous, then I'm not going to be nervous. Financially, I'm the flight attendant in that situation. The relief that comes over people once they know they've got a guide to help them through, I definitely feel privileged to be in that position.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Knock, knock. #1 broker here for the #1 hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So, what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Ethan! How's my favorite client?
Great! I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech.
Trends?
All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope, Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics, dogs or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Welcome back to the watch list. Next week we have Netflix, Taiwan Semi, a ton of quarterly results. We'll be kicking them off. I mean, we'll start with the banks this Friday, and mega cap techs are on their way to you folks. You want to know what to watch for this as the NASDAQ 100 is hitting new highs today. Let's bring in our panel to discuss this. Michael Robinson, Chief Technology Strategist at Weiss Ratings, and Will Ryan, Founder CEO at Granite Shares. Thank you both for being with us. Michael, you know, it's interesting because you said that you were bullish, but a little more selective these days, right?
Yes, it's a top-heavy market. I just want to take a moment to appreciate one fact. On August 2nd, we're 3 weeks away from a watershed moment in stock market and technology history, and that's when Apple hit $1 trillion valuation. And today, the top 5 tech firms are worth almost $15 trillion, which would make it the third largest economy in the world. So it's become a very top-heavy market. And in there, I mean, we know for a fact you can't, it's a tech-centric economy. AI is going to change everything. You just need to be a little bit more selective because small and mid caps are not doing as well as the mega cap and large firms in general. Just as a quick stat, NVIDIA accounted for 30% of the S&P's gains in the first half of the year, and whereas the average stocks in that index gained 4.1%. So that's the largest discrepancy since 1990. But there's no reason to be afraid. Just put in a little bit smaller amounts in these. We're setting all these record highs, but be very, very selective. Go for the stocks that you really think have a great long-term appeal with superior earnings growth and a track record of beating the market.
Yeah, understood. You know, this group has done particularly well. To your point, it wasn't that long ago that we didn't have any trillion-dollar companies, and now we're talking about $3 and $4 trillion companies. You know, Will, how do you feel about the group? You know, how did you feel then? Did you love tech? Are you feeling any changes on the group at all?
I think the big lesson for this year is similar to what Michael is saying is, you know, stick with what's working. And big tech, the reality is this is what's been working, not just this year, but I go back, you know, many years now, absent 2022 when, you know, the Fed sort of repriced all stocks in the market. But we go back before then and, you know, we were still talking about the largest tech companies in the world, albeit under the acronym of FANGs instead of Magnificent Seven today. So I think in this interest rate environment, large cap tech seems to be the place that is immune from interest rate and anything to do with inflation. That's why smaller companies have struggled in this particular environment, but the earnings have been good. There's no reason to expect that that won't or that will change during this earnings season. So stick with what's working.
Right, understood. I mean, we won't hear from NVIDIA until August 28th, so we have some time on that, you know, super mega cap that really stole everyone's hearts, I guess, Michael. But we have a lot of names coming up. You have Netflix, Google, Microsoft, Tesla coming up sooner than later. Any of these names you're watching carefully for any particular reason?
I'm just keeping abreast of all of them. I've cooled on Tesla a little bit. I think this is not a great time to go heavy into Tesla for, you know, we kind of hit the wall with EVs. It's a fantastic company, and they're moving into a lot of green energy, with industrial grade storage and stuff like that, using AI. I think it's a great company, but I'm not really ready to make a lot of a bullish bet on that. A couple of names that I do like a lot. One is ARM. That's a great chip design firm, and it's really helpful. What I like about the supply part of it, Nicole, is it goes throughout the entire technology ecosystem through the chip sector. So they do a lot of the design blueprint work, and then they have, you know, just about everybody who's making semiconductors is using those services. That's a really high margin company. So they've been crushing the market, growing their earnings are like around 55% a year for the last 3 years. Those are pretty good earnings. I like that. Another one that I like, it's a software hardware plays that we're mostly on the software side. Another software firm that I like, which is really doing well lately, is Palantir, and they've got a lot of great government contracts. They're also a great back-end AI play, and they also have a lot of enterprise clients, and it's been growing very well this year.
Right, understood. Will Ryan, we talked a little bit about NVIDIA, and I guess on pullbacks, are people, or should people buy that? But what about a name like Amazon, too?
Well, Amazon made news, obviously, hitting the $2 trillion market cap level. So really a big achievement, for the first time for that company. And, Amazon's a classic example of, I think, reason why people are so enamored with big tech. That this was a company that, traded down pretty significantly in 2022, along with concerns amongst some of the other big names, but has really come back with a sort of two driving forces. Number one, a lot of rationalization and efficiency driven initiatives within the company to improve the bottom line, to improve margins. And then the AI trend, being powered or powering demand for AWS and its services. So I think that this is a company that is not just firing on all cylinders at the moment, but has the potential to even eclipse Walmart as the largest retailer in the U.S. sometime this year.
Yeah. Do you see new highs, Michael, coming overall? I know you said the market's top heavy, but do you see some new highs? I mean, how bullish are you?
I do see some new highs. I mean, there was a little bit of a sector rotation earlier when we got up to 5% interest rates, but I think everybody who's put money into that part of the market for yield has decided that if they just put too much into that, they miss some of the. I mean, there have been some big movers this year. So if you're sitting on all cash or sitting on all yield, you've missed a big run. Now, how long can we continue to make new highs? Obviously not indefinitely into the future. At some point, we're going to need, if not a correction, things are going to have to slow down so people can catch their breath. But again, that's the reason why I think it's important, as I said earlier, just to be very selective in this market. Don't sit on the sidelines and then worry 6 months later, I should have done something. Go ahead and do something now, but just be very selective.
Yeah. Understood. Michael Robinson of Weiss Ratings and Will Rind at Granite Shares. Michael, Will, thank you both so much. That's going to do it for us here on the watch list. Thanks for being with me. I'm Nicole Petalides. I see you every day at 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. here on Schwab Network. In fact, download our free Schwab Network app. It's available for free. Apple App Store, 24/7, schwabnetwork.com. Thanks for being with me. Keep it right here. Oliver Rennick, Market on Close, next.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs, installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 or $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging. My dad instilled in me, always put the people before the money. Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price. I think he'd be extremely proud of me.
Binge watch the market with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com and on all of your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once a client knew that she was hurt, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Ethan! How's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech.
Trends? All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope, Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
I'm Oliver Rennick. Get ready to cut the cord. Market on Close is coming up. Welcome to Market on Close. I'm Oliver Rennick. We've got an afternoon here of 60 minutes left in the stocks. Kind of teetering, a little mix. Russell, the leader still. Small caps up. NASDAQ kind of flat. Kind of quiet Monday to start off. What could be a busy week. It's a full week too. No holidays this week. Shucks. It was pretty nice having those midweek holidays, but no such luck over the next 5. We've got Powell instead, 2 days in a row. And we've also got inflation too. And we've got earnings kicking in much later on. Right now, we've got not a whole lot of news flow, but Nvidia's up. So at least we've got a leader, and that's helping offset some kind of softness in big tech, little pause elsewhere. But S&P's pulling off the smallest of gains, the absolute smallest of gains, a single basis point. If you look at the MAG's ETF, we're a little bit lower. It's been ripping over the last, year to date, obviously, but the last couple of weeks was really big for Meta, for Alphabet, for everyone that wasn't Nvidia. Now today it shifts back into Nvidia, so kind of just doing a little teetering back into the original. Nvidia up 2.5%. A little bit of semiconductor chart, it looks pretty good. RSI is not overbought yet, but that's probably what you want to look for here if it's going to punch through and make a new fresh all-time high. This is the core of the trade, the semiconductor trade. It's a little bit of a stabler one, I think, a more reliable one. There's more earnings behind it. I've argued that the more kind of hyperscaler product and service AI cohort, which is like Apple, Meta, the Amazon in there too, Microsoft, those are very valuation-based moves where we've seen huge run-ups and PE levels. Whereas the semiconductor trade, yes, obviously it's run up quite a bit as well, but still weighed down and connected to reality by earnings. So that's key. Last week what we got outside of Nvidia was definitely a bit of a frenzied sort of melt up, whereas Nvidia really is still obviously where earnings power is. One thing I've heard a lot that I'll opine on just for a sec about this year, as folks have been discussing active managers and how difficult it is to beat the market, which is very true. A lot of what has happened can be basically described as a high quality chase. And that's very important because it means the .com comparison doesn't really fit quite. The concentration argument does fit .com, that's similar. The extreme speculation comparison to COVID doesn't quite fit because, again, there's grounding of earnings when it comes to semiconductors, but it is important to distinguish when we kind of vary off into a little bit more of the frothy kind of melt-up style stuff, and we did venture that way a little bit, but it still has been within the AI category. So there's these kind of levels of the speculative activity where actually the very core hardware NVIDIA-based semiconductor trade is kind of the lowest level of speculation right now because that's actually where the growth has already appeared and the earnings have already appeared. Next level is when you move on to the product-oriented expectations game, which is like Apple and its phone, Microsoft, and Copilot. Those are companies that are going to have to deliver some really big earnings for us. The sooner the better. Corning up today is definitely helping some of that trade and making us feel more comfortable about what's coming from Apple and others. And then the real upper tier of speculation has been just completely off limits. That's basically Russell, small caps, low quality stuff, cyclically inclined sectors and stocks that are more connected to the economy, which has been slowing down dramatically. Notice Bitcoin soft again today. Notice the dollar picking back up. These are the things that still on the margin are telling us there are limits to the animal spirits, which have basically all been caged in within these 10, 12 companies really at the top. Dollar, once again, shifting back, firming a bit. We saw the dollar come off pretty hard last week, joining yields to the downside. After the dollar separated away from the yields, got to be honest, I kind of nailed this whole thing in the last month. The dollar was elevated. The point was that yields were likely to catch up, and they did, but then last week, it seemed like it was the dollar then that needed to catch down a little bit because the moving yields just didn't quite make sense, and so
Now power hour, 5 minutes.
And so it makes it a little bit easier to interpret going into Powell this week.
And we stayed above support all day today, which is 554.17.
Don't necessarily have to right now. It just seems like bond bulls are pretty much in control unless the economic data start getting better. And they really haven't. So there's that. We got a week ahead of us with a lot.
Lord didn't hit trigger. 554.21 should have triggered.
Little old glass company kind of got it started here today, Jenny, with the NVIDIA rocket, and Apple eventually turned back positive. So Apple kind of fits with the Corning story, but then you got an upgrade. Price starts on NVIDIA. I mean, it's just like we don't really need a reason. It's kind of the money just defaults into this, and then at the end of the day, we go back and we go, all right, well, is there a reason?
You know, okay, so I feel like a lot of times, like right now what we're seeing overall is like the names that have been doing, like the hardware players are doing extremely well. Software is not so much seeing the same degree of bluff. Like ServiceNow, for example, is one I think that's seeing some weakness today. And
I got downgraded to an outright sell today.
Which I respect that. I think at Guggenheim, neutral to sell, and I respect that conviction. We talk about like you have to have conviction on these names. I think that no one wants to have like sells on like the Taiwan semis, the NVIDIAs. I mean, because you don't want to be caught just raw. I mean, like, basically, are you stepping in front of this moving trade right now? I understand the conviction.
And the Taiwan train is rocking the day. It kind of faded down a little bit, but still.
Totally faded. Still new all-time highs.
Yeah.
I mean, and that, I think, has been one of the most interesting components because that's obviously like the foundry and like the way that this Morgan Stanley analyst does predict that they'll actually be raising now their guidance once we get their quarterly numbers, and also just like continuing to see these increased wafer prices due to their, they think, robust bargaining power. I think that what's interesting about Taiwan, what they've been able to do well, is they have like basically cornered this part of the market. Right now, I think Intel is the only name that's like a formidable competitor, and then it's Taiwan. So for that reason, supply chain does rely very heavily on this company, but they've been so far crushing it.
To your point, also about Intel being in the mix, good day for Intel too. Actually kind of bouncing up, but look at Super Micro. I mean, this is the classic trade, Kev, of all the different like types of AI, right? Last couple weeks we were talking about kind of the knock-on trades. First it was the product, the services, kind of hyperscalers. All right, that's not that much of a knockoff. That's where the big disruption's happening. But then they were like going for utilities, going for Ethernet companies. Today is like this is the core of it. This is the bread and butter. NVIDIA, Taiwan Semi, and Super Micro.
Yeah, Corning, not a name we talk about very much.
Right.
But
that did kind of get started this morning.
We're getting to the second level, now we're getting to the third level of AI. But you know what? Alex Coffey and I talk all day about trading.
I know, I hear you guys.
Yeah, all.
Oh, about markets. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I know the things.
Just in general.
We don't. But he said something to me today that he didn't know how smart he was when he said it. That really triggered something to me, and that is this: you got a 1230 VIX, but the beta of the individual names is all over the board.
Yeah.
So it's like the duck sitting on top of the water, but the legs are going like this underneath the water. There's a lot going on in this market for a market that's sitting with a 12.3 VIX.
It's masked by
$9 range in Boeing today, and NVIDIA 2%. I mean, look, the big percentage moves that keep piling up. When does that move into the market as a whole?
Right.
And start upping some volatility. It's an interesting thought, and it kind of planted a seed in me.
Oh, yeah.
About the way to look at these markets, because the individual pieces, the FANG, the Magnificent Seven, those key players, they're all over the board.
Right. Well, that's what the vol guys have been really pounding the table on, which is the correlations that are breaking down, within, which is why you've got on the year the lowest number of companies in the S&P outperforming the S&P, which comes back to the difficulty of beating the market right now. If you venture outside of like the top 8, I mean, you're basically going to be losing this year relative to the index. It's almost mathematically impossible to beat the index if you're not either beta tied to the mega caps, or you're just in the mega caps at the passive index benchmark levels. Because if you go anywhere else, then you are have an extremely low chance of beating the market. And I think people are starting to realize that. It's kind of proving out sort of the passive index take right now, which is why I don't think anybody is too upset about it at the end of the day, Jenny. I mean, there's like a lot of companies that people were already in. So nobody's, you know.
Yeah. Is anyone mad that Apple? I mean, like Apple is one of them that's like no one's mad about that. No one's. That's a good point. I think what's concerning is the speed, the rate in which we're seeing that gap. Like the way that the 10 biggest companies in the S&P 500 now are like almost 40% of the index. I mean, the rate in which that has increased from like around 25% at the end of last year is, I think, alarming, because like eventually, I mean, like we all know momentum. Momentum can swing just as quickly the other way. And I think that's a concern. You cannot have basically 3 companies carrying an index.
Well, that's where the macro comes in, maybe this week, but nothing today, because we got Powell tomorrow, the next 2 days. I mean, until something upsets the apple cart. When growth in the economy is shrinking, people go for the growth in the companies. It's all pretty logical right now, and I don't think there's any reason, Kev, to think that things are going to be totally disrupted. I don't think Powell's going to say anything disruptive the next 2 days.
It's not his way.
Yeah.
He's got really only one time where he was completely disruptive to the markets, other than, news to the markets that disrupt to the upside and friendly conversation. He's very market friendly.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he's supposed to be, but he is, nonetheless. So
sure.
No, I don't expect anything. But here's that one thing that you and I talked about this morning. If he's gonna talk the market, remember. Like Ben Bernanke used to say, you move rates in your actions and in your words. And if he doesn't want the market to expect a September rate cut, if he wants that later, he better start talking about it.
Yeah. By the way, I'll pull up a little chart for you for perspective from Mr. Alex Coffey himself that brings up that discussion of dispersion. This is the new SIBO dispersion index, by the way. And I knew this was going to be very useful when they launched this. So it hasn't been around for too long, but since last fall, and it's at its highest reading yet. So that's the point. This is basically the opposite of correlation. When correlations are tight, dispersion goes down. When they're not, dispersion goes up. So I love that SIBO launched this because it gives us some good perspective as a trading tool. So there it is. Right.
This is awesome.
Yeah. Shows you the data.
Shout out Alex Coffey.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. SIBO's DSPX. Pretty useful. All right.
He hangs out with good people.
He does hang out with good people.
We're all learning here. All right, thanks, Kevin Hanks, Jenny Horn, appreciate it. Joining us, Jack Ablin, Chief Investment Officer and founding partner at Crescent Capital. Continue the conversation here this afternoon with us, Jack. Good to see you again. So it is pretty tough right now to beat the indexes, but is there any point in trying? I mean, it seems like we should be celebrating the Bogle envisioned world of investing and just letting it ride.
Yeah, I mean, the passive strategies, the capital weighted index is certainly the way to go. I did hear some of your conversation. You're right, the dispersion underneath the surface is enormous. Right now the index relies on about 5 stocks. And yet only 100 out of the 500 have outperformed the index so far this year.
Yeah, that is pretty amazing stuff. Is this the way it should function generally, Jack? I mean, are these companies just, are we following the disruption, following the profit, following the growth? I mean, is there anything that objectionable about it?
I mean, it follows a pattern. One of the things we look at is the rolling return differential between the S&P cap weighted and the S&P equal weighted. And over the last 6 months, the equal weighted has underperformed the cap weighted by about 10 percentage points, maybe even a little bit more. And rarely does that happen. There is really only one instance where the equal weight underperformed the cap weight on a trailing 6-month basis by more than that. I think it was about 11.2%. And that was in March of 2000, essentially the peak of the internet bubble before things quickly reversed. So I'm not suggesting that we're in necessarily an AI bubble.
What are you saying, my friend? Sound like you said you had said it.
has really pushed a lot of capital, and I think they probably pushed that pendulum a little bit too far, in my view.
Well, it's a good point that the index concentration does harken back to .com, even if valuations aren't quite there yet. It still is an important comparison from that perspective. You guys have a quadrant that looks at momentum and valuations. I wanted to pull this up, Jack, because one thing I see is that it almost looks like tech is in a momentum negative category. But how are you guys measuring that?
Yeah. So what we're doing here is these are rolling. 3-month relative valuation and 3-month relative momentum, and normally the tech has certainly been continually outpacing the S&P 500. It's starting to fall below its normal relative strength, and so you put relative valuation, expensive valuation together with falling momentum. That's a sell. We would rather own cheaper stuff that's moving in the right direction. You can see that quadrant in the upper left with healthcare, financials, real estate, discretionary energy, and even discretionary is starting to push. These are relatively cheap sectors on a rolling 3-year basis and exhibiting some momentum. Perhaps now maybe the investment community is starting to discover these sectors.
It seems like the valuation cheap plus momentum positive category is actually pretty encouraging, that there's some options in there. But do you have to avoid things that depend too much on an economy where data have been just keep coming in disappointing? Economic surprise in the basement.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Even though economic surprise is in the basement, one of the things that's a slam on real estate is this higher for longer trade. Remember, real estate was probably, starting the year, was one of our best picks for the year because it would be the beneficiary of lower short-term rates, as perhaps now some of these owners could get out from under this debt load and start to refinance, even if it meant going into floating rate. And yet, nothing's happened. Now, as we start moving toward the back half of the year, and if the Fed funds futures for September and December hold true, perhaps we will start to see that catch some strength, and we're starting to at least see it in the momentum right now.
Okay. Other factors on the year that have kind of stalled out in favor of growth. We've got a chart from you looking at different styles of performance here, going back a ways. This is showing that basically, there's such a big gap down from growth, but also it's important that quality is right there with it too, right? I mean, that does kind of speak to the nature. Quality is the blue line, growth is the yellow on top, everything else down below, but that is a key part, that quality basically has been right there with it up until like the last 2 months?
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, the fact is that what we're seeing is that, financing costs at these substantially higher rates, highest rates we've seen in 15 years, are really creating winners and losers, and we're seeing that play out in the market. Any company that has any kind of debt burden, or a lower quality company, or companies that aren't generating internal cash flow that can satisfy their growth, is really falling by the wayside. Those companies that can generate internal cash flow and not rely on the capital markets for debt are the winners in this kind of market. So for us, we do like high quality. I think quality is one of the mantras for our strategy. And we think as we start to move into the back half of the year, dividend growers, which are not too far behind. I think dividend growers are in red. They're third category, starting to perk up a little bit. Could be a way to catch a little momentum in the back half of the year.
All right. Speaking of the back half of the year, Jack, get another chart that looks at the polling odds, and there was a little bit of a murmur kind of building after the debate. Maybe some of the bond market swings were tied to predicting who's going to win in November, but I've kind of been a doubter of that narrative because it was like this really crazy up and down on the PCE that kind of triggered bonds, and then ultimately yields have come back down. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I think there is something to it. I always look at the quant and try to come up with a fundamental narrative that could perhaps explain it. And one of the things that makes sense to me is if, as Trump's likelihood of winning starts to increase, and that corresponds to the higher rates, investors were looking at two things. They were looking at the embargo, or at least some sort of tariff on foreign trade, and also a restriction on immigration, which would start to crimp the labor force growth, both of which would likely result in higher inflation maybe down the line. At the same time, Trump, who has already said he's not going to reappoint Powell, would likely put in a very dovish Fed chairman who will push interest rates down in the front end, and that could start to create a steeper yield curve, and we see yields go up in the 10-year and beyond.
So that part in particular seems to resonate with me, as he's made it clear he's no fan of Jerome Powell at this point for whatever reason. But can the economy, are we still in a point where it can rev back up if policies do shift dramatically, Jack? Just real quick, or the writing hasn't been written on the wall for the economy 6 months out?
Obviously we're seeing weakness in goods sales. A myriad of products are on sale now at Walmart and Target and Costco and other places. But no, I don't see that as the death knell of the economy. I think that with Trump, going back to that, extending those tax cuts, that could propel a lot of incremental demand. Keep in mind, the top quintile of earners account for 40% of all spending. And I would argue probably a majority of discretionary spending. And so these earners probably already have a home, so they're not on the outside looking in there. They have the income, and they have, housing assets in the housing market and in the stock market. And they're likely not having to rely on childcare, which of course is growing at a much higher rate than inflation. So I think that that group, 20% of the households, will likely keep this economy together.
All right, good stuff. Thanks, Jack. Good analysis. Love the charts. Appreciate the time as always. Good to catch up. Jack's Chief Investment Officer, Founding Partner, Crescent Capital. All right, let's go into the dangerous territory when we come back and move down the market cap spectrum to small and mid caps with some stock picks too included from our next guest. Be right back.
Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends. Anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Market on Close. Let's go from the macro into some stock picking with Matt Fleming joining us from William Blair, co-portfolio manager, small and mid-cap value strategy. Matt, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Good to have you on the show.
Thanks so much for having me, Oliver. I really appreciate the time today.
Absolutely. Love that Chicago background. Hey, let's first start with kind of the big picture item as we were just discussing the difficulty of picking stocks outside the mega cap realm. Actually, a leftover chart from our last discussion from Jack I'm going to pull up right now that basically shows this massive, very linear relationship between performance on the year in terms of just return and then the actual size of the company. Basically, bottom left to top right, the smallest company is in the worst quintile here. So, I mean, how tough is the job right now?
Well, it's not for the faint of heart, that's for sure. I think what we've found is that, when times like this, we really have to stick to our knitting, finding high quality companies that we think are trading at overly discounted discounts to the market. Said another way, we're looking for companies that are, trading below or at the levels of inferior peers, higher quality companies, the proverbial babies that are thrown out with the bathwater. So for sure, it can be difficult and you can't time it. But the trick is really to stick to your knitting, stick to your process, and really continue to look. Because if you look hard enough, you'll always find great opportunities.
Are there specific characteristics that are like at the top level of filtering and of sorting for companies? Something quality oriented, I would guess?
Absolutely. So we're looking for two things. One is quality, which we define as very high quality companies as evidenced by high returns on capital, returns on equity, strong margins, strong sales growth on the organic level through volume and pricing, as well as a good balance sheet as defined by low debt to equity ratios. So we're looking for those. And then a key metric that we look for is cash flow generation. We really think cash flow is the ultimate arbiter of a good company that, obviously brings into what the company has to do to invest on the balance sheet and through CapEx, but also really plays through their ability to, perform year in and year out. So those are really what we're looking for. And as I mentioned, what we're looking for really is those high quality companies that are trading at a discount to their historical valuations. We think that's a really indicative metric to find good opportunities in the market.
Okay. Two themes that I think are pretty interesting. You describe misplaced cyclicals and then sort of false herring, artificially intelligence disrupted companies. Let's go to the first one real quickly in the cyclicals, the misplaced cyclicals. That includes J.B. Hunt as one of them. What does that mean?
Yeah, so J.B. Hunt's one of our favorites. This is a new addition. We've owned this name in the past. J.B. Hunt is one of the premier intermodal providers of transportation. They will take boxes at the point of entry in the port. They will move it and put it onto a train car and move it long distances that are much longer than a typical truckload over the road length of haul. They've incorporated a number of different transportation services as well. So again, they are the industry leader. They've got industry leading contracts with the Burlington Northern Railroad. So really just differentiated, very high return on capital, 25% ROE. And yet the stock is trading at the low end of its 10-year historical range. Call it about a 19 PE versus the low of 17.5 and a 25. So there's plenty of upside in the multiple, and we think that there's plenty of upside, obviously, in the fundamentals at this point. Transportation, as you may be aware, is really struggling pretty mightily. There's just an oversupply of capacity. And at the same time, we've seen retailers pull back on their inventory. So demand is pretty low as well. This is unsustainable in the long term for particularly the smaller trucking companies. In some cases, they're operating 20% below their costs. So every time they leave the driveway, they're losing 20%. So that's just not sustainable. And we think over time, you're going to see the market really balance in terms of supply and demand. And then as far as the stocks go, we understand it's very difficult out there, but as I mentioned, we look at this stock and think that the market is putting a trough multiple on trough earnings. So you really have two ways for the stock to perform, re-rate back to historical multiples as well as see improving earnings, which we're starting to see at this point as well.
Okay, nice. All right, so misplaced and mispriced. Perhaps also Hillenbrand, another one that's just gotten cream that fits in that category. Yep. But let's talk about the stocks that folks think are getting AI disrupted, but you would argue are not. One of them is sort of an automation based company, which I think is kind of an interesting approach. Variant, which, I mean, on the surface, it does kind of seem like, there's areas here that could be displaced because of AI.
For sure, Oliver. So Verint is a industry-leading consumer engagement software. So think chat box, think script for call centers. A very integral part of companies really streamlining their customer engagement process. And right now the narrative is that AI is going to disrupt their services when in fact they are actually a consumer of AI. And so really 2 points here. One is that something like 20% of all engagements cannot be solved on an automated basis. It's something unusual. Think how many times you've pressed 0 when you're trying to, engage with an actual person, because the automated software really is not going to get the job done for you. So we think, first of all, there are scenarios where AI is not going to be able to disrupt the software. And secondly, again, as I said, they are actually a consumer of this product, which only enhances their productivity. So I think the market really has come around to understand this. It was last year really kind of as the AI craze took off. I think it was shoot first, aim later. But again, the market is really starting to piece through, some of the wreckage and finding some really good opportunities where it could actually be ultimately somewhat of a beneficiary from AI.
Wow, cool. All right, nice. Love the picks, love the details. Thanks, Matt. Good stuff.
Great, thanks for your time. I really appreciate it today.
Yeah, all right. I always love a deep dive in a case well made. Matt Fleming, small mid-cap value strategy at William Blair. All right, coming up, let's talk some options. Let's talk about the week ahead, important levels to watch, and melt up continues.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 to $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging. My dad instilled in me, always put the people before the money. Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price. I think he'd be extremely proud of me. Yeah.
Binge watch the market with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com and on all of your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network available anytime, anywhere on
He's watching the spy. We have now 28 minutes left till the market closes.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full view. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Think about that, Rundy.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes.
We're watching the SPX here.
Identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Joining me, Kevin Green, to take a look at the options situation this week with Jerome Powell, inflation and earnings. Is that all going to take a back seat to the market maker positioning, KG? What are you looking at?
Oliver, this week kind of is similar to how we started off last week. The market's really kind of
positioned for a little bit of compression to start the week here as we have some of those big economic data points. And so when you're kind of looking at it from an open interest standpoint, we are actually starting to see a little bit of an uptick when it comes to downside protection. Last week, especially on Friday, as we had the options expiration, we actually had a histogram chart that just did not have any type of downside type of activity at all. And now we're actually starting to see that being reflected, especially in the 55, 45 puts there. That's going to be a key area to kind of focus on for this week. And we actually saw a lot of institutions moving up those put positions to the upside, which is once again bullish, but also kind of allows them to get a little bit more delta here just in case we do see a sharp reaction to the downside really post Powell. This is actually something that was new that did actually show up on Friday. And so let's see how that's going to be able to react. And then on to the upside here, a little bit of pressure at the 55.85 level. And then the real big target for this week, which is kind of a chip shot, if you will, but around the 5,600 level. That even number has a lot of gamma levels or gamma positioning sitting at that level right now. And so if we're actually able to hit that and actually break through, it can kind of have that same type of reaction that we saw last week where the market continued to melt up. But once again, starting off the week, very compressed when you're looking at a lot of these dealer levels here. You got a market that has some fairly low volume pretty much across the board. And so we're really just waiting for either just a trendy market for the upside or downside. Any type of break to the downside levels could also kind of create a little bit of a catalyst.
Looking at the 55.70s, but
it's just right now, just not in the cards.
Am I crazy, or do these levels look a little bit more squished together?
I want to see one more candle down before, and then the big boom.
Even more so than what we saw last week.
But instead, it just went ahead and moved up.
Difference pretty much between the lower level and that
55.70.
We have that lower level in red, the upper level in green, and we kind of have a little bit of a slice in between. So that's really kind of how we're managing this right now.
15-20 cents.
So we had a really nice market last week where pretty much every single day as we continue to make gains, we had institutions really rolling up and rolling up. They just were not really rolling up the put side or that downside protection. Now we're starting to see that. So yes, a very compressed market to start off, but that doesn't mean that we have to actually range at this level or at these levels for a very long time. It just means that that's how we are positioned, at least to start the week. I'm sure that probably once we get to Thursday and that CPI print, we'll probably start seeing some of this stuff starting to widen out, giving a little bit more room and more space for the market. What this really signifies right now, Oliver, is that these dealers, when they have these kind of moves to the upside, they're selling the rips, so they're selling at those resistance levels and then buying at the dips. We actually saw it on an intraday basis here if we're looking at the volume, where we actually had some buyers kind of stepping in at the 54.65-ish level. And so we might just have that type of action here as we kind of await some of this bigger data and some of these bigger macroeconomic events that are going to be taking place.
Okay. So it seems then, even though dealers are applying pressure at both those sides to kind of keep the market contained, when the levels are all pretty tight, it does seem mathematically kind of increases the chances of big move, because if the market makers are expecting kind of a tight range and pressuring that way, then smaller moves could create some volatility, basically. Because you don't have as much breathing. They don't have as much breathing room, right? They'll kind of have to start chasing their tail at closer levels than usual.
Yeah, if we have volume coming into this market, now if we continue to have light volume, then they can continue to keep this very compressed in the meantime. Now, once again, you have some fundamental catalysts that can actually kind of create volatility, create volume in this market. And so, yes, that's where you kind of get that trending market. But for right now, as it sits right now, the dealers are kind of in control when it comes to trying to manage this market. And that's what we might see going into the close here. We have, once again, a lot of activity sitting at the 55.75 level when you're looking at the calls. This is just for the volume for today. And on the put side, looking at 55.60. And once again, not that
just
much
might
of a
fall down there
to be able to try to have this melt up or melt down type of scenario. And unless we get a big sector like communication services or even technology or semiconductors to kind of really lead the way here for the next 30 minutes, it seems like we might be at a balance level. And the balance level for today, if you're kind of looking at that pin risk action, is going to be at 55.70. That's really that balance level where dealers are kind of neutral when you're looking at it from a volume standpoint.
Okay. All right, nice. Tight ranges here, but it's a full week, no holiday, so maybe some of the volume will pick up, We got no holiday this week. There's a couple weeks there where we had nice little interjections. All right, appreciate it, KG. Good stuff, as always. Thank you, sir. Nice preview for the week here on Levels to Watch when we come back. One level that was broken again was Bitcoin slipping below 60K. Talk a little crypto, and we're going to give you an update on the movies, because there's actually kind of a surprise hit for AMC over the last week.
Spotlight the biggest market trends on Trading 360. 11 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech.
Trends? All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope, Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Binge watch the market with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com and on all of your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network available
That made me laugh.
anywhere on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Bitcoin couldn't hold a bid again today. Joining me, Scott Bauer, CEO, Prosper Trading Academy, to chat about some of the action here on this Monday. I'll start with crypto, Scott. It's not a big move, but it just failed to hold an early bid.
There she goes from 70 to 115
so much speculation
to the
about
200.
Mt. Gox situation and when people are selling ahead of that, when that
The SPX.
$9 billion worth of
55
Bitcoin is going to
70s.
be released. So, I think we're going to see the path of least resistance to the downside, at least over the short run, probably till the end of this week, where any rally
125.
is probably hit with selling, and that's because of this specific situation.
Okay. And right now, technically, I mean, it kind of, are we breaking down? Are we holding on for your dear life? What are the ranges you think are possible here?
I think it's real difficult to look at technicals because of this situation. If I did, we're looking 52.5 to the downside is really the next level. We've gotten below 56 and it bounced, but 52.5 really is the next level. And then a hurdle to the upside, I would say, is 61. I don't think we get there on the upside again until there's more clarity on again, this whopping $9 billion worth of Bitcoin.
$9
that's being
billion.
released back to, I guess, their rightful owners.
Okay. As we see stocks generally still holding in there, the gap has really grown. Correlation is breaking hugely out of Bitcoin's favor here.
Yep.
It seems to me like a bit of a jugular because the crypto folks were so hopeful that Bitcoin was going to break away from stocks in a positive way. It's like doing the opposite.
Yeah, it's definitely doing the opposite right now. I think in a month from now, and again, I don't know the exact timing of the Mt. Gox situation, but I'm going to say in a month from now, I think we'll get back to a more normal, if you will, correlation. Hopefully by that point, at least for the Bitcoin bulls, the big whales haven't just put so much pressure on it that we're sub that 52,500 mark, which could happen. But again, I would expect a lot of intraday volatility through the rest of this week, and for any big rally really to get sold.
Okay. So not betting on closing the gap with stocks to the upside just yet.
Not yet, no. I could see that maybe after CPI as we get a little bit more clarity on what Powell and the Fed might do. So if we get another real soft print in CPI, I actually think Bitcoin has the ability to rally more than the markets do. And I know the markets would like another soft print because, that's going to lead the Fed heads probably to change their narrative a little bit. But that's what I would watch for. I do think that there could be an upside surprise for Bitcoin once the clarity of this Mt. Gox is kind of out there, and also if we do get more decent inflationary data.
Yeah, all right. Seems like it does need it more than stocks do at this point. Gold's been solid, range bound perhaps. A little bit of selling today, getting rejected from 24, but it had a pretty good week last week. But maybe another kind of macro-dependent trade. Some argue, though, that other central banks around the world have been buying up gold. It's not as inflation-dependent anymore. It's not as kind of macro. What do you think?
Central banks have been buying it up at record levels, but the news that came out over the weekend and why I think we're seeing a little bit of profit taking out of gold today is that China didn't buy over the last month. That's the second consecutive month, and they actually have been the biggest buyers of gold over the last 12, 18 months or so. So I think, people that are long gold maybe looked at that, and that's why we're seeing, gold down 1 1/4, 1 1/3% or so today. But we're coming back down to 50-day moving average. And at this point here, the path of least resistance is still to the upside. And I think you have to buy any dip that you see in gold.
Right. Okay. So different tone. Seems like you're ready to buy dips in gold. Need to see a little bit more from BTC, maybe wash out or some good economic outcomes to get more risk on. Generally love it. Thanks, Scott, for the analysis.
Thanks, Oliver.
Scott Bauer, CEO of Prosper Trading Academy. Let's go to Jenny Horn standing by with a little developing story for the AMC lovers out there and the movie fans. I didn't realize that they had such a hit over the last week in Despicable Me. What is it, 4?
It is Despicable Me 4.
I don't think I've ever seen any of them.
I haven't either. But you know what I have seen is the first Inside Out, which now I'm excited about Inside Out 2. The movies just had their best box office weekend of the year. And I think quietly so, actually.
Movies.
Yeah, I'm a huge movie fan, so I need to go to the movie, we need to do some channel checks, and I need to see Inside Out 2, because this movie is blown it out of the water. I mean, it's the largest, highest grossing film we've seen since actually Barbie of last year. So it's been, I think, reviving some excitement as we have seen some of the overall box office enthusiasm start to wane a bit here, but not waning was what we're seeing with AMC as well as actually Cinemark today. AMC is up 8% after we got this news, but you're talking specifically about Despicable Me 4 merchandise, which was their second biggest ever, just behind the Taylor Swift Eras Tour efforts, they said. With their CEO, Adam Aaron, did also note the company's July 3rd food and beverage sales marked the third highest and we've seen in their company's 104-year history. So food and beverage is strong. Merchandise sales have also been strong. And I think any way you can brand certain releases like Despicable Me 4, which makes me feel 1,000 years old, but it's a great thing for a name like AMC naturally. And I know that we oftentimes compare this to a Cinemark because Cinemark is the other publicly traded company, but just keep in mind that AMC, as far as its overall theater count, it's almost double the imprint of Cinemark, so it's quite a bit larger as far as its overall scale is concerned. Cinemark, though, I will say the chart looks fairly impressive.
Yeah.
That stock's up 53% this year, whereas AMC is of course down 11%, but it has recovered, at least as far as some of its losses goes. We are up off of lows by 129%. I know it doesn't look like it when you zoom out, but AMC has also made somewhat of a comeback, and Cinemark's chart looks amazing, all things considered.
Yeah, we actually had a guest on this morning that was quite bullish on it from Wedbush. Alicia Reese was bullish on Cinemark and was bullish on IMAX. So, okay. Yeah, that Cinemark chart looking pretty good. Okay, Despicable Me. Well, I guess I gotta watch the first three. Maybe I'll just wait till I have kids. I may not be getting around to that anytime soon.
I think you could see the fourth one. You didn't miss much from the first three. I think it's light enough viewing that you could get away with just seeing the fourth.
Did it get incrementally more despicable as time goes on? That's the question.
That is the question. I think that probably no.
Thanks, AMC. With a little pop here up 8%. Thanks, Jenny. The developing story. When we come back, big picture discussion with Schwab and the team as we talk some bonds. Getting ready for this week. Colin Martin up next.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Higgs. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network anytime, anywhere, on any device, for free. Schwab Network.
I remember when I first started flying and we would experience turbulence, I would watch the flight attendants. If they're not nervous, then I'm not going to be nervous. Financially, I'm the flight attendant in that situation. The relief that comes over people once they know they've got a guide to help them through, I definitely feel privileged to be in that position.
Schwab Network's like no other financial media you've watched because it's all markets, all the time. It's 100% finance. We look at everything as traders and investors. Everything we say, everything we do is through that lens. There's no ulterior motive and there's no subjectivity. There's no random guesswork about what we think. We are following the numbers all the time relentlessly. We have the best CEO interviews, hands down. They're longer, more thorough, and tailored specifically to our audience. We never take our eye off the ball, which means we're always ahead of our peers.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim. With robust charting and analysis tools, nearly endless customization, and up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Call. It's time for a big picture discussion about the week ahead with Mr. Colin Martin, Director and Fixed Income Strategist at the Schwab Center for Financial Research. Colin, starting with Jerome Powell next 2 days. Anything that can move the market?
Well, we'll be seeing if he provides any hints about what the timing of the first rate cut might be. We're already in July in the next meetings this month, so it seems highly unlikely that the Fed will be cutting rates. But all eyes are now on the September meeting. And given that we've gotten kind of a slew of soft data, both from hard economic data and soft economic data, and that's pulled forward expectations for September and the idea of 2 cuts this year. So we'll be paying attention to how Powell addresses that. I'm sure he'll try to toe the line, as he has over the past number of weeks and months, and most officials have said the same, where they want to see more data, more good data, and really believe that inflation is consistently moving towards its 2% target. We've gotten a handful of reports that suggest it is, so we'll see if he kind of provides a hint that they've seen enough, or maybe an idea of how many more reports that they'll need to see before they're more comfortable.
Okay. And is there any, I mean, there's a non-zero that something could happen in July, but it's like effectively zero, right?
I'll say as close to zero as you can get without saying zero.
Okay.
It's just highly unlikely right now, and it's in line with what the Fed's saying. The data we've gotten recently has been objectively good on the inflation front, but the Fed has been steadfast in its commitment to bringing it down, and I think they're probably a little spooked from the first quarter when we saw some stronger than expected numbers. So to prematurely cut only to see, let's say we got one high number over the next few months, they'd probably second guess themselves. So no need to jump the gun right now, and I think they'd
she goes.
Feeling better, just waiting another month or two before they actually go
But I
ahead
do.
with that cut.
Got it. Colin,
Ooh, 275.
How, does the move in crude oil over the last couple of weeks factor into your thinking about inflation and therefore bonds? Some are kind of attributing that spike in yields we got now a couple of weeks ago to WTI. Obviously, yields came back
1, 2, 3.
It seems like something maybe worth thinking about.
I'd say worth thinking about at the margin. I mean, if you look at the movement in 10-year Treasury yields, yes, it does tend to ebb and flow with the level of oil prices. We're not focusing on that too much right now, mainly because the inflation data that we're paying attention to and
Boing.
the officials are paying attention to excludes volatility and energy prices, so the price of oil. The Fed knows they can't really affect that.
That's one of my favorite ones.
So if we continue to get data, and let's say we get a good report,
70 cents, 80 cents to 510.
Oil prices trickle a little bit higher. I don't know if that would necessarily pull long-term yields higher, because I think all eyes will be on the potential for the Fed to cut rates as opposed to
55.70 strikes.
long-term yields.
Okay. All right. So then, if we're thinking about the kind of real market mover, then potential this week, I mean, it's inflation, right? It's CPI. After the last reading for that particular metric was pretty encouraging. Is the standard moving a little high here? You think the market wants to see that continued compression of prices?
They do. I'd say the markets are probably priced for a low number. If you look at what consensus expectations across the street, it's for a pretty tame number. I think on a headline basis, year over year, expectations are for around 3.1%. Core, I think, is 3.4%. So the markets are basically pricing in a continued disinflationary trend, both with the CPI and the PPI. So
that's what they're doing, huh?
The risk is probably more to the upside, and I think that's because that's the concern. If there's something in there that spooks Fed officials and maybe pushes off the timing of rate cuts, that could pull yields higher. That's not our expectation. We see plenty of signals that inflation continues to move lower. One, in the inflation data. Two, in inflation expectations and surveys like the ISM manufacturing and services indices, and then the labor market. The labor market continues to come into more balance, as we saw last Friday, and as that continues, as the unemployment rate trickles slowly higher, we think inflation should continue to move a little bit lower.
Okay. All right. So, Colin, lastly, is if we talk kind of the other options besides treasuries in our bond portfolio, give us a kind of fresh update, second half, what you guys like, what's the strategy?
Our strategy continues to be extend duration. So, Oliver, you're probably sick of hearing us say that because we try to pound that table pretty hard every time we're out here. But we think it's important because for individual investors who are holding bonds, if you're in very short-term investments like treasury bills or money market funds, that's a short-term investment strategy. And we think bonds are really better held as a long-term investment. So we've been suggesting our clients move out on the yield curve and lock in some attractive yields with more certainty. Now, that's difficult with an inverted yield curve. So to your point, Oliver, our theme for the second half of the year is thinking beyond treasury securities. So whether it's mortgage-backed securities, whether it's investment-grade corporate bonds, or some combination of those, which includes the broad aggregate bond index or a strategy that tracks that, you can get yields
AMD new highs, Mannequin says.
Further out in the curve with these investments. They have a little bit more interest rate risk, so their prices can move a little bit more in the secondary market than short-term investments would. But if you're looking for income and you're looking for yield, we think there's a lot of high-quality ways to do that without focusing just on the treasury market.
All right. Thanks for the chat, Colin. We will speak this week and be watching bonds closely. Thanks, Mr. Mark, Director and Fixed Income Strategist at Schwab Center for Financial Research. We got the bells coming up. Going to talk a little bit of a software trade-off versus the hardware winners, which Jenny kind of teased at the top of the show. So it's now got hit on a downgrade. And generally, it was one of the softer points of a market that
is trying to shift back into tech. Look at the way the Russell just kind of ended up fading there, and some of that strength gets squeezed into chip makers, but no love for the software today. We'll be right back.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Ouch. Please, no more rain.
Accelerate your market knowledge.
God.
Shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time trades, a full hour of trading.
I'm Tom White.
Okie dokie. Just heard some thunder outside. So I'm going to shut my computer down. Don't want to blow this sucker up. Today, I don't know, I just didn't feel like I was into it that much, so I didn't want to take too many risky chances. I still did, good enough. Kind of just stayed in a range. So I'm going to take it on out of here and relax and get a real good night's sleep. Yabba dabba doo.